Don't Choose. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 48, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 411, Cabin Fever. Hey, Justin, guess what?
What?
I got a fever. And the only
really?
cure is more cabin.
Oh.
That's my Christopher Walken.
Okay.
No, not really. It's much better than that, but I won't display it here. Today's episode we're talking about is Cabin Fever.
You gotta play that cowbell.
You better play, yeah. You gotta play that. Yeah, I can't do it.
I can't do it either.
It's very subtle and intricate, much like this episode.
There you go. Look at that. He brings it back with a brilliant segue.
You know, folks, I am a professional here. Before we get into dissecting this episode, we want to take a moment out to sort of welcome our new listeners. We have seen a sizable increase in our listener pool, and because of that, we're kind of interested to see where the new listeners came from and how people listen to us and how they heard about us and, you know, things like that. So we're going to put up a very quick and easy poll on the site, which you can get to various ways, thelostlowdown.com or lostlowdown.blogspot.com. And if you guys would be so kind, and of course this applies to any listener, of course our old listeners and new listeners, and just answer some questions so we kind of know what's going on and can act accordingly. Justin, when did we get the new sort of big jump?
It looks like within the last month. I'm not really sure exactly when it happened, but I think, you know, sometime after the middle of April, I think is when there apparently was some kind of influx.
Okay.
So
after the break, when the break was over?
Yeah, well, you sort of during the break.
Oh, during the break.
I mean, it might have been after the break. Thing is, I don't actually know when it happened. I know it happened sometime within the last month.
Okay.
But I can't quite pin it down. I don't have the data to pin it down to a day. But if you just started downloading the podcast within the last month, then you're probably one of these people.
Mm-hmm. One of these chosen few who must help move the island. I mean, no, just fill out the poll, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. a much easier task, sure.
A much easier task, you know, that doesn't have anything to do with a cabin in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, that's all we need to say about that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, let's move on to the episode, Cabin Fever. Weird title, I think. What do you think?
It's one of their punny titles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say weird. I think it's a little too obvious. I
would say weird only because it's not a line from the show.
Oh.
At least I didn't hear anyone say that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone said that.
It's not a line from the show, and it is punny, and it's not like the other things that are sort of like Meet Kevin Johnson, you know, which I think he actually said.
That was a line, yeah.
But, you know, those are kind of, you know, obvious, you know, the other woman, you know, kind of like spot on. But like Cabin Fever, really, like, you know, one subplot was about the cabin. Everything else was like not about the cabin. Yeah. But so anyway,
I'd say yeah. I mean the cabin part was significant, and especially since the flashback was about Locke. You know, that gave a good amount of time to that side of things, I guess.
I'd rather call it Locke Fever.
But
you know, I mean, because the biggest thing we learned was that Locke is sort of this chosen guy, and he's got these people who are showing up throughout his life, and, you know, it's more about Locke than about the cabin. But Locke
Fever isn't a phrase. You can't, so, you know.
Locke Fever is a phrase in Australia.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. You ever heard of Locke Fever on the Barbie?
No. I don't.
Yeah. It's when you, yeah, I've got nothing.
Okay, good, because lock fever on the Barbie, like, it's just, wow. Yeah, I mean, cabin fever is supposed to be, I guess, when you're in an isolated location and it causes you to go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I think, you know, something like that was said in reference to the freighter, I think.
Well, the captain brought up to Kimi that there was this, quote, sickness.
Yeah, but I think in a previous episode
through.
they might have actually said cabin fever.
Yeah, they said it was. I think was it the captain or was it Ray? Someone mentioned.
Yeah.
That the symptoms seemed to be like a heightened form of cabin fever.
Yeah.
I feel like it was the captain. But
see, if this episode had dealt with that,
exactly. If that title was for that episode, I would be like, okay, that's
even like if they could have had that be the plot for the freighter and the cabin search being the plot for Locke, then it would have been neater, I think.
Yeah, it would have been a more obvious lost title, but
yeah. But I think in the long run, the cabin, Jacob, this plot is bigger for the show. So, you know, I think even if the part it plays in this episode is not that big, you know, I think it's appropriate to name it after that plot.
Mhm. All right. What did you think of the episode?
Well, it was a bit of a shocker. I mean, there's a lot of things in here that, you know, I never would have seen coming. Some things that, as we get into it, you know, I have a hard time believing. But, you know, it's clearly, to me, a significant episode in the overall plot development. You know, found out a lot of stuff. And I thought some of the scenes were really good. Overall, you know, it was a pretty packed episode, and I liked it a lot. I want to like it more than I do. As usual, whenever they go for a certain kind of mood, I feel like they can't quite carry it out the way I want them to, and so that holds me back from liking it as much as I feel like I should. But nonetheless, even for this season, it was you know, there's a lot of stuff here, and so I'd say it was a good one for me. It's probably you know, a good 8 out of 10, and I have to say, you know, looking at my list here, I would probably put this. Just for me, in terms of plot, it's higher. But for me, I would put this after The Economist and before The Other Woman. So that's
okay.
Yeah. If you go on the forum and look at my list, you can see that's basically number 4 in the season so far. So yeah, that's my opinion. What say you?
Back to you, Claude. I think I agree. I think I felt like I wanted to like this more also. I think it was a really good episode. I don't have any real complaints about it, you know, no sort of obvious plot holes or things that I thought they really could have done better. It's just, I think for me, at this point, I guess I feel like I'm just more in the passenger seat and along for the ride. I think they've sort of blown my mind several times this season. And my mind can't be blown anymore. I mean, I think it'll be blown in the season finale. I'm hoping it will be.
Mm-hmm.
But these revelations, as interesting and as shocking as they were, I was just like, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was like, okay, cool. He's, you know, there's Alfred, you know, and okay, cool. There's Abaddon, and I couldn't have guessed that, but at the same time, it wasn't very shocking. So I think. That to me makes it not, you know, this episode, you know, if it would have been earlier in the season, maybe I would have really been blown away by it.
Yeah.
But they've been, you know, like I said, they've shocked us so many times this season.
Yeah.
That it's like I'm expecting, you know, craziness now. So.
And over the show in general, I mean, I'm starting to feel like shock storytelling has a limited shelf life.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just keep shocking people over and over again, year after year, and expect it to have the same impact.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that just might be, you know, in the way they do the show, it just kind of seems to depend on shocking people constantly.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that's true in general. Like you shock someone enough, and they just kind of lay there and don't even react after a while.
Yeah, I would probably rate this. You know, I don't have a. You know, my whole thing about this season in terms of rating episodes and creating a list is I want to go back and watch them all again, so I don't really have a list like you do. But
yeah, my list is maybe amended.
Yeah, I liked it. I would probably also give it an 8, you know, out of 10, maybe 7.5 or 8, but I liked it, and I just want to take a moment to say that, you know, because we've been accused of this before, and I think I read something recently about this, that, you know, just because we, you know, have negative comments about the show, obviously doesn't mean we don't like the show. I feel the need to say that.
Well, speak for yourself. Whenever I say something negative, that means I don't like the show.
Okay, now you're lying. No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
No.
obviously, you know, we wouldn't spend, at the very least, we wouldn't spend hours and hours and hours talking about a show we didn't like.
I hope
and even
not.
even if an episode totally sucks, you know, lost his, you know, this we've been invested in this long enough to keep watching and keep loving the show, barring any crappy episodes. So,
yeah.
You know, and it's that kind of thing where, you know, when you really care about something, that's when you really want it to be good. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and if we didn't like the show or didn't care about it, you know, we wouldn't care if it was good.
We wouldn't be disappointed if it was bad.
Yeah, exactly. So I just felt the need to say that.
Yeah,
but,
I agree. I think this season, the criticisms I don't think have been as harsh as they were last season, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can remember several episodes where we had very little positive things to say about certain episodes. Further Instructions comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even when I watched it again, I still struggle to find anything I really like about that episode.
Yeah.
I think this season, even Eggtown, I think is much better than Further Instructions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that's been the worst this season. So, the show in general has been better, so we haven't had to be as negative about it. But anyway, your point still stands and is worth making.
Alrighty, well, I think we can jump into it.
All right. You're starting us off, right?
I'm going first.
All right.
You want to switch real quick?
No, please.
That bad? That's probably bad.
Surely.
All right, well, I've got the first half here, guys. So here we go.
All right.
The first scene, we start interior girl's bedroom. It's what, the 50s or something?
Yeah.
Something like that. And we hear a Buddy Holly song playing, that song Every Day, which I like, which I think was in the movie Stand By Me, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll buy that.
But anyway.
Certainly be appropriate if it wasn't.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, she's just listening to the song preparing for a date, and her mother comes in, who we find out is Mrs. Locke. She comes in and questions where young Emily is going, and her mother doesn't want to go out with this guy who is apparently, you know, twice her age. Emily leaves anyway, runs out, and it's kind of raining and dark because it's night. Everyone's familiar with that. And she runs out and gets hit by a car. The next scene, she is rushed to the hospital, where she tells the nurse that she's 6 months pregnant. The baby is delivered with no real complications. It's a boy. He's basically 3 months premature, and they take him away for care right after he's born, and Emily tells them to name him John. So that is the first scene.
Yay. So, yeah, I mean, this scene, I don't know. I start off and I'm wondering what the relevance is going to be. I'm quite aware at this point in the show that they're, something's going to come of this.
Mm-hmm.
They're not just going to give us, but this yelling out, like, call him John, like, I don't know, that plays weird to me. I mean, perhaps that, happens and people are just desperate to have their baby have a certain name, but I don't know. I've seen that a lot. They did that with Ben too, and I don't know. It seemed contrived to me so they could tell us who the baby was.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely comes off like that. The end of the scene obviously is going to be where the real punch is, and the end of the scene is us realizing that's John.
Yeah.
I think, though, I read somewhere, and now I can't find it, that, here it is. Apparently this is a direct quote from the Bible, Luke 1:63, when Zechariah and Elizabeth give birth to John the Baptist, that his name is John is a quote from that. Who knows if it's on purpose or not. But anyway, I thought that was interesting little trivia.
Okay.
But I think it's just a writing thing. It's just a storytelling thing to the sort of, the drama of the situation and the baby's being taken off kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that really happens. I feel like, I don't know.
Yeah, just like, you just had the kid, you haven't thought about their name at all, and you just suddenly know what their name needs to be.
I don't think that's not what I got from it. I think, she's a young mother, obviously in a sort of, not, what's the word? Not the best situation for the time, you know what I mean? Being a young pregnant girl, unmarried for the time, I think isn't great. And I would imagine she's thought about it, and she already knew what his name was going to be. That's what I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
That she had thought about it before,
Yeah, I hope
Not
so.
that she just, blurted it out and she just...
That's just
John's
how it
not
comes
a very...
off.
Huh?
That's just how it came off to me. It would make more sense if she had thought about it.
Yeah, I think she would definitely. I mean, she's been pregnant for 6 months. I think she definitely would have thought about it.
But for example, and when Ben's born, and his mom tells Ben's dad to call him Benjamin, I can't imagine they've never discussed it. You know?
Yeah, they probably did.
Yeah, and so it just seems, I don't know, it seems like she's making a snap judgment about what his name ought to be, Well,
I think I think she's deciding in that moment. I don't think it's a snap judgment, but I think she's picking that moment to decide, okay, let's call him Benjamin, or, of the names that they have thought about, now that she's looking at him, I think that's kind of what it is at least that's the sense I get from, seeing pregnancies and stuff, is that, when you kind of see the baby, you can kind of tell what name fits. And people who are unsure of names, I think that's often when they will decide. Okay. But I think it's really just comes down to a storytelling thing.
Yeah, I guess I personally, I would prefer, in both cases, not having that line and just cut to the person and let that communicate who it is.
Yeah, but you gotta keep the average watcher, up to speed.
Yeah, but the rest of the episode will make it clear.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually it's clearly him.
Yeah, but that's the whole problem is, it's the constant juggle between what you want to do, I think, and what, you need to do for your audience. And I think if, with Carlton and Damon being especially verbose, to keep people, on track, I think they don't want anyone to watch the episode and go, well, who was that baby in the beginning?
Yeah.
Even if 95% of the people wouldn't say that, I think they would still say, well, let's just do it that way.
Yeah.
To make sure everyone's, not confused.
Mhm.
Because if they didn't, like I mean, obviously at a certain point you would realize that was probably John, but if they cut from, John being born to the next cut is him waking up, somebody might be like, oh, he had a dream of this baby being born or something, some crazy theory would come out, so.
Yeah.
I don't mind them saying it. It's not the best convention, but it is a convention.
Yeah. Yeah. What can you do? It's there.
Goes to the next scene, I think.
Well, there's something else. What was I going to say? Because this flashback shows, she says she's like, 6 months pregnant, I think, approximately. What that tells me at least is that they don't have an objection to having a flashback. I doubt he remembers that.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he did, he couldn't possibly have known what it looked like outside of where he was sitting. I mean, his memory should have just been, sitting inside the uterus, like hanging out. Like he shouldn't have known, what the house looked like, what the, all that other stuff, that was going on. So, I just wanted to bring that up. My point just died. I was thinking about Rousseau and how they would, tell her story. And at one point I brought up, using Alex. Now that she's dead, that seems less likely. But they could have, if she were still alive, done a flashback of this type with her, and still, got Rousseau's story going. In a flashback.
Yeah, they probably could have done that. I think I would have. You mean using Alex's birth as a way to talk about Rousseau?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could buy that. I wouldn't believe. I mean, I would draw the line at seeing Rousseau, before, like a real, basically like a real flashback episode about Rousseau and everything she went through. Unless her story is really just about the time that she was pregnant or something and coming to the island.
I mean, she was pregnant when they arrived at the island and was at least that many months pregnant.
Yeah,
so,
what I'm saying is I wouldn't expect, say for instance, Rousseau's story in terms of Lost, really starts 10 years before Alex is born. You know what I mean? Like whatever she gets into or whatever she does, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't expect them to do that if that's where her story starts. Now, if her story starts when she's pregnant and comes to the island, then I would say, yeah, they could probably do that.
Yeah.
But it just depends. And that's the other thing, too. This story isn't about Locke's mother. This is about Locke, too. So, it would be weird to have an episode about Rousseau starting with the birth of Alex and it not focus on Alex. It focuses on Rousseau.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of a different thing, too. But yeah, they can do whatever they want. I don't think there's a lot of rules actually anymore.
I really just meant to indicate that they're over the hump of like the believing that the person's really remembering this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I don't believe he remembered any of those events from when he was a baby.
Yeah, I don't think he remembers them at all. Because I feel like if he, some of that stuff that happened in this episode.
Yeah, I mean,
I think if he even remembered that, when he was old enough to remember, I think that would have changed things.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like, when he met Alper and things like that, and Abdon, like he's never seemed to have been influenced by those memories.
Indeed. Yeah, that's one of the things that makes it hard for me to believe. Because there's been no precedent on the show that would lead you to believe such things had occurred.
Yeah.
And it just feels like they're just roughly inserting them. Like if we like the idea that his past had these events in it is just weird to me. I mean,
Well, okay, there are people who will claim that his past didn't originally have these events, and certain events, and now there's time traveling is involved.
Time travel thing. Yeah.
I just want to state for the record. I mean, I know Carlton and Damon have said time traveling is going on, but until further notice, I'm leaving time traveling up to Desmond.
Me too.
And having to do with the barrier. I'm not giving anyone else permission to time travel.
Yeah, me either. And
Abaddon and Alfred need to not be time traveling.
Exactly, I agree. And I say if time traveling is occurring, I hold them responsible to tell us.
Mhm.
And they
exactly. Yeah, and I feel like if someone was really time traveling, they wouldn't leave that to be the secret ingredient later.
Yeah.
It all makes sense if you think about it in terms of time travel. I think when Desmond time traveled, we saw it.
Yeah.
It wasn't something we found out later.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about the Doctor too, like that seems to be some kind of time travel.
Mhm.
We were given the clues that happened.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, in this case, like, nothing here leads us to believe that, I mean, Abaddon is perfectly reasonable. I mean, that was in the recent past, and, I mean, it's still weird that he talked to him, but, like, it's not, like, crazy that he could have.
Yeah, it's not, you don't need time travel I don't think you need time travel to explain anything in this episode.
Yeah. We
already know that Albert is ageless, basically.
Yeah, see, this episode, I mean, I was skeptical somewhat about Alfred in The Man Behind the Curtain when you see him, because I thought that he had longer hair. I thought they were trying to sell him as being younger.
I remember that. You didn't. Yeah, you really thought they were.
I did, and I still kind of feel that way. I still feel like they were trying to at least leave that door open. But with this episode, they've got him in the 50s, looking exactly like he does in the 2000s, and I can't, that's something I can't just ignore.
That's probably why they did that, too, is so people won't be like, oh, they're just making him look young.
Yeah.
They just made him look exactly the same, so there's no discrepancy.
Yeah, and so now, I mean, David Carlton said, like, he was supposed to, look like he hadn't aged. Like, they acknowledged that, and so I already kind of believed it, but, yeah, this is like, this makes it, It's either time travel or he doesn't age.
Yeah.
It really can't be much else.
Yeah.
So,
you ready to go to the next scene?
Yes.
All right. Scene 2. Which is what? Okay, so next scene, we're back to the present. We've got Locke, Hurley, and Ben. They're on their trek to Jacob's cabin, if we can still call it that. Hurley is questioning why someone would want to build a cabin in the middle of the jungle, and why they're even going out there. John tells them that there's a man in the cabin that's going to tell them what to do about the people in the freighter. John then turns to Ben and asks him how long until they reach it. Ben says he doesn't know. He's been following Hurley, and then they both kind of turn to John to see what to do next, and he decides to make camp where they are.
So when they left 2 episodes ago, it looked like, I mean, he sort of had Ben lead the way, and I was wondering like what was going on, because I thought Hurley was supposed to be leading, and I guess this episode is telling us that they're doing like a Ouija board thing, and like none of them thinks they're directing the walk, but they're all walking. Which is weird. But whatever. I guess that explains what's going on. I mean, I would have expected somebody to say earlier than this, where do we go, Hurley? But apparently not.
Well, they made it seem like it seemed like the last time we saw these guys that everyone, or I got the impression Hurley knew why he was coming, which is because, Hurley was the last one to see the cabin.
Yeah.
But he didn't seem to remember that. But that's why he was there. And in fact, I would venture that they don't even need Hurley. They don't really find the cabin because of Hurley in this episode, at all.
They definitely.
I don't know why Hurley is here.
Hurley does point it out, but they clearly don't need him.
Yeah, he points it out, and that's the only thing that he contributes. But I mean, Locke was sure it was there. I mean, Horace basically told him as much. And it was there. He had the, so I feel like if Hurley didn't come, I think I would imagine Locke would have still had the dream and still found the blueprint and still found the location.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
But that makes me question, why is Hurley even here?
Yeah, I don't know why Hurley's there.
I feel like it's so that I feel like later it's going to come into play. Whatever they got to do to move this island, I think it's going to come into play. But I think if it was just Locke and Ben, these scenes would play out a little bit differently.
Yeah, Hurley's definitely a I don't know, some kind of influence on the discussion that leads it in different directions, and he's a little more, I think in line with, someone watching the show, and that, these two guys are kind of crazy, and he's a little more down to earth about the whole thing. So so he gets to.
Well, he would say he's crazy.
Yeah, he would say he's crazy, but in
terms of what's going on, he doesn't know a lot. And that's the other thing too is, these scenes would definitely play out different. When he shows the Dharma, grave site or ditch, that wouldn't have played off the same.
That's
hey
true.
Ben, guess what you did? Like that.
Yeah, Locke and Ben wouldn't have much to talk about there because they both know what they would say about it. So yeah, you're right. Hurley provides someone for them to say stuff to that they both already know. Yeah,
to remind the audience, oh, that's right. Ben killed these people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that he would say that. He would say
of course
someone
not.
else did it, even though he did it.
Did he do it?
Oh, he did it all right. I think, let's see. Anything else with this scene? I mean, there's not much here.
No, I mean, this is just a little transitional scene.
Where did my notes go? Oh, okay. So the next scene, I believe, is the little freighter scene, right? I've got my notes here. Yeah. So the next scene, we come to the freighter, and we're inside of the little. What do they call it?
Oh, I don't know what you call that.
What do you call a room on a ship? Oh, man. There's the porthole, which is the window.
Yeah, good.
And then the galley is the kitchen. On my ship terms.
How many parts of a ship can you name?
I know, right? There's the mast.
The mast, good.
There's the steeple. Oh, no, wait, that's a church. No,
I know port and starboard. Not that those are
port,
things.
starboard, dorsal, aft, fore. All those great nautical terms.
Yeah.
I forgot what you call when you get a room on a ship. It's it's a word. Oh, it's not cabin. Is it?
Maybe.
Cabin. Anyway, their room.
Cabin.
He goes in to wake up Desmond and tells him the helicopter's here. On deck, the top deck, we see the helicopter has landed, and Ray, the doctor, is helping Keamy and his team with the injured guy, who I believe is Mayhew, and the guy
really?
we saw. Yeah, later they say Mayhew's dead.
Oh, you're right.
I believe that's who they're talking about.
Yeah.
Who else could it be?
I agree.
So Mayhew was the guy who was injured by Smokey. Or whatever that was that attacked them. I'm not sure that was Smokey anymore.
Oh, yeah?
The Smokey I know doesn't play games.
Yeah. The Smokey I know, if he were set upon you, you would not be able to be carried all the way to a freighter before you died.
Right? He wouldn't stop attacking.
Yeah.
Unless he was ordered to.
Yeah.
If he could be.
Or they have an anti-Smokey weapon.
Or they have an anti-Smokey
weapon. Which
is
my current theory. It's the best I got. Some kind of sonic fence type blasting weapon thing.
some sort of gun with a sonic ray or something.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm imagining. It sounds a little too silly, but
it seems like all that would do is just sort of like repel whatever part of Smokey that hit.
Yeah.
So you have to have a big enough blast to like really repel all
knock
of it,
him back, yeah.
where he couldn't like just go around it or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they just got lucky.
Maybe.
All right, so Ray asks what happened to Mayhew, and Kimi says a black pillar of smoke threw him 50 feet in the air and ripped his guts out. And as Kimi's talking to Ray, Saeed approaches, and Kimi goes to Saeed and tells him he needs to tell him how many people are on the island and exactly where they are. And Saeed, asks him why he would do that. Then Captain Galt enters, and Kimi walks up to him and puts a gun to his throat and tells him that he gave him up. Galt doesn't know what he's talking about. Kimi tells him that Ben knew who he was, knew everything about him. And Galt says, I'm not the one who gave you up. And then Kimi says, who did?
Mm.
Next scene, we're down below deck. They storm towards a room where Michael is chained to a pipe. Kimi, who was really mad and steamy Kimi, if you will.
That's what he's known as when he's the featured pinup in Mercenary Monthly.
Yeah. Steamy Kimi. It's got his stats, 20-inch biceps, 104, civilian kills, proficient with all automatic weapons. Yeah. That's a weird magazine. It's like all these profiles of mercenaries. But
its readership is small but loyal.
Small, loyal, and all members of the NRA. All right. So Kimi asks Michael if he knows who he is. He says, yeah, you're Martin Kimi. He asks if Michael's the one who gave him up to Ben. Michael says yes. Then Kimi takes out his gun and tries to shoot Michael in the head, but the gun doesn't go off. Captain Galt tells Kimi that they need Michael because he's the only one who can fix the engines because he's the one who broke them. And then Kimi looks at Michael angrily and then knocks him out with his gun. So,
all right. So, for a quick note, that earlier when Kimi says ripped his guts out, the actor who plays Kimi is from Canada, and you can hear it when he says out. He says it strangely. He says it in that
he's Canadian.
Distinctive Canadian way.
Yeah.
That I don't know.
Yeah, Kimi claims he's from Las Vegas, but I don't think he's originally from Las Vegas.
Yeah, no. You don't talk like that if you're from Las Vegas.
No.
So, it just stuck out to me. I like how he speaks. It's good for the character, but, yeah. The Canadian accent shows itself in certain ways, and that's one of them. But, okay, the second thing I have to bring up is this gun thing, the gun not going off. This is picking up a thread of Meet Kevin Johnson, I think, that we discussed at length. So what say you about this?
I say I don't know. I mean, obviously they're painting this portrait of Michael not being able to die, and the gun didn't go off. This is the second gun we've seen not go off. And it's this time it's chalked up to something's wrong with it, some sort of mechanical defect, I should say. But I don't know. I'm just going to add this, into my pile of evidence, and then once I get enough evidence, then I'll see where it leads. But so I don't know. I'm not convinced that he is unable to die. I think if if Kimi stabbed him in the throat, Michael would be dead. I just don't see how the island and or Jacob could stop that.
Yeah.
You know, what's the knight going to do? Bounce off his throat? I just don't see that happening. You know, so you know, I don't know. I think what they're trying to tell us is he can't die. I don't necessarily believe that's going to be the final word, but I think that's what they're trying to say.
Okay. Yeah. Then I agree with that. And in this case, you know, I don't think the gun was like tampered with. You know, I think Kimi would definitely want his gun to work. And you know, I think he's had control of it. So, you know, it's the same scenario, except in this case, you know, there doesn't seem to be, you know, that kind of thing going on. So, so I think that's a problem with saying, like, that, you know, he can't die, he's invincible. I mean, well, clearly he's not invincible. You can hurt him. You know, setting out the rules for that, I think, you know, they don't want to do. It'd be weird. So they have him, you know, they have people. The ways in which he is almost killed are ways that, you know, don't require insane things to happen for them to be stopped. So, you know, just having the gun not fire is way easier than, like you said, him getting stabbed in the throat and somehow that not working. Yeah. Because that would sort of, you know, how would that play? It would be absurd. It wouldn't. It would look weird. This way they get to play it fairly natural. I mean, sometimes it happens that guns don't work, and so, you know, you get that. But yeah, I what I don't understand is why, you know, I mean, what else is Michael supposed to do? Like, I thought he did his job.
Well, he was supposed to, you know, stop them from getting there, and he really has failed.
Yeah.
I mean, he you know, got the engines to, you know, not work, but, you know, if he had done this, you know, 200 miles from the island, I think they'd be in better shape. Because I don't think the helicopter could just fly that far all the time. You know, I don't know how much fuel they have. You know, it's obviously fuel dependent, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else he's supposed to do, but the island's not done with him yet, apparently. I mean, I think he's supposed to fix the engines, obviously, because, you know, how else are they going to get off of the island if the engines aren't fixed? So I think he needs to be around to do that. Now, I don't necessarily think. See, here's what's strange. I don't want to believe that the island wants people to leave. Now, it could be that there's certain people who it wants to leave and certain people who the island wants to stay. But if the island wants everyone to stay, then it shouldn't want Michael to get the engines fixed, because getting the engines fixed is the way for them to get off the island. It's going to lead
people to leave, yeah.
Yeah, so if his job is done, he should really be able to die now, you know. And it calls into question, does the island know that, you know, is the island aware of things in real time? You know, when at the end when Christian says, you know, the people are on their way back, you know, the people in the helicopter on their way back. You know, at that point, you know, they were already, you know, they were already on the island. They were, you know, were already over the island, I should say. So they were basically back already. They just hadn't landed.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It makes me wonder: is it aware of things in real time, or is it more like regular people, where they have to sort of find out information and find out what's going on? You know, I don't know if it knows the current state of situations on the freighter or not.
Oh.
You know.
So it's just kind of accidentally giving Michael protection when it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it might be like, okay, I'm going to grant you protection, and until it finds out something that changes its mind, it might not be able to take that protection away.
Okay.
You know, and I don't know if it has, you know, this sort of omniscience where it just knows what's going on around the world or something. Because if it did, it you know, it should be fairly, you know, invincible.
Yeah, that's the problem. It has to be powerful enough to do interesting things, but not so powerful that nothing can happen to it. That it's completely impervious, and there's no point in anybody doing anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's always the problem, I think, with powers of any type. They if they're too crappy, then they're boring, and if they're too good, then they're also boring.
Yep.
So yeah, okay. The island just doesn't. I just, you know, I feel like he he could have done better, but he sabotaged the thing. He collected the information on the people and gave it to Ben. I feel like he, did a decent job of his mission, and
but go ahead.
And that's, well.
Oh.
And I guess I feel like he should be allowed to die now.
Well, here's the thing. We learned in this episode that Ben is no longer, the golden boy. And we've obviously have gotten hints of that for a long time, ever since, he got the tumor. That was a big hint.
Yeah.
But here's the question. Ben is the one who told him to get the names. Ben is the one who sort of arranged for him, for Michael to even be on the ship. And it's like, well, if the island, if the island doesn't want you to die and the island has this plan for you, how does that really sync with what Ben is doing if Ben is not really if Ben is not in line with the island anymore?
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like he's been for a while. So
yeah.
That's confusing to me. I feel like, it's another situation of them wanting to have their cake and eating it too. But and as Ben says, fate is a fickle bitch, and I feel like that also means that the island is a fickle bitch.
Yeah.
Because it seems to be.
Yeah. Yeah. It being sometimes an agent of fate. Yeah. Okay, I do think the island's a fickle bitch. So, yeah, I'm ready to agree with that completely.
Yeah, and it's like, why is Ben doing all this stuff? Even when he releases Smokey, you would think, okay, if the island's mentality, and I say island, and that could be Jacob too, or whatever that is, but if the island's mentality is, okay, Ben is no longer the person to go to for what we need, why is he the one who sort of saves them? Why is he the one who has to call Smokey when, if the island at least knew what was going on its own territory, on the island itself, you would think it would tell Smokey itself to go stop Keamy and those guys.
Yeah.
Why did Ben have to go do that? Unless the island didn't care if Ben and those guys died. But of course that's not true because it apparently wants Locke.
Yeah, it shouldn't care if Locke. It should care if Locke dies.
Yeah, and if it can grant invincibility power, then maybe that's the answer. That Locke would not have died and everyone else would have died. Keamy could have killed Ben and Hurley and everyone else who was there. And, aside from Claire, who I think the island doesn't want to die either. Yeah. So that's the thing. It's kind of weird, but I guess, you can maybe just say Locke would not have died even if, they tried to shoot at him or something. But but what, I don't know, what if they hung him or something? Can he, does he not need oxygen
You get into the same problem. There's lots of ways you can kill someone, and would they all fail? And, some of them would have to fail in more spectacular ways than others.
Yeah, like if they put him, they pulled a Regina and, put him in the bottom of the ocean with weights.
Yeah.
Is he really going to survive that?
Yeah. And how?
And how?
How can he breathe?
Yeah.
If he survives, is he able to survive without breathing? It starts just getting too crazy, I think. So they never really put them in those situations.
Yeah.
Where it's like, come on, this is too weird.
Yeah, it's all very strange. I don't know what to do with some of that sort of hierarchy that's going on.
But yeah, Ben, the thing, well, oh God, hold on. Let's see here. The thing about Ben is that he is doing stuff in the future. He isn't completely out of commission in the future. He's all over the place. Now the story, so far this season, we've noticed several times that Ben just seems to be in the center of everything. This episode kind of moves him to a non-central position. But he's not like, he doesn't disappear completely, but like, what is he doing if he's not working for the island anymore? Is he just like doing what he wants to do?
It seems like he might just be like, well, I don't care, island. I don't care if you want my help or not. You're going to get it.
Okay.
Because even at the end when Locke was like, we need to move the island, I'm like, we? Like, did Christian really say that Ben and Hurley need to be involved with this?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, he might not have. Locke might have added that himself. And he might have been just saying we in the sense of the people who are on the island, if they want to live, like, need to move the island.
Yeah, although I don't think anyone else is going to be involved.
I don't either. But it's in their interest to have the island moved.
Mhm. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Well, I hope you didn't come here for answers, folks.
Yeah, this is not the Lost Answers podcast.
No.
It would be weird if it was.
All right, I think we're ready for the next scene. Oh, are we? Anything else?
What scene did we just talk about? Oh,
Kimi and Michael.
The Kimi thing, yeah. Did I forget anything? Yeah, the engines. No, I think that's it for me.
All right. That's the other thing about his gun, though. I mean, he made it seem like there was really something wrong with it, and it seems like if there wasn't something wrong with it, like later when the captain, shoots at him or shoots the gun, he's like fixed it or whatever,
Yeah.
Like, it seems like something was wrong with it. That it's not like it just didn't go off, but and it could just, still the answer could be the island did it, but it seemed like something was really wrong with the gun.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Not that it just didn't go off, but that there was some sort of mechanical problem.
Mhm.
Because otherwise, because he looks at the gun in this scene and he checks the clip and he.
I mean, there has to be some kind of problem. I mean, if he's pulling the trigger, somewhere in the mechanism something's going wrong for it not to fire.
True, but there's a difference between, it not firing because it didn't fire when you pulled it and then, like, some problem that's still existing that you've got to, like, fix. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because even when, if I remember the scene correctly, when Michael tried to shoot his gun, we didn't really see it, but I didn't get the sense in that case that it was some mechanical problem that if you looked at the gun you could tell what was wrong with it.
Mhm.
But and even if that is the case, I think that's interesting because that's not how it came off to me.
Yeah.
I just imagined the gun just didn't shoot.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like there's just some power that when the hammer hits the bullet or whatever. I don't know how those guns work.
Yeah, whatever the thing that gets triggered that makes it come out of the...
Yeah, it just doesn't, that force just doesn't hit the bullet, and
I don't really know how it works. But it could be that, like, the island's way of stopping it is just inducing a mechanical error in the gun. I mean, that would be...
which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's not doing that, it has to be doing something that's effectively like that. It can't allow the gun to work normally if it's not going to fire.
Well, here's the thing. Tom said, did the gun, just bounce off your forehead? And if he's not just, saying that in jest, if that's an actual possibility, then that's, obviously defying physics.
Yeah.
So that's the sense that I got originally was that whatever was happening with this gun, it was a supernatural thing. It wasn't that, it's just a mechanical problem. That whatever stopped the bullet was supernatural, and I thought this too until they made it seem like in this episode it was a mechanical problem.
But it could be that a supernatural force causes a mechanical problem.
Yeah.
And so you could have both.
Yeah, I guess you could have both. But why not just... Yeah, I don't know. That's strange. So it can either be supernatural or it can either just be mechanical?
Yeah.
I guess mechanical's easier.
It is, but, the doctor was alive.
But what?
The doctor was alive.
What do you mean?
Well, I say that to say that sometimes the easy answer isn't true.
Sometimes the easy answer isn't true.
Yeah, we talked about when the doctor washed up. One of the possibilities when they got the message that the doctor was fine is that they were lying, and that the doctor was actually dead, and they knew it, and that was the easier answer. But that was all I was saying.
Oh, okay. Well, I get you now that you explained what you meant.
Good.
You ready for the next scene?
We're still in the same one, right? Yeah, I must be. I was ready before.
All right, next scene. We have a close-up on Locke's eye as he wakes up to the sounds of an axe chopping wood. He looks around and sees that Hurley and Ben are still sleeping. He walks towards the sounds and finds a man chopping down trees, and this guy is wearing a Dharma uniform. The man introduces himself as Horace and tells Locke that he's building a place for him and his wife, that sometimes there's need for a break from the Dharma initiative, and he tells Locke that he's been dead for 12 years. Then Horace goes over and pushes down another tree, and everything sort of seems to have reset itself, like it's in a loop. And he, says hello again and all that. And let's see. Then he tells John that he has to find him, and that when you do, Horace tells John that he needs to find him, and that when he does, he'll find Jacob, and that Jacob's been waiting for him for a long time. And then, he tells him his name, I'm Horace, and then he pushes over another tree and wishes John Godspeed. And I guess I'll finish the next part. Or should we? It's kind of connected. So then Locke wakes up, and we realize it's a dream. And he goes over to Hurley and wakes him up, and tells him that he knows where they need to go now. And it's obvious that he had a dream. And Ben tells John that he used to have dreams. And that's the scene.
All right. So this is another one of those, let's move the plot forward by giving someone a dream things.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't done that in a while. So about this dream, so Horace, I'm sure everyone remembers, was fairly prominently featured in the Man Behind the Curtain last season.
Mm-hmm.
He was there when Ben and his dad arrived, and he was the one who picked up Ben's parents, by the side of the road, when he was born in like the Portland area, I guess. So I don't know. It was weird to see that guy again. I guess he died in the Purge. We see him, I think, sitting on a bench, sort of slumped over.
Mm-hmm.
I think with a nosebleed along the lines of what we see in this scene. So I have a number of questions about this scene. I don't know where to start. I guess I can start with he says sometimes you need a break from the Dharma initiative, and then he's like, I'm not making sense, am I? And Locke says no. And I'm just like, well, come on, Locke, you know what the Dharma initiative is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not speaking Greek to you. Like, this is something you're quite familiar with. Like, you spent a shitload of time in one of their things. You've seen multiple orientation films. You've messed around with their stuff for the last 2 seasons. Like, this shouldn't be something that you're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking crazy. Like,
I thought he meant more of the need to take a break from the Dharma initiative. I mean, I know what you mean. When I first watched it, I thought he was saying, like, oh, what's the Dharma initiative? Never heard of that.
Yeah.
But I think he meant more about the need to take a break from it, because Locke shouldn't know what it entails to really work for the Dharma initiative. So he wouldn't know. Like, he's not making sense in that sense.
Yeah.
I mean, if he just mentioned the Dharma initiative and he says, I'm not making sense, am I? That would be weird. But I think it's more about, the fact that he's out there building a cabin and all that doesn't really make sense to John.
Okay. Well, I'll agree with him there. Okay, another thing about this scene, like, it's just, to me, it's just not. I just don't think it's very good when he says, that's probably because I've been dead for 12 years, and he turns around, he's got a nosebleed. Like, like I feel like they're going for a kind of creepy vibe here, and
it wasn't creepy.
It just isn't at all. Like,
yeah,
they're not selling it to me.
Yeah.
You know, and this is one of those scenes that, like, I feel like should be more effective than it is.
I think anyone who doesn't remember who this guy is might be creeped out by his revelation that he's been dead for 12 years. But, and obviously I try to give the benefit of the doubt here, but I think I'm even hard pressed because I feel like most people at this point know that apparitions are bound to show up. And I think, anytime you see someone you don't know doing something weird, you got to ask yourself, is this person even real? But I think, if you didn't, because I recognized him, and I think astute viewers recognized him.
He's recognizable.
Yeah, he's recognizable, and I think the first clue that this was a dream was the fact that Locke was the only one who woke up.
Yeah.
I thought, like, really, you're the only one who hears this? Like, I know Hurley's probably on edge and anxious. There's people coming to kill them. All this stuff. He's sleeping next to Ben, who has been trying to kill. So I'm like, really? There's axe chopping in the woods and no one else wakes up? I don't believe that. So that was kind of really the first clue that it was a dream anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were kind of going for a creepy thing, and I think it was sort of not really well done. And I don't know if it's just because it's predicated on people not really knowing what's going on. But I feel like they should have sort of tried to do it some other way. I don't know, because it's just when he says, "Oh, because I'm dead for 12 years." That was like the least, shocking thing ever.
Yeah.
Because it's like, of course you're dead. We saw you die. Like, I know you're dead. Tell me something I don't. And then he he turns his head for no apparent reason and then turns back around and now he's got a nosebleed. And it's the kind of thing we've all seen before, and it usually works when we don't know that the guy's already dead.
Yeah.
But we already know he's dead, so this is not a revelation. So it just is weird.
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the fact that I saw him a lot and I knew that he was dead already, and I can see that. But I still feel like even if you didn't know, I feel like their presentation is weak.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like it should have. Yeah, I don't know.
He just a lot of times when they turn around, like he just got this little nosebleed, which I guess could be creepy, but somehow they're just. I don't know if they need better music or just a better setup or something, but like it's just not. I don't know.
The nosebleed itself is pretty weak.
Yeah. It's not very effective. And they have done stuff like that before, but I don't know. I want a scene like this to like really get to me, and it just doesn't, and that just frustrates me. Well,
this scene, I think, I kind of feel like I don't really like this little plot line here that Locke has to go and find his dead body just to find the like blueprint. It's like, why can't the island just tell him where the cabin is? What's with all this? You got to do this in order to get that thing. I just don't understand. Like, what's the point of that? What's the point of putting these people through all of these like puzzles and like these little mysteries when it's like, if you can communicate, why not? And why through Horace? Why is Horace even in this?
Yeah.
Why is he? Obviously, he's the one who built the cabin, but first of all, why?
Yeah, that's going to be my next question.
Why did he do that? But I'm frustrated with scenes like this, and you got to go find this Locke, and then that'll lead you to this, and that'll lead you to that, and it's like, if Jacob is the one who, wants to meet him, how come Jacob is not the one coming to him and presenting himself and telling him what to do? And he didn't even meet Jacob.
No, of course not. Why would he? Yeah, I agree. In general, like, supernatural entities tend to want to like speak in riddles and not lead people straight to the thing when it seems like they could have. I think a lot of times that's more interesting, but but it does just seem contrived.
Well, at this point, I mean, it's interesting in the beginning when it seems like, that's the only way it can happen or that there's some reason for it. But when it's just, but I feel like this is just contrived. Like, oh, go find the guy who built the cabin. And why would his blueprint tell, where it is anyway? It's not like it was a map of a location to the place. It was a blueprint of the place. Why would that lead him to where the cabin was? Unless the blueprint had a location on it.
I thought it did have some kind of map on it.
I mean, it was a blueprint, Blueprints don't usually have maps,
But that stuff on the right side.
To me, that just looked like a blueprint of the cabin, dimensions and stuff.
No, I wish I could get a look at it. I think that's the... Of course, it's not here. Why would it be here? Let me see if I can... Because I think that's the first...
Oh, you're right. It did. I remember they had another shot, I think, when you looked at it later, where it did have a location. That's right. I remember that now.
Oh, okay.
It did actually have a map on it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it had the map on it. That's what they looked at.
Okay. I still find it implausible. In a lot of ways. The idea that Horace built Jacob's cabin is, I mean, that means a lot of things. That means that the cabin can't be that old. And it also means that it was just constructed in a normal way. I mean, I think Horace was a regular person. Well,
I think that's what they're going for. I think they're going for this idea that, regular people, because if you see people on the island obviously sort of die or something and become apparitions, and the same thing kind of happened with the cabin, where it was just a normal cabin, and now, for whatever reason, it can teleport and stuff.
Yeah, but it makes me wonder about Jacob. Like, when did that become Jacob's cabin? When did... how long has Jacob been around, and why did he take Horace's cabin? I mean, there's plenty of places on the island. I mean,
maybe he didn't take it. I mean, maybe Jacob really is somewhere else. I mean, we didn't see him in the cabin in this episode. Maybe he meets Ben there sometimes. That's their meeting spot or something. And maybe the whole idea of Ben trapping Jacob. Maybe he trapped him there. But maybe that really just wasn't Jacob's cabin. Maybe Jacob is stays somewhere else.
Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, he was there in the Man Behind the Curtain, and we did have it kind of moving around when Hurley saw it at the beginning of the season. So there seems to be some kind of supernatural quality to the cabin. That it's moving locations. So at some point it acquired this quality. When it wasn't built that way. Like I just always had the impression it was the cabin was an apparition. As much as Jacob or Christian or whatever is.
Yeah.
And it's just bizarre to me that it was built recently. And to me, if Horace can build this cabin that turns into that thing, I mean, I don't know. That really just doesn't go in line with what I thought was going on here.
Well, maybe, I mean, think about it this way. Horace apparently died with the blueprint in his pocket. How finished could the cabin have been if he's still carrying around the blueprint? That's my question. Maybe he never finished it.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really know how far he got along before he
was
killed. So it could be that, this idea of the cabin is really an apparition. Like the same way, the idea of Christian or Yimmy or whatever, they are apparitions too. I don't know. I don't know if he finished the cabin or not. Echo didn't finish his church, so.
Oh God, yeah. I hope that doesn't become a thing.
And they didn't finish the statue they built, or maybe got, or something. But
statue, yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe this island they don't finish things here.
Mhm.
But yeah, I would guess that, I don't know, but it seems weird to me that he would have this blueprint in his pocket if he was just like, he had been done with it for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, that day he died. I think he was just like sitting on a bench. Like,
yeah, he was sitting on a bench.
I really don't. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that he just had. But yeah, I guess if he was working on it right then, at that time, all right. So maybe he was carrying it around. Anytime they go back like to a place they were before and find new things there, it always like. I know that can happen. It just, I don't know. When they went back to the medical station and they found the secret room there, I don't know. It always, when they went back to the pearl station and they got the feed from the flame, and I don't know. I don't know. It always plays weird to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not what I would have expected.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it either. Why would, unless Jacob, see, that's the thing, we don't know what Jacob is. He may not have ever been a real person that could have even built a cabin, I don't know what he is. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Depending on what he is, I think this might give us a clue, too, about what he is and what he's capable of by the mere fact he didn't build his own cabin,
Yeah.
And it makes you question, like the picture of the dog, it makes you question, what, is that supposed to be Horace's dog?
Yeah,
or is that, like what that's
the stuff that's in there, yeah. If there's a picture in there, I would guess that he finished the cabin. If the picture's supposed to be his. Because I wouldn't think he would put, stuff like that, furniture in there until, it was finished.
Like, where do you even get the furniture?
Well,
I guess some of that stuff could be made, and it's mostly like wooden furniture.
Yeah, it's pretty basic stuff. I would wonder where he got the painting. I guess, I don't know. Maybe it was a Dharma thing. I know Ben had a painting of something in his house. Maybe they just ordered it or something. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that painting. Did they show it again in this episode?
I don't remember seeing it.
I don't either. Okay. Okay, so the other issue that just has to be brought up, and sadly, is I've been dead 12 years. What that means for the timeline.
All right.
If he's been dead for 12 years, then that means, if it's, 12 years from the time that he says that statement, then that means that Alex was kidnapped 4 years before the purge. Which,
Which means Rousseau landed on the island when Dharma was in full swing.
Yeah. But I'm not as worried about that as I am about how Ben managed to kidnap Alex before, 4 years before the purge.
What do you mean?
Well, he was apparently still just living in the barracks, with his dad when the purge happened. Like 4 years before that, he couldn't have just had a kid, I don't think, without some kind of explanation.
Well, and that's what I mean. Like if Dharma was around, not only when Rousseau got there, but when he took Alex, or when Alex was taken, that might mean they knew about it and they may have had something to do with it. Because I don't know how he would have a kid either, and just
they certainly didn't show him having her.
Here's the thing about the 12 years, though, real quick. They made it a point that Horace is on this sort of loop. So who knows how long, if that's supposed to be 12 years from then or 12 years from, when he I don't even know what.
Recorded the dream loop or something?
When he first started working on the cabin, that's the point. And somehow, I don't know how that would even work. But
So he started working on the cabin after he was dead?
Well, not after he was dead, but he started working on the cabin 12 years ago, and then I don't know. That doesn't make any sense, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it would be basically the way to think about it is like you said, if this is a loop, then when was the message recorded?
Yeah.
And could anyone, is John the only one who could have gotten this dream? I mean, they make it seem like he's the chosen one, but it didn't seem like that was always the case.
And that's the thing, he does address himself specifically to Locke at a certain point. I don't feel like that's part of the loop. So.
But it's like, why even loop? I don't understand why it loops in the first place.
I don't understand that either.
It seems like if he's just coming to him in a dream, then there's no need for the loop.
Yeah.
And the fact that there is a loop is what makes me think that we can't really just take everything he's saying for face value. Because I feel like, what if, I mean, obviously Locke wouldn't have this dream, later at this point in the story, but if he did, would it still say 12 years, or would it say 14 years, or, would it say, I don't know how to reconcile that, but I think it's strange that it's in a loop. Because to me, 12 years doesn't, 12 years is weird.
Yeah.
It makes it seem too close.
Based on, exactly. It's a lot sooner than I thought the purge was supposed to be. And so basically I agree with you. What I'm inclined to say is that 12 years is not right somehow. Maybe he's right to say it, and maybe the explanation is that he recorded this, whatever that means, at a time when he was dead for 12 years. 12 years after the purge, whenever that was.
Because 12 from 2004 is that, what's that?
92.
And when did what's his name get on there? Kelvin.
Kelvin.
Because he came after the war, right?
He was in the he was supposed to be in the first Gulf War, which was like 91. So it would have to be after that. So that leaves very little time, really.
Because
I guess Kelvin himself presents a problem for the purge being before Danielle. I hadn't really thought about that. So that problem was already there.
Yeah.
Because if Dharma recruited Kelvin, then it would have to be after around 90, 91 or so. Or 90. I'm not sure exactly what year it was. It was one of those two. Then they might. I mean, they should have still been going if they were recruiting. They shouldn't, And he went there. He ended up in a hatch. I mean, presumably they weren't all dead when he arrived.
I mean, it could be that it was just very soon after he got there.
But it's still happened. That still puts it at about 12 years, and the Rousseau thing just seems weird. Are we supposed to believe that so Dharma was there, and the others took her baby, and they took care of it for a while, and then when Ben joined them, then he started taking care of her, something like that?
It could be. It could be that they knew about her. Presumably, Ben is just working some humdrum job with Dharma and living in the barracks, and it could be, whenever he makes contact with the others again, as an adult or whatever, that they tell him about Rousseau and that, you need to get this baby for us or something and deliver it to us or help us with it or something. Or it seems weird to me that someone else would have raised Alex for 4 years, and then Ben comes into the picture to finish the job.
Yeah, me too. And that's why the timeline is troubling me. I thought this episode was doing it, but Kelvin is enough to have a problem.
Mhm.
So this, I mean, actually, Calvin's timeline would line up pretty well if he joined the Dharma Initiative shortly before the purge. Like, it would work.
Yeah, because he was, and that would explain, I think you could even help explain the whole quarantine thing. If the whole island was doused with toxic gas, that's a good reason for him to stay put.
Yeah.
And a reason why he survived, and a reason why everything fell apart very quickly. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The whole thing with Rousseau is sort of strange, and, one of the major characters' backstory we've never seen yet, and we might not ever see. I don't know, but it makes it very strange. So this whole thing about the purge being 12 years ago is strange. That means that Dharma ran from was it the late 70s or mid 70s?
Yeah, it was. It was the 70s. I'm not sure.
Okay, but yeah, in the 70s until the early 90s, which is a lot longer than I thought they were around.
Oh, really? How long did you? Oh, when did you think the purge? I guess I did too. The purge was earlier.
Yeah, I thought the purge was early. I guess I wasn't thinking about Kelvin.
Yeah.
And how he fit into it.
I wasn't either. I completely discounted Kelvin, but that it makes. I mean, yeah. There's always a chance that one of these things are wrong, or just an inconsistency. Whatever the difference there is. But yeah, I agree. I thought it was an older event. I also wonder what the incident was. I mean, we haven't talked about that in a few years.
We certainly haven't.
If you remember that, that whole thing about the incident, it was thought for a while that the incident was the purge. I mean, before anyone knew what the purge was. That's not what I mean. Before they had depicted the purge in the show, I think a lot of people thought that was the incident. Because they didn't really know what the purge was, and so they could sort of make that the incident and have it make sense. The purge being the end of the Dharma Initiative, it's unlikely to me that that's the incident.
Well, and there were multiple incidents too, right? I mean, that's part of the problem. From the Blastar map, I remember, weren't there 2 incidents? There
were multiple incidents.
There was the first incident.
I guess I'm trying to refer to, I think, what Marvin Candle says in the orientation film.
The reason that they needed to do the Swan Station.
Yeah.
That incident.
That incident. Yeah.
I think that incident. Yeah, I think that incident. I mean, obviously that couldn't be the purge.
Yeah.
Because that would mean that the death of Dharma was the reason to create the Swan Station. That doesn't make any sense. I think the incident is really specific to the electromagnetism.
Okay, yeah,
and
that's
it's
right.
specific to the Swan Station.
That's what it's. Okay, yeah. All right, I forgot. That's what it's supposed to be. That they were messing around with the electromagnetic properties, and they did something.
Oops.
Yeah, they did a whoopsie, and that was their fix.
Yeah.
Temporary fix, I guess. Okay, all right. I just felt compelled to bring that up.
Yeah, this says that I'm looking on Lostpedia, and it says Dharma was founded in 1970.
Okay.
And apparently lost its funding in 1987. But the truth of this is uncertain.
Where'd they get that from?
I think that's from the Lost Experience.
Okay, see.
So, yeah.
Some of that stuff may be real, but I'm inclined to not believe any of it. Especially because it's hard enough to make the stuff in the actual show work. I don't need more facts.
Yeah. So I don't know what to do about this timeline, this whole 12 years thing.
that's the thing. If Kelvin, the Kelvin plot tells us that the Purge pretty much has to be no more than 12 years ago. So I'm inclined to say he's right.
Yeah, that's the thing. I like I said, I think they make a valid effort to keep all the Lost fans on the right track, and it would be weird to me that they would have this guy say he's been dead for 12 years, but that's not really true.
Mhm.
Because people are going to believe that that's true and use it as a point in the timeline.
Yeah.
So I think it's just weird, but 12 years.
Yeah. So the problem is somewhere in Rousseau's story. The Rousseau story is working in a way that I don't think I envisioned.
Mhm.
And so I think that's it's weird. Like, she came and she was talking about the Whisperers and the others, and really there were these other, there were two groups of people. There was another group of people besides the others who she shouldn't have viewed that way. I mean, the Dharma Initiative, essentially we're scientists like herself, and she shouldn't have been like terrified of them.
Yeah.
If she encountered them.
Here's the thing. Well, she was probably affected by the sickness, maybe.
Oh, there's that, yeah.
But Lostpedia says that Kelvin joined Dharma sometime between 91 and 2001. So that's a big window.
That's a safe bet.
But now that we know that the Purge was 12 years ago, I think that limits that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Before we knew when the Purge was, I guess they say 2001 because maybe we knew that.
I think
from 3 years. From 2004 to 2001,
yeah.
The only three I can think of is Desmond.
That's when Desmond arrived.
Yeah, so we knew that,
he was there by
obviously he was there by then,
yeah.
so that's probably why.
That's the only confirmation we have about him, I guess, being on, how early he was on the island.
Yeah.
So that's probably why they said that. But, yeah, now, knowing the date of the Purge, I mean, it pretty much has to be earlier than the Purge, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It would be weird. I mean, maybe, the Purge happened. I just can't buy this. Maybe the Purge happened and they recruited people not knowing that it had happened yet. The Dharma people that weren't on the island.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, it would be I feel like it would make more sense, because Rosinski is the one who kind of, was his partner and stuff.
Rosinski.
Yeah, that's a name we don't say enough because there's no talking about him. But yeah, that's the thing. Rosinski, I believe the story was Rosinski had a partner, didn't he? Didn't he have somebody before Kelvin? He would have had to. I mean, they were supposed to be two.
Yeah. He should have.
And it probably was the case that Kelvin was, the replacement for whoever, Rosinski's partner was, and that was and shortly thereafter the Purge happened.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Rosinski knew about the Purge, because the same way Kelvin lied to Desmond about not being able to go outside without the suit and stuff, Rosinski may have done that to him. And that also could be why Rosinski was doing the blast door map. Because maybe, I mean, that explains the question we had, I think, a long time ago during, lockdown, was why would someone working for Dharma, need to do this if they, and obviously the answer back then was maybe they didn't have access to that information.
Mm-hmm.
But if all of Dharma's dead and he kind of knows that, and Rosinski, Rosinski knows that Dharma's dead, this is post-Purge, then I can see him sort of secretly trekking out to map where things are and try to find information and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it makes more sense. Like, trying to imagine Dharma up and running and him doing this, like, it just seemed odd, like, that he's just, doing this side project of kind of mapping all Dharma. But yeah, post-Purge, it seems more plausible.
And it explains why even though that there's cameras in the Swan, no one sort of stopped them from doing this thing, because they, the whole thing with initiating the lockdown so they could draw on the blast door and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, if he was secretly finding out information about Dharma that they didn't want him to know, they have cameras and they could have presumably saw that.
Mm-hmm.
They could have seen that. But since they were probably dead at the time, that's why.
Yeah. Okay.
So that all kind of makes sense.
That's good. And really, I mean, that's a long. If they, if they were really, if Calvin and Rosinski were in the Swan when the purge happened 12 years ago, I mean, they were in there a long time. At least Calvin was in there a long time before Desmond showed up.
Yeah.
I mean, that means he was there like, what, like 9 years?
9 years.
I mean, that's all, like, pushing that button for 9 years? Like, that's, I don't know, that's madness. At least when Desmond was there, like Calvin was there most of the time, Desmond could barely make it a few months by himself without, being ready to kill himself.
And Rosinski killed himself.
Yeah.
So he couldn't take it that much either, obviously.
Yeah.
Calvin is a military guy. He could have just had a stronger mental, will or something to sort of do that. And obviously, he kind of loses it. He gets a little crazy.
Yeah, a little bit. And he did try to leave as soon as possible.
Yeah, exactly. He's a military man, not stupid.
Yeah. I just, like, that would just be a rough life. I mean, especially after Rosinski dies. Like, you're just, I mean, whenever that was. Maybe it was closer to when Desmond showed up. I don't really know when he did that, but yeah, I don't know. I never really thought about how long that's supposed to be. Weird.
You also have to wonder what, if any, contact did Kelvin have with Jacob or the island? Did did he witness anything crazy or have any dreams or because I always wondered how he knew Desmond was on the shore, how he knew Desmond had washed up, because he seemed to just be expecting him almost. Because as soon as Desmond got there, he got him, So you got to wonder about that. Was he just out and about and saw Desmond, or did he, hear something? Or...
Yeah, I remember we talked about that at the time. The way the scene plays out, you can't really tell, I don't think, how long Desmond has been there. It doesn't play... you don't see a continuous path from Desmond being on the boat to the boat crashing to Kelvin coming to him. You see Desmond on a boat, rocking around, and then you cut to him just lying on the beach, and you see Desmond come up, and it's played in this dreamy fashion.
Kelvin?
What?
You mean Kelvin come up?
Oh, what did I say?
You said Desmond.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. Kelvin comes up.
So Kelvin comes. Yeah, I get the sense he wasn't there that long though, because it was sort of before he really regained consciousness.
Yeah, I agree that he wasn't there that long, but but it wasn't necessarily immediately.
It wasn't immediately, but I wouldn't imagine Desmond was really knocked out for that long. Especially having to, swim at some point to the shore, or sort of swim / float to the shore.
Yeah, yeah.
So I feel like he wasn't there that long, but nevertheless, it's a big island, and he found him, so that makes me wonder how that happened.
Yeah. I remember at the time speculating that because he was wearing his stuff, and if he didn't think that there was any need to wear that stuff, then you wouldn't think he would be doing it at that point, since he's by himself. He doesn't have anyone to try to trick. I remember thinking that he saw Desmond there, and then he ran back to get his outfit. And
remember, he only has 108 minutes. And
yeah,
that was part of the thing, too, is you can't, so it's not like he could just leave for the day and trek around the island.
Yeah.
Like, he's only got 108 minutes to leave and be back, and so he would have had to have found Desmond in that amount of time.
Yeah.
So that's another hint of how long he was out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he shouldn't have had the suit on unless he was just not convinced, really, that there was something wrong, or maybe it's when Desmond showed up and was okay. Maybe he believed that there was a sickness, and he wore the suit for all those 9 years, and it wasn't until he saw Desmond without a suit, and maybe he waited to see what would happen to him for a couple days, and when nothing happened, he decided, okay, there's probably no sickness, and he tested it out for himself, and You know, that scene when Kelvin goes out to, you know, when Desmond follows him and sees him take off the suit, I mean, that could be the first time he took it off.
Mhm.
You know, we don't really know. And I don't remember the details of that episode. There might be things I'm missing here, but that could be, you know, really how we're supposed to, you know, believe that happened, was that he thought it was a sickness, and it wasn't until Desmond showed up that it kind of proved that there wasn't.
Yeah. Although I remember him saying fairly quickly that, you know, getting Desmond to take the whatever it was, the shot thing.
Mhm.
And that he, you know, was in danger from being exposed.
Which makes sense. He should expect that. But after, I think maybe after nothing really happening to him, that's probably this is just a guess, but that's probably when he was like, maybe there is no sickness, and then he goes out to test it for himself.
Yeah.
You know, I never thought about that before. I assumed he always knew that there was at some point.
Yeah.
But,
I did too.
But I think that's how that scene makes sense. You know, why he's in his hazmat suit.
I don't like the idea that it's always been a ruse. That there was never that you know that this is some myth that Dharma people try to get the people in that hatch to believe.
Yeah, I think there was something. I mean, I think what happened with Rousseau, I think something really happened with her people, and I think you know, from her version of the story, I think she had cause to believe there was something wrong with them, and I think, you know, we've seen other things happen that are weird too, and now we're getting the word sickness bandied about again, you know, in this episode. So I don't want to believe that it was just a ruse always. I think there really was something going on.
Yeah, and you know, if that's true, I would guess that yeah, Kelvin would have to figure that out somehow.
Mhm.
And maybe Desmond was the big clue.
Now, yeah, I like that idea. Now here's the kicker. Here's what doesn't make any sense. You know, they had the whole confrontation out on the rocks, you know, on the water without the suits.
Yeah.
And then later, you know, Desmond, obviously we saw him take the shot.
Yeah.
So if it was, I think we talked about that before. If it was sort of, if he didn't think the sickness was real, then why did he keep taking a shot?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we did, and yeah, he seems to. I think he even asks when you know, the first people to go down there if they're sick.
Mhm. Yeah, he seems to think it's still there.
Yeah.
Even though he sort of should know it isn't.
Yeah.
And did he really have enough vaccine for like 3 years?
Yeah, I know. He really shouldn't have.
Unless he was getting the supply drop.
Although, yeah, the vaccine. How did they get it? How did they get that vaccine after Dharma died? Maybe, yeah, supply drop. That's what you said. Sorry.
You're running about 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, apparently. There must be a phone delay or something.
We're talking through the barrier.
I somehow, I worked to your conclusion and then realized that you had already said it.
Ray's already dead. But to you, he's just fine.
Yeah, okay. Supply drop. Still don't know what to do with supply drop, but
yeah, because I feel like, I mean, I don't think Desmond was around during the supply drop, was he? What was he doing?
No, that was during the period of season 2 before he showed back up. He was was presumably off in his boat. That's what we're supposed to believe. Either he was heading there, or he was fixing it, or he was already. Yeah, it was fairly late in the season, so he might have been already trying to leave.
That's so funny that he, you know, when we first saw that episode, you know, you assume he's running off to something crazy, maybe to another station or something.
Yeah.
You know, some other, you know, plan B or something. But no, he's just going to his boat.
Yeah. it seems really odd because you don't know anything about him at the time,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, oh, and he talked to Jack off the island, and he's up to something, and everybody was like, he's one of the others. He knows all kinds of things,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really there really isn't that much crazy. I mean, he is involved in some crazy stuff, but him himself, he's not privy to a lot of secrets.
Yeah.
And he it was the same thing with the glow on the hatch, when Locke was pounding on the hatch and it lit up like.
Man, that was the biggest. For that to be like the bathroom light or whatever,
Yeah.
like he's just going to go potty in the middle of the night. That was so ridiculous. He just cuts on the light because he hears banging. Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty bad when you compare it to how like amazing and crazy it seemed when it happened originally.
Mm-hmm.
When you first watch the show, I think it's hard not to be blown away by that.
Yeah.
But once you know what it is, it's like, really? It just seems so ridiculous, and it takes the punch out of the scene because Locke is at his wit's end. He's just pretty much killed Boone, and he's feeling like he has no purpose in life. And if he only knew how trivial that light is, it wouldn't make him feel better.
Yeah, no.
Like it doesn't have a lot of impact when you know how non-meaningful that light is.
Yeah.
Oh well.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. For first-time Lost watchers, though, they get to enjoy that once at least.
And really, isn't that the least that they deserve?
It is.
I thought, what scene are we talking about? We're still talking about.
We're talking about the horror scene.
And tangentially, I'm sure.
Very tangentially, it kind of. I think Horus led to Dharma, which led to past events.
Mhm. Do we need to continue, or can we go ahead?
I think we can go ahead unless you.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I can't think of anything else I want to say about this.
Okay, I think I got.
Oh, actually, no. I did want to talk about Ben's line. I used to have dreams.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That, obviously this is the way the island communicates. It's not like necessarily these people are sort of, Locke is special. That's everybody gets it. If the island wants you, you're going to have some dreams.
Mhm.
More or less. So that's interesting. My question is it Ben's fault that the island doesn't want him anymore? Because he doesn't really seem to act like it's his fault. And, of course, he's the kind of person, you killed Alex and you did the purge and you blah, blah, blah. And he doesn't really take responsibility because he always feels like, someone else is telling him to do it, even if he's the one who carries out the actions. But just the way he acts, he doesn't really act like it's anything that he did. It's just the island doesn't want me anymore. But I wonder if that's true or not.
Like it's just the natural course of things.
Yeah, I just wonder if the island, if it's that Ben, went too far, and he, in his quest to do whatever, he just went too far, and the island, says, no, we don't want that. Or is it that he did what he was supposed to do, and just, bad luck that the island doesn't care about him anymore?
The island just moves on to a successor at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. If he went too far, when would that have been? I mean, if the island was already mad at him when he got the cancer, what was the island's problem? He had done stuff by then, but I don't know. Not a lot in terms of the present, day on the island.
I don't know. I mean, it could be that Albert was sort of the leader of the others, / the people who were sort of connected to the island, and then Ben became the leader, and now Locke is going to become the leader, and it could just be a revolving, chain of command kind of thing.
Yeah.
which is strange, but we got to talk about that whole thing with Albert and Locke, and
yeah,
there's more here, but I just wanted to bring up the fact that like he, Ben doesn't seem like he knows, really why the island isn't in favor with him anymore, other than the fact that it just isn't.
Yeah. And I have to point out about having dreams, I don't think it's required that you be the chosen one of the island to have dreams.
Well, no, I didn't say that.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just stating that. Independently of what you said, it was just a statement. I've seen it said. For example, Echo had a dream, Claire had a dream, Charlie had a dream. I don't think any one of these people are chosen ones of the island. I mean, two of them are dead. So, there are probably more dreams than that I'm forgetting. But, having a dream doesn't necessarily mean that you're sort of special. Maybe it's the kind of dream you have or what the dream tells you or something. But it seems like the island will just give dreams to people at its own discretion. Yeah,
which was my point, that I think that's just the way the island communicates with you.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're like a chosen one or special or not, but if the island wants to talk to you, it's going to give you a dream.
Mhm.
Yeah. Not that just some people get dreams and some people get other things. I mean, of course, we've seen the apparitions talk to people, and people who have talked to apparitions haven't necessarily had dreams, but what those apparitions are, we're not even sure yet. But yeah, it seems like just as a rule of thumb, the island just likes to talk through dreams.
Yeah. Yeah. In dreams, it can get away with certain things more easily that would play strangely in real life. But I don't know what that's about. But yeah, it does seem to, in general, like to communicate that way. But yeah, I was just whatever. Yes.
All right, next scene.
I agree with your point. I was just trying to expound on it or something.
Yeah. You ready for the next scene?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Next scene is a flashback. Which, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first episode with a proper flashback since we had a flashback in that Sun and Jin episode.
Ji-yeon, yeah.
And before that,
the other woman was a flashback and confirmed dead.
Okay. And Lostpedia says that this is the first episode since DOC to feature a pre-crash flashback of an 815 survivor. So a little trivia there.
What? Wait, what? Would you mind repeating that? I think I must have misunderstood.
Lostpedia says this is the first episode since DOC to feature conventional pre-crash flashbacks of an 815 survivor.
Greatest Hits was a flashback about Charlie. That was after DOC.
That seems true. Yeah.
And
I wonder why they.
And Ji-yeon is a weird thing, but it is a flashback about Jin, and he was on the plane too.
This says. Maybe because Greatest Hits wasn't. I think what they're trying to say. I think that's why they said conventional, was because in Greatest Hits there was that other flashback, and in
Greatest Hits was segmented.
Yeah,
it wasn't like one story.
Yeah, and in Ji-Yuan, you know, it had the flash forward too. So I think that's what they mean, is that this is basically a regular old-fashioned Lost episode.
That's what they mean by conventional.
Yeah, that's what they mean. That's why they say conventional.
Yeah. Which I think it's not quite conventional, but it's closer.
It's closer to what?
To conventional.
You don't think the flashbacks are conventional in this episode?
No, I guess because to me, you know, we rarely see. I think I'm pretty sure the only other time we've seen a character be born is Ben's flashback. You know, we rarely see that. You know, it's a significant amount of story when they're a baby. You know, that's.
Well, I think they just mean conventional in the format.
Oh, okay.
The content, it's not conventional in content. I mean, because the content ranges from, you know, we've seen random stuff in flashbacks. There's, you know, I don't know what you could call a conventional flashback in terms of content.
Yeah.
But I think they just mean, you know, it's just the format that's conventional.
I mean, because this is still, I guess, to me, a conventional flashback. The way I would want to say it is that it tells a you know, a single story, you know, in a reasonable period of time. Like, it has its own plot. I think that's the standard sort of flashback. You know, a lot of them fit into that mold, but this one, you know, it does kind of just skip all over the place. It has certain connections, but it's, you know, it seems to be little points in his life. In some ways, this is similar to Greatest Hits.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. The connections are the story. You know, it's kind of the same thing to me, but I see what you're saying. Because that is the point, is you know, these people showing up throughout his life.
Yeah. No, and I understand what they mean. I just, it's, I don't know.
Well,
it's an odd bit of trivia.
Yeah. All right. So the next scene, flashback. We're in the hospital, and Emily and Mrs. Locke are watching over baby John in the incubator. The nurse comes in and tells them that baby John is doing well. He's the youngest preemie to ever survive in this hospital. He's had infections, pneumonia, you name it, and every time he's knocked them out. He's a fighter. Mrs. Locke says that's wonderful. The nurse says that the other girls call him a miracle baby, and that they're going to take him out of the incubator so that Locke's mother can hold him. She starts crying, and she says she can't do it, that she's sorry. She runs out. And Mrs. Locke nonchalantly asks about adoption. She takes out a cigarette she's going to smoke it, and then the nurse reminds her she can't smoke, even if it is the 50s.
I know, I was going to say, I'm surprised they didn't let her in the 50s.
I was thinking, like, it's still a hospital, like, and it's like, you know, a preemie baby. I would be really surprised if they let her get away with that. But it was the 50s, so I'm like, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure how well known it was, what a problem that would be.
I mean, I don't think it was very well known. I think, it was interesting. I still would want to draw the line in the hospital, but I think in general, I don't think they were really aware of the effects. I watched that show Mad Men, which tries to be very accurate in its depiction of the 60s, and there's women smoking when they're pregnant and stuff, but they just have no idea, you know.
Yeah.
Because the tobacco company isn't telling them that it's bad for them. But anyway, let's not talk about cigarettes. So at this point, the nurse tells her that she can't smoke in there, and she says, "Of course, I'm sorry." And then she stops and sees a man standing in the window staring, and the nurse asks if that's the father. And we see it's Richard Alpert, fresh off of Kane, which got canceled.
Oh.
and my mom is really sad. No, she did like that show though. And so then Mrs. Locke says she doesn't know who it is, and then Richard smiles and walks away. That's the scene.
Okay. So my question to you.
I don't answer questions.
Well, all right. Well, I'll still ask you, and then you can not answer it. Maybe I'll answer it if you don't.
Okay.
Do you think they're trying to tell us here? I mean, they say, you know, they have Abaddon later tell Locke that it's a miracle that he's alive.
Mm-hmm.
And then they you know, she makes this comment here about him living through these various illnesses and stuff like that. That
mm-hmm.
he's you know, I don't know what the word is. Very, very resistant
Resilient.
to death. Are they trying to tell us, like, I don't know. What are they trying to tell us that there's something going on, like the island is in, you know, protecting him, or is he just inherently, like, something about him is protecting him or you know, preventing him from being killed by various things? Does this have anything to do with him being able to walk on the island? Is that not about the island after all? Is that like more about him?
No, I don't think it's about him. I think it's about the fact that he was chosen. I think this whole thing culminates. All of the flashbacks culminate into the line when Christian asks him, "Do you know why you're here?" And he says, "Because I was chosen to be." And I think that it's basically, we're seeing the fact that he was chosen from even before he was born to do what he's basically going to do when he's an adult, and that anything that's going to happen to him is not going to basically stop him from you know, getting, you know, reaching his destiny, basically.
Okay.
I don't think his mother was really supposed to necessarily get hit in that car accident, but and I think, you know, maybe any other baby at the time would have, you know, they said it's a miracle that he's alive, and, you know, I think that's an example of the island basically protecting him. You know, because I think if she didn't get hit by the car, he would have just been born normally, you know, and you know, and if he came across some other illness, then he would have, you know, been cured of that also. But and it's, you know, I would ask the question, why is he getting sick anyway? You know, as a baby, you know, I guess he's not on the island, so I can't like protect him from illnesses. It can only cure them or something.
Yeah.
But to answer the question, even though I don't answer questions, is I would say it's not about John in terms of his own physiology. It's about John in terms of that he's been chosen, and that it could have just been it could have been someone else, you know,
okay.
If they fit whatever the island's criteria is for choosing people.
So you think it's an outside force that's causing this to happen?
Yes, I think. Yeah, I think they made. I thought they made it pretty clear that it was, you know, that he was sort of handpicked to be special, and that nothing was going to sort of stop him from reaching his destiny. Not even, you know, everything he's been through. You know,
yeah.
and the sort of, you know, the 98. There's a 2% chance he'd be able to walk again. You know, and crashing on the island somehow. There's your 2%.
I guess I was wondering if
he's special because he can do these things.
Yeah, or if because he's chosen, he possesses this resistance to various ways of dying, or if it's just outside influence.
I think you know, it goes back to what I said about the island doesn't seem to really be, I don't know, it doesn't really seem to be aware of things in real time necessarily, which is maybe why he got sick in the first place as a baby but was then cured. I don't know, I feel like he's, I think I forgot what your question was. I was thinking about a lot of things. What did you say again?
The question is supposed to be whether it's that, you know, I mean, I agree it's because he was chosen, but whether the fact that he was chosen, is either the reason why, or he was chosen because he just inherently is
resilient to disease and
yeah.
illness. I don't think it's that one. I think it's the first. I don't think he was chosen because he's got this sort of healing power or gift or whatever. I think he was chosen because of something else, and because of that, he was granted. The island is watching over him and protecting him, and making sure that he gets to where he needs to be.
Well, and I guess I would say if he was chosen not just because he has a healing power, but that maybe that healing power is a symptom or one of the qualities that, among the reasons he was chosen, this might be one of them.
No, I don't think he had the healing power before he was chosen.
Okay.
But I also think that he was chosen before he was born, so,
okay.
Reconcile that how you wish.
Well, maybe he was chosen while he was in utero.
Yeah, I think he was chosen even before that.
Okay. Before he was conceived even.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's safe. I mean, I feel like, this whole thing with lists and, we've been waiting for you and you've been chosen. I mean, Albert was there when he was born.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he was chosen in that, couple of hours or days or whatever since he was born.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they knew about him before that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
Well, there's your answer then.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, but I mean, yeah, I think we answered that question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just made me wonder, like, because they always talk about the healing properties of the island, sort of seeming to just affect whoever's there. This makes it seem like he himself just, has healing properties.
Well, the effect is this. I mean, it's kind of like, how would you really know the difference, really?
Well, what do you mean?
From what we can gather, how would you know if the healing is coming from him or the healing coming from?
Well, you wouldn't, but I'm wondering.
Wouldn't.
I'm wondering whether.
I think the fact that we've seen, we speculate that Jacob actually healed Juliet's sister.
Mm-hmm.
We assume that to be true. We know that the island is presumably protecting Michael.
Yeah.
I feel like it has that ability to heal things outside of its sphere of influence on the island. So I think it's also protecting John.
Okay. So the island's so responsible, but it can project that out into the world at will.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing. The island didn't, when Locke's dad pushed him out the window, it didn't prevent his spine from breaking.
yeah, of course.
It just sort of, maybe it made it where it didn't kill him. I don't know if he didn't die because of the island or he was just lucky that he didn't die. But the island didn't really, protect, unless it's, I guess you could even say maybe the island prevented more damage or something, maybe. But that's the thing. It's not the case that the island just protects you from,
injury
protecting
altogether.
him from injury. Yeah, it's just that it can heal you and maybe fix you.
Yeah.
And I guess if it comes to the point of you dying, it can maybe stop that.
Yeah.
The whole Michael thing. But.
Yeah. The Michael thing's different from what we've seen before. I don't think before Michael we've ever seen someone, fail to it'd be impossible to shoot someone.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of a new thing. It seems to me like that's separate from the healing thing.
Yeah.
That it's like it's a special thing for Michael. That like, well, clearly, I mean, I don't think we saw other people get shot. Like clearly, the island's not doing this for everybody.
Well, and that's the thing. We really haven't seen other people that the island wants, or has a specific, function.
Yeah, but I get the sense that the healing just sort of emanates from the island, like, that it doesn't necessarily care who it heals.
Well, but there's some people who won't heal, apparently, and some people, I mean, it seems like, Yeah, it will just sort of indiscriminately heal unless it chooses
unless it doesn't
not
like
to
you
be. Yeah.
for some reason.
Which
yeah.
to me, I feel like I mean, I don't know how it works, but I feel like it should sort of be conscious of who it's healing. You know, either it's just unconsciously healing anything that's on the island, and when it's aware of something it doesn't like, it sort of, you know, takes them out of the healing, you know,
It might even
pool.
induce an illness.
Or yeah, that's the thing. Would it really induce an illness? That's another question.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it could just remove and then the illness appears. I don't really know how much power it has, because like, you know, we said, I mean, Jack's appendicitis is pretty lame. You know, for a message.
Yeah.
Compared
to
Ben's spinal tumor, which I think is an attention getter.
I think also what sort of muddies everything is this idea of fate.
Yeah.
You know, the idea that, you know, Locke had to get his, you know, legs, you know, his you know, be paralyzed, and then because I think his walkabout would have gone off a lot better, you know, if he had legs.
He would have been able to go on it, for example.
Yeah, it wasn't, but that's the thing, it wasn't even about going on the walkabout. It was about, you know, not going and then having to be back on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if he had legs, he would have just gone on the walkabout.
Yeah.
I say had legs. I mean, if he could use his legs.
Yeah.
He would have just gone on a walkabout and missed the plane. You know, this whole thing. But that's the thing. It's like, you know, the weird thing about Destiny is, you know, why not just schedule it where his walkabout would have ended when he would have gotten on the plane? And, you know, it's just like, you know, why make him go through all the things he went through when he got his legs back on the island? You know, it's just the whole thing of, you know, some supernatural force wanting something from someone else and putting them through all this stuff to sort of make them, you know, it seems like, okay, sure, if you want to know the secrets of the island or if you want to be the leaders of the other, then maybe, you know, it makes sense for you to have to go through all these trials and tribulations. But if he was chosen from the beginning, like, why does he have to go through all this stuff? Especially when a lot of the stuff he went through didn't really make him a better person.
No,
you know,
it seemed to have made him worse.
Yeah, it really made him worse, and getting his kidney taken and, like, all that stuff that was his fate. Really hasn't made him, you know, stronger as a person. I don't think as much as it could have. I think.
Yeah, I mean, you could imagine that would be character building, but in his case, it really does seem to be character destroying. It seems to be his weakness as a character is those things that happen to him.
Yeah,
like,
and
he seems handicapped by them.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, and that's the whole thing. You know, it makes me want to watch that episode again when Ben was basically telling him, you know, you need to kill your dad and get past that. It seems like he kind of knew that somehow.
And he couldn't even do that.
And he couldn't even do that even at this point. He couldn't even do that. And it's like, is Locke really ready now? You know, I mean, I don't know what he's done besides, you know, throw a knife in Naomi's back.
He's pretty much
really been proactive.
Yeah, he's really not. I mean, his attempt to get another group going and be a leader was a failure in every way, I think.
But that's his fate.
I mean, what has he done to be more ready than he was then? I agree. I can't see that he's really done that much since then.
Yeah.
You know, or that he's really changed much.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with his character. I mean, if you look at Locke over the years, I mean, he got to a point where he was just really stagnant. And I feel like more than almost any character on the show, he had the potential to really have a great story.
Yeah.
You know, this guy who comes on the island who's had this horrible, horrible life, you know, worse than most people on the island, I think, most of the other Lost survivors, you know, in terms of, like, personal tragedies. And you know, and then he gets the use of his legs back, and he got this newfound journey that he just really can't get on board with, you know, and he, you know, even at this point, he's, you know, I guess the island wants him, but, you know, he's not even talking to Jacob yet, you know, he's, you know, talking to an intermediary, so, I feel it sucks that Locke isn't a better character.
Yeah.
and hasn't done more. You know, he blew up the sub. Great. That's awesome.
Oh
you
God.
know, like,
yeah, that
whatever.
was among many blunders.
Yeah.
I agree, and this episode I think is kind of putting him on a track to be a part of a good plot. And I don't think they've earned it. You know, I feel like he needed to. I feel like he should have worked up to this. He should have done some other good stuff. Like, it just.
I feel yeah.
It
I
just
don't
seems
think
like all
enough.
he had to do was wait around until.
He waited around for someone to tell him what to do next. And
yeah.
I think that, to me, that's what's the point of going through, you know, obstacles if someone just tells you how to get around them. You know, if he had come up with how to find the cabin on his own, I think that would have proved to Jacob or Christian that he was worthy to find it. But all he did was listen to Horace, and which he told him verbatim. It wasn't even like a riddle.
Yeah.
You know, he just told him, "Find me, and you'll find Jacob." And he basically, and the only reason he knew where to find Horace was because Ben showed him before.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't for Ben, he wouldn't have even known where to look.
Right.
So I agree. I don't think he's really earned anything. And if he can move the island, that'll be his test, I guess. I mean, that'll be his big chore.
Yeah.
If he can figure out a way to move the island. But, which might have something to do with this new station or something. What if they like move the island in time?
What new station are you referring to?
Oh, the one, well, not a news station, I guess, but the new time travel station.
Oh, the Orchid.
The Orchid,
potentially.
Yeah.
The one that Ben came from. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and you just offered a theory that.
Yeah, maybe they'll move it in time and not necessarily
in
a physical location.
Yeah.
That'll be hard, you know, if you have to find this island in time.
I mean, I don't even know. Move it in time. That's crazy, but what does that mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't
if you
know.
move it to the past, shouldn't it still be there in the future?
But here's the thing. If you move it...
I don't even know what that means, because it should have been there in the past, too.
Yeah, I guess you'd have to move it in space, too, but it's like, if you... Basically what I'm saying is, if you could move the island where it doesn't exist in the present anymore, then Widmore wouldn't be able to find it.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, but what does that really mean?
Yeah.
It's more of a matter of, I mean, obviously the island has to be somewhere in space, so it would have to move in space too, and even if it stayed in the same space, you know what I mean? But so it really would be, I should say, move it in time and space, not just time.
Okay.
Because Widmore might be able to, you know, if he searched all of Earth, but if he didn't, you know, but if the island just isn't there, because that's the thing, if he moves it in the past, then the island should still be there at some point.
Yeah.
But he just wouldn't know where to look when, I guess. I don't know. It seems like if they move the island, can't they just find it again?
Well, maybe not. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I guess as long as there isn't another, like, electromagnetic, you know, discharge.
If that was how they found it, you know, I feel like I think we still don't quite know how they got those coordinates that they went to.
Yeah.
They could have got them because that's where Penny found out, but it's not certain. That would be, if that's the case, then that would be a good way to try to stay hidden.
Well, the failsafe apparently made the island visible, so you could even guess that they just could use satellite imagery to find it at that point. If it's just regularly visible. Because, Widmore probably has some idea of where it is. He I would imagine he thinks it's in some sort of general vicinity, from his research to find it.
Yeah.
He's not looking, in, like, Canada or something.
Yeah.
which would be weird to have an island in Canada.
No, I think he has a general idea. I mean, I think Widmore was involved to some extent with the island, you know, a while ago, and so I think I mean, it does make me wonder whether the island's moved since then, but I do feel like he had some idea of where the island was, at least. I still do wonder where he got those coordinates, and especially, you know, what the relationship is between Penny and him, you know, as far as finding the island. You know, how much does he know about what Penny's doing, and how much does she know about what he's doing?
Yeah. All valid questions.
Yeah.
You ready for the next scene?
What scene did we just talk about?
The one where Alfred comes back.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a nice surprise. I didn't know he was going to be back this soon.
I didn't either. I thought that, you know, he could be back since I knew Kane wasn't filming anymore, but I didn't necessarily think that he would. And I certainly didn't think if we did see him, it would be like this.
In 1950s?
Yeah. I was quite sure that if we saw him, it would be with the others on the island.
Yeah, I didn't see his name in the credits. I don't generally look for names in the credits, but I didn't see it either. And so it was a nice surprise to just see him pop up, especially since, you know, it was a mysterious thing anyway. You know, 'cause is that the father? You know, and because you're wondering who the father is.
Yeah.
So and I thought it was crazy if he was the father.
Oh, it would have been really crazy.
Oh man, that would have been really crazy.
And it's especially because I have been wondering if Anthony Cooper was his father. I think he was. I think that's the final verdict. But it did seem ambiguous. You know, when we watched that episode, like the way you know, when he reveals that it's an alias, you know, you start thinking that was part of a con. You know, to get Locke's kidney. Then again, you know, they had the match and blah blah blah, and it was actually, you know, this private detective that sort of leads him there. But I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway.
All right. Well, welcome back, Alfred. We look forward to more good stuff from you. Because he's been good. He's one of the better others.
He is, yeah. He had a big presence in season 3. He was one of the big new characters, and his not being here this season has been noticeable. So So it's nice to have him pop up, especially in a fairly significant way here. Whatever's going on here seems pretty crazy.
You know, this makes me think about Ben, and it seems like he just doesn't care about the others anymore, or maybe he feels like they don't care about him anymore. And I just wonder when did that happen that he sort of got dethroned, you know, officially, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I think they've been setting this up for a while, because I think that episode, what is it, Man from Tallahassee, where Locke has to kill Cooper. And is that episode?
No, Man from Tallahassee is the first time he sees Cooper. The one where he has to kill Cooper is the Brig.
The Brig, yeah. And then, you know, Alfred basically tells him what Ben is trying to do. You know? And that the people think John might be special and all that stuff. So they've been kind of, you know, this has been brewing for a while. But I just wonder, you know, because didn't Ben say something like that, like? That his people now I'm thinking of something really old. Did he say recently that his people would have come or something, or to get him, or is that from like when he was?
Oh, he did say something like that. He said something like,
"If my people wanted me, they would have
come
and
got me by now." Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, obviously they don't kind of want him or something,
but he told Richard to take the others to the temple. I mean. You know.
Yeah, he told him that, but it's like, where else would they go? And the fact that he didn't go with them, I think that may have been the sign that, okay, we're parting ways.
Mhm.
You know, of course he wanted to go stop those guys, but he hasn't really made any effort to go to the temple.
Not at all. I feel like they were trying to set up the idea that, you know, some of the others were not happy with Ben as the leader. You know, I think Juliet was the earliest part of that, with the video message, and then in the Man Behind the Curtain, when Locke shows up with his dad's dead body and demands that Ben take him to Jacob. You know, Mikhail is there telling Ben that Naomi's arrived, and that, you know, they're in trouble or whatever, and he's demanding that Ben, like, do something about that immediately, and, you know, Ben's about to just be like, whatever, Locke, like, go away, I'll deal with you later. And so John, like, starts, you know, beating up Mikhail in front of everybody, you know, just starts punching him. And Ben, like, looks to Tom and Richard and tries to get them to stop him, and they just kind of stand there. And, you know, it seems like a sort of mutinous kind of situation.
Yeah.
They never went that far with it, though. I mean, he's still giving orders in the finale, you know. You know, he's telling them what to do, but, you know, in various places, you know, at the beach, in the Looking Glass, and the main group of others who didn't go off to do anything.
Yeah, it could just be that, you know, I think the change of power, you know, happens slowly, and, you know, there's little things here and there, and you know, and the whole thing with, you know, them not helping him when Locke is beating up Mikhail, like those little things, you know, slow mutiny basically. And it really could be that, you know, once he realizes that they didn't come for him is when he realizes they don't want him anymore. You know, like if they had come for him or tried something, that maybe he would be like, maybe he would be trying to go back with them.
Oh, and he did try to send Alex there.
He did, yeah, because he knew that they'd be safe.
Yeah. So he did, I feel like he did at least at one point plan on, like, meeting up with them again.
Yeah, maybe.
And he might have changed his mind about that now, after what's happened. But I feel like at a certain point.
But I feel like when he got sick is when he knew it was the end for him. I feel like he shouldn't be surprised that another leader was going to emerge when he realized that the island or Jacob wasn't in favor with him anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and I think he was still in control because, well, who else is going to be, really? John wasn't ready, at least at that point, and maybe not even now. But, you know, I think he just sort of was the acting head, but I think he was sort of dethroned a while ago. And I think he knew that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And even Pickett's line about Shepard not being on Jacob's list sort of fits in that. You know, Ben you know, Ben had told Pickett to hold off, and he's just like, whatever. He's not worth obeying.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You would think, well, I'm not really. What I mean to say is, I was going to bring up something else, which is, you know, Ben. This whole thing about fate is like, you know, if it was Ben's fate to die from the tumor, you know, then why didn't he?
Why didn't he? Yeah.
Was his fate to, like, get Jack to help him and, like, you know?
Did he beat fate?
Yeah. It's like,
and if he did, then what about the universe course correcting?
Then that means he'll die at some point eventually. Soon.
Yeah.
But it seems like, you know, maybe they still need him.
Which we've already seen him in Flash Forward, so he can't die too soon. He's going to make it for a while yet.
Yeah.
And be, you know, doing things.
Yeah, because it seems like, you know, when you said, you know, Shepard was not on Jacob's list, that just reminded me of, you know, the idea that Ben was like, well, Island, Jacob, you know, you might want me gone, but I'm not going to die just because you want me to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do whatever it takes to survive, and I'm going to get Shepard to fix me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kind of thing. But
which is weird. I never really thought of him as being defiant to the island or something like that. That's not my picture of him.
Yeah,
but he's got his own agenda.
Well, I think it seems to me. I mean, the way the picture's been painted, and I keep saying that, but the way I feel like the fact that Ben says, you know, the island basically gave him that. You know, before it wasn't really clear. You know, I think there's a difference between, maybe we talked about this before, between the island not helping heal you and then giving you something. You know, making you sick.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, you know, we can, you know, he attributed his tumor to the island not liking him anymore. And I think we just speculated that before.
Yeah.
And now we know that that's at least what he thinks.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes me think that he would have thought that when he first got sick, and that in order for him to fix himself, that, you know, and the whole thing, the line with not being on Jacob's list, I mean, that's sort of the defiant thing right there. You know, if he's not on the list, he shouldn't be here, and Ben is going to do it anyway because it's the guy who can save him.
Yeah.
But then it's weird to really throw in Jacob and the island with, like, God, because, you know, Ben has that line about God existing because, you know, he needed a spinal surgeon, and here's a spinal surgeon. And it's
Ben's
what does that
one-sentence
mean?
proof of God's existence.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how Ben reconciled, you know, God with Jacob, and are they cousins or something? I don't know. Jesus had a brother, and his name was Jacob. Jesus and Jacob were cool, and then I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jacob is a biblical name / character, but I don't think he's supposed to be God, or even God-like. Yeah, I do wonder where that fits in. I mean, if you have supernatural agents, then, you know, of course he didn't really expand on that very much, you know, what he means by that. But yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, if I saw something obviously supernatural and multiple occurrences, and I knew I wasn't crazy, that would make me obviously, you know, question the nature of, you know, everything.
Yeah. If I saw some of the stuff that people on this island get to see, not even that rarely, it would definitely radically change my view of the universe.
Mhm.
And none of them seem to be so shaken as I would be.
No, they don't care that much.
Like, it would be pretty much life-changing for me. But for them, it's like, well, you know, I just want to go home. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about the universe.
All right. Well, Alfred's back. That's great.
Yeah. And he's doing stuff. Yes, next scene.
Oh, should we at some point speculate about who? I mean, I think Locke's dad is Anthony Cooper. I mean, do you think it's crazy?
What would the alternative be? It's got to be.
I think it's Christian.
Christian.
Locke, Claire, and Jack are brothers and sisters.
Oh my! Look at that.
No. I mean, what if you do the math? I think. I mean, how old is he supposed to be? Is Cooper supposed to be in like? Well, we saw him in 2004.
Yeah.
On the island. I mean, is he like what, late 60s or something? That 70s maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that they give his age.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I'm just guessing because I'm wondering. You know, the Locke's father apparently was, you know, quote unquote twice his mother's age. You know, and that doesn't obviously have to mean really twice the age, but just older.
Yeah, people say that as an expression.
But if she's what do you think she is?
Well, she's living at home. I'd guess she's something like 16 or 17.
Oh, you think she's that young?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then yeah. If he's in his 30s or late 20s, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining.
And then plus 50 years would put him a little older than I think Anthony Cooper really was, but kind of close.
Yeah, it is a bit off. But if her mom was exaggerating,
And
like
really exaggerating.
Yeah, he was really like 21 or something. I'd be more willing to buy that.
Yeah. I got the sense she was older, only because she was really defiant, and I felt like I don't know.
I think teenagers are defiant, at least, you know.
Well, obviously, yeah. I don't know. I just got the sense she was older, 18, maybe early 20s, but they did paint her kind of young.
Yeah.
I mean, she's living at home, but I think it's it's a different time period. I think if she's not off and married, I would expect her to maybe be at home anyway.
Yeah.
But then the whole thing about having the baby wouldn't I don't think have been a big deal if she was older. So.
No, I think that's supposed to be part of the problem, and her not being able to handle it and all that. Yeah, I think she's supposed to be immature. There's room there. I mean, I don't insist on those ages, but I feel like she's supposed to be a late teenager, roughly.
All right, I'm ready for the next scene.
Do you have any guesses about who Locke's dad could be besides Anthony Cooper?
I think it would have to be somebody crazy. Something. It would. I think it's Anthony Cooper or like something just really crazy.
I see. Okay.
I don't know any like sort of reasonable answers besides Anthony Cooper.
Yeah. Like Widmore or something like that?
Yeah, that'd be weird. God, that'd be strange if Widmore was...
I don't buy that. I was just trying to think of somebody old.
He might be old enough to sort of fit that, but...
I mean, I don't think he's been... I mean, I get the sense he's a United Kingdom person. I don't think he's hanging out wherever they are. Yeah.
Oh, where are they?
Actually, I don't know where they are. I don't know where they
are. Oh. We don't know where Locke was born?
Oh, maybe we do. I don't know. I know where he was living. I can't remember if we know where he's born or not.
Well, I know who remembers.
Is it Lostpedia?
Lostpedia remembers.
They have a better memory than most
Stanley
people.
was born May 30th, 1956.
All right.
Now this says he's from Tustin. We know that from later he was living in Tustin.
Yeah, that's where he was living.
This claims his origin is Tustin. I don't know if I buy that.
Yeah, see, I think they're really just talking about where he was living. I mean, he could have been born there, but...
Oh, this says she was 15 when she gave birth.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they said that.
I don't remember that, but they might have said it. That's a little younger than I thought, but it'll do.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they say where he was born. Because I think it would have been in this episode.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm going with
it's clearly not the United Kingdom.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't think it's crazy if Widmore was in America doing whatever. Who knows what.
Yeah.
But
Christian had a kid in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's weird that he could have a kid anywhere besides the UK. He's Widmore, for goodness sakes. And I feel like, the reason I think it could be, that Widmore is, obviously Widmore's involved with what's going on, and Abaddon shows up, and Abaddon seems to be working for Widmore, so that's a connection right there.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna go with Cooper, and it might be why we didn't see the father in this episode, because it might just be Cooper and it might not matter.
Yeah, it would have been weird to see a young version of Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
I actually wouldn't have minded that, but maybe they didn't have time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. That's I'm going with Cooper, until further notice.
Fantastic.
I actually read a bit of the transcript for the episode where he first meets Cooper, and also his mom, who's I guess this woman that we meet here, this girl.
Susie Kurtz.
Yeah. And the detective apparently did a DNA test. So so that apparently really was her.
Okay.
And so so she should know who the father is. Now she could be, drawn in for the money. I mean, I guess she was in the end drawn in for the money, but I don't know. It would be a little weird to me if she led him to someone who wasn't her father, wasn't his father, and she really was his mother.
Yeah. But she was conning him, though, wasn't she?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if she's gonna con. I mean, I guess the con isn't as maybe it's not as bad morally if it is really the father and not some other guy. Like she may not feel as bad conning him because at least that part is true.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she knew why Cooper wanted to meet him.
Oh, and the other weird thing was that she was the one who said he was immaculately conceived.
Mm-hmm.
That he had no father.
Yeah, which I mean, I don't know what that means. Because, yeah, she said he was special and that, immaculately conceived, and maybe that's still true. And maybe Cooper's the father in some weird way, but, they never really had sex or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
So that would be an alternative theory that he's that he doesn't have a father.
Mm-hmm.
A virgin birth, if you will. I certainly will.
I meant to say earlier when that scene when Locke's mother, in the flashback when she was being wheeled into the hospital, I thought it was Claire. Like that sort of angle of her face. I was like, whoa, is that Claire?
Oh.
And then I was like, oh, okay, that's not Claire. I was really confused for a second.
I can imagine.
She's got that kind of face.
Yeah, she does have some kind of face.
All right, next scene.
What scene was it? Are we still on the
We were on the Alpert scene.
The Alpert scene? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we can move now. As soon as I find. All right. We're back on the island, and we're with Locke, Hurley, and Ben. And Hurley asks why he's with them, and Locke says because he can see the cabin, that makes him special. Hurley ventures a theory why they're the only ones who can see it, and it's because they're the craziest. Then Locke tells them that they're not going to go to the cabin. They're going to make a pit stop first. And he begins to tell them about, remind them about the Dharma Initiative and ask them if he ever thought about what happened to them, that there were about at least 100 of them living on the island, manning the stations and everything. And then one day they're just gone. And Hurley says what happened to them, and then Locke says he did, meaning Ben.
Mm-hmm.
That's the scene.
Which would have had more punch if we didn't know the whole story already. That's
what I was thinking. And even Yeah, the whole thing and leading up to the gravesite and all that would have been awesome if we didn't already know exactly what was going on.
Yeah, and they even they put that little music thing in there where it's like dun 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 dun, and then it goes to commercial when he says he did. If you had no idea what the story, I mean, yeah, that whole thing plays better. I mean, I guess they're kind of writing it to fill you in if you didn't already remember or know. The previous episode. But I think if you did, it just, I don't know. It just feels lame. And out of step with the way they're presenting it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I wouldn't expect them to write this any differently or anything, it's just the same thing that's going to happen, with the flashbacks and everything. I mean, the flash forwards and stuff. It's just, they're going to do this with other things that just won't have impact. I mean, when they killed Ray, it was like, oh, okay, here's this scene. We just know the information already.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really expect them to do it differently because Hurley doesn't know the information. I think, and that's why Hurley is there. And so he could be the sort of sounding board of, to explain things to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, even when he says, and then one day they're all gone, they just disappeared. I mean, he's saying that like Hurley knows that. I don't think Hurley knows, that they disappeared in one day because he doesn't know about the purge. But just the way he was talking, it's like he's talking obviously kind of to the audience because we know that they just disappeared one day. But anyway, my question here is why did the island let Dharma come to the island in the first place? Did it not know, did it have no control? Could it not stop them? I mean, obviously they sort of built if the security system is smoky, they built a sonic fence at some point, but it seems like if the island is in tune with fate or something, that it would sort of, did it think these guys were good and realize they were bad, or, I just don't understand, why let them come in the first place? Which you probably don't have an answer to.
I don't have an answer.
Yeah,
I mean, it does seem like they would have reacted. It would have reacted or whatever, in the way that it seems to be reacting to the freighter being there. I mean, I guess Dharma isn't necessarily gonna kill everybody, or torch the island. But if it didn't want Dharma there, that's the thing. And the cabin, it sort of took over, and I don't know. I
mean, it seems like maybe they thought Dharma had good intentions or whatever, and they went too far, and then they had the incident, which did whatever, and that was too much, and they had to it just seems weird. I mean, it's strange to me that this entity could. And that's the other thing I wanted to mention is that Ben references the island doing stuff and not Jacob. And I thought that was an interesting distinction that he made. Later he mentions the island did something. I forgot. It's in my notes here. But he didn't say Jacob. He said the island. So I think that's interesting that he sort of sees a difference between the two. But that's the thing. It's weird to me that this supernatural entity could it needs other people to sort of carry out functions and do things. It seems to have needed Ben to do the purge and to carry out all the stuff Ben has done for the last 12 years, I guess, or something. And now it needs Locke to help move the island, and it needs in the future it needs Jack, or it needs Hurley to come back, and it's like. It's really dependent on people helping it.
It's not a self-sufficient island.
Yeah, and it's like if someone doesn't go do this, then this is going to happen. If someone doesn't go do that, then that's going to happen. It seems like maybe the barrier was its sort of main defense, And but now that people know how to get through the barrier unscathed, and it doesn't have that anymore, you know. But it makes me think, well, it makes me think the island doesn't really control the effects of the barrier. You know, could it not change what the you know, safe heading is?
Yeah.
You know, could it not rotate the barrier or something? You know.
Mhm.
Or, you know, make the barrier stronger or do something. It doesn't seem like it can
I
do
used
that.
to think the barrier was a Dharma thing.
Oh yeah.
You know, that they like the sonic fence, that they built some kind of device that this was before I really knew anything about the barrier, before I even knew whether there was a barrier. I just imagined that Dharma constructed something that that was protecting or blocking the island. For reasons unknown, but that was my vision of things. I don't necessarily think that's necessarily true, but I would wonder if the barrier is, you know, is in the control of the island. It does seem like it should be able to control it. You know, you know, if it's something that's out of its control, then you know why? Like, where is it coming from? What's doing it? You know, what's causing it to be there?
It seems like it's helpful to the island that it's there. You know, it doesn't seem like the island doesn't want the barrier to be there, or that it's at least a priority of concern. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. But you know, yeah, I mean, moving the entry point would help keep people out.
Yeah, like if it just rotated, like, you know, where the correct heading was,
yeah,
you know, that would really screw things up. And here's a question: if they move the island, or I should say, when they move the island,
yeah,
is the barrier going to move with it?
Are they going to have to like be facing, like, be in such a position that the compass still works, and that? Is that
well,
what you mean?
no, not. I don't really mean that, because I wouldn't even. I don't think they're even going to get into that. I just mean I imagine the island is going to pop into another location.
Yeah.
Not that it's going to like really like, you know, traverse the water.
We'll just see it like
to where
slide
it's gonna
along.
go.
Whatever
yeah,
that means for an island.
Yeah, I think it's just going to appear somewhere else. But
yeah.
But will the barrier be there?
Oh, just whether it'll come along at all.
Mhm.
Oh, I was thinking about the exit point in the right position. I feel like it's a property of the island and not a property of the area the island's in. So I would guess that it would come along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we will. Do you have a guess? Do you have a?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I would guess. I mean, I guess it would still be there, because I think the island is. I mean, the barrier is the property of the island, but I don't really know what's emanating it.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder about that. If it's really out of control, like it's just some natural force created by who knows what that has this effect. That can't be sort of adjusted in any way. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know, and it could just be, it could be that, you know, the island doesn't have that much. Maybe it is, you know, the island did create the barrier. It just doesn't have that much control to like switch it up or something.
Mhm.
Sneeze. Excuse me. I'm allergic to theories.
Well, this is a bad podcast to be on.
I know. My allergies really can't take these long podcasts.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the next scene?
Yes.
All right. So, the next scene, we have a young John. I think he's about, what is he, about 7 or something, or 5 or
Yeah.
something.
Thereabouts.
I read somewhere.
I can't really age kids very well. Nor can I guess their age.
Yeah, aging them, I think, is against the law.
Yeah.
I think the parents have to give written consent to age their kids.
Yeah. I hope so. If they don't, they should.
Yeah, right. Where are we? Okay, so a young John is playing backgammon, and a girl comes over. I guess her name's Melissa, who is his foster sister. Tells him
And a big meanie.
And a big meanie tells him that the game is stupid, and she messes it up. His foster mother comes in, and shoos Melissa away and says that someone's there to see John. Richard comes in, and she basically tells John that this guy's here to see you, and then Richard comes over to John and sees that he's playing backgammon, tells him he's got a pretty good sense of the game. He tells him in true X-Men fashion that he runs a school for kids who are extremely special, and that he has reason to believe that John is one of them. And he asks if he can show him a couple of really neat things. Well, what kid doesn't want to see some neat things?
Yay!
He should have said, "You want to see some rusty old artifacts?" John would have been like, "What's an artifact?" Not the best scene. They did it better. So give me 1 second while I switch my thing here to this.
Hold, please.
So they move over to the some other new sitting place, and or there's a table, and Albert displays some objects. He puts out a baseball glove, an old book with the title Book of Laws, a vial of some sort of granular material, looks like sand. There is a compass and a comic book, and a wooden knife. Well, not a wooden knife, but a knife with a wooden handle. And he takes those things out and shows it to him, and then he asks John to look at them and think about them and tell him which of those things belongs to him, and specifically which of those things belong to him already. John kind of looks at them, and he picks the vial of the sand, and then the compass, and then he, after a little bit of a pause, he then chooses the knife. Albert is sort of upset by this and asks him if he's sure the knife belongs to him, and John says yes, and then Albert tells him that it doesn't belong to him and quickly collects his things and heads out the door. The foster mother comes back in and asks how John did, and Richard says that John isn't quite ready for their school, and then leaves. The end.
Yay. I don't think you brought it up, but the drawing.
The drawing on the wall.
Yeah. I feel like we should at least mention that.
Yeah, before they sit down, I forgot about that. Before they sit down to look at the items, Albert notices a drawing on the wall that John did, and it shows someone being sort of attacked or killed by what appears to be a big black cloud of smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So I think John drew a picture of Mayhew, which means he's prescient. I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. I forgot who Mayhew was.
Oh, yeah.
And I got really confused. Yeah, so by your description, I take it that you think that that's supposed to be Smokey.
Yeah, I think that's what we're supposed to think.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I guess I agree. It didn't really look like much to me. It just looked like a big scribble with a guy laying down. But my kids art is bound to look like that. Okay, so why would he draw that? Like, what's going on? Like, he's got this planted in his mind, this idea of Smokey, like, in his subconscious or something. Is that, the fact that Albert points it out, like, makes me think there's supposed to be some purpose to it.
Mm-hmm.
you know, like, do you have a? I mean, I really can't. I don't know.
I think it's pretty obvious what they're trying to say. I think Smokey time traveled back to when John was 5 years old, and he saw Smokey kill someone and drew a picture of it.
Oh, okay.
I think it's pretty obvious.
All right. You know, though, I can't, you know, even the obvious escapes me sometimes. So
Well,
that's why I count on you to explain these things to me. Because you know.
It's my fate.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think I don't think much of this. You know, the next time I see anytime I see a drawing, I've been disappointed by art on this show before.
Yeah.
And the mural in the Swan Station has come to nothing, and it's apparently just somebody just drew it. The Glassdoor map, you know, is another thing we've seen that seemed really important, but very limited in its importance. You know, when Hurley drew the Eskimo and the igloo this season, you know, that was just what, you know, the actor wanted to do because the director told him to do whatever he wants. This, you know, I think they, you know, made just about as big of a deal of it as that, and maybe a little bit more, given the circumstances. But I don't think it means much. I think if anything, it's just maybe a little inkling that John has this fate, you know, and that he's sort of, you know, close, you know, just the fact that this is just going to be related to what's going to happen to him later in life, and it's just inexplicable why he drew that. Just, you know, he just drew it because he wanted to, not because he saw anything or thought anything. I would imagine if you asked him why he drew that, he would say he didn't know.
And do you think Richard knows what it is?
I think Richard knows exactly what it is.
So does that mean that Smokey has been around that long?
Yes, I think.
I mean, this puts Smokey at a time that I think is pre-Dharma.
Yeah, I think
and probably removes him from being a Dharma creation, assuming that interpretation is true.
I think if Alpert doesn't know what that is, there's no reason for us to see it. I think Alpert needs to know what that is, or to at least know it's important that he drew that. I think Smokey's been around for a while. Dharma did a lot of stuff. I just don't see them building Smokey. I just don't see them creating Smokey. It's of a technology or magic that, you know, that's out of their grasp from what we've seen. You know, the craziest thing they've done is what? I don't even know what.
Yeah, I don't know what either.
So not that crazy. If they build Smokey, I'll be very, 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 very surprised.
Maybe the sonic fence.
Yeah, exactly. The sonic fence and some other little things, you know, underwater stations and all that, maybe.
Yeah.
Little weird stuff like that. But
yeah, if the Orchid is a time travel station, that's probably on top.
Yeah, that'll be on top, definitely. And whatever else they were doing with those rabbits, too. I mean, there was something going on there, and don't let them get close to each other and all that. And I'm not saying Dharma wasn't into some really crazy stuff. I'm just saying we haven't seen it for real. So I don't think they created Smokey. I think Smokey predates Dharma.
Okay. I've been clinging to this idea that Dharma built Smokey probably since I found out about Dharma, and I still don't want to let it go. But if this interpretation is true, I guess I would have to, and I think the interpretation's true. So I'm not quite ready to abandon it. I really want a little more.
What makes you think they built it, and why do you think, and how do you reconcile that with the fact they have, you know, a sonic fence which is, you know, sort of built to keep it out?
I guess that was part of what made me think they built it. Like they built it and the thing to protect them from it.
So you're saying they built it, but they didn't have any control over it?
Something like that. I mean, I guess I feel like they have some control over it. There's that thing in Ben's house, but it's I don't know. Somehow their control is limited or something. They can't protect themselves from it just by using the controls. They need to just restrict its movement to certain areas.
Sounds like a bad invention to me.
Yeah, it is.
But depending on why they built it, it could just be the nature of
and I feel like I think the Swan Hatch was kind of a mess as far as their plan for it. It didn't really make any sense to me. Still doesn't.
Do you blame Dharma or do you blame the writers?
Well,
I feel like
there's a fine line there.
Yeah. I think. I feel like Dharma should have had clear-cut reasons why they built the Swan Station and what it was there for. I think our interpretation, second, third, fourth, fifth hand of that makes it seem really bad.
Yeah.
I think if we were there when it was built and saw the original people and saw the people who were there for the inception of it, it would make sense. But we're so far down the line from that,
I think what I originally imagined was that they built Smokey with it in mind that they would be able to control it, and somehow Smokey, maybe it's some kind of artificial intelligence or something like turned against them, and that's why they built the fence. I think that's what I thought originally. Like it just turned on them.
And it somehow like they can't power it off, or it runs on some sort of power that's renewable, and it can't, like it gets power from the sun or something.
Yeah, something like that. They cannot prevent it from getting power. However, it does.
I don't know how they built that in the 70s.
I don't either. I don't either. I mean, it is crazy, but I guess I've just become accustomed to attributing everything to Dharma.
Yeah, which I think there's I think there's at least going to come a time when we need to whittle those things off the list that really aren't Dharma things.
I agree, and I'm fully ready to do that. I want a little more than this. This hurts my theory somewhat, but yeah, I agree. I mean, they've been responsible for a lot of what we've seen. As far as structures, the only thing I can think of, maybe I'm not remembering, that we've seen is like the statue and the old like altar thing. Like those things I don't think Dharma built, but apparently even possibly the temple they built. So all the places the others were living in and occupying.
Well, yeah, definitely, and I think before those buildings were there, the others still had a place to call home, and they still had stuff. I think Smokey. I don't think Smokey. The answer for Smokey is technological. I just don't buy that they had that ability at the time. I think the answer to Smokey is going to be mystical and supernatural, which I think is going to predate Dharma.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's technology or they created that somehow. That's just too weird.
Yeah.
Just too weird.
Yeah.
They can do things that like. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. It would be quite an achievement if they managed to do that. I mean, I do find it weird that there's a summoning thing. I mean, even if it is a magical thing, I mean that was an odd development. And also, since it was in a Dharma house, but then again, it's an old thing. It's got hieroglyphs on it.
Yeah, I think that house was built there on purpose. Like I said last time. I don't think I don't think they put those controls there on purpose. By their own accord. Yeah,
but the fact that it's even there is kind of weird to me. If it is just this strange supernatural thing, like.
But that's the thing. I feel like it's a supernatural being, and I think Ben knows how, what it's attracted to at the very least. And I feel like what he did was basically say, hey, there's something over here you need to check out. I don't think he pressed a button or talked to it or, I think it's like a dog, it's analogous to a dog. And if, even if, there's like a guard dog and, you're trying to break into a house and you've got a rival who's trying to break into a house, well, if you want the guard dog to attack the other guy, throw some meat towards that other guy, and the dog will go over there and then summarily attack that guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what he did.
Yeah.
I think it was sort of an indirect command, not like a, I'm in control of you, so you need to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, that reminds me of the other thing. I think it was Danielle's theory, who, isn't much of an authority, that Smokey was a security system.
Mm-hmm. She probably built it.
And I think
she probably built it and forgot. She's crazy.
And I think that was another thing that made me think, that it was Dharma's security system.
Yeah, I think it's the island security system.
Oh, and then there was the Cerberus stuff on the Blast Door map. Like, the vents or whatever, like, that was another, there were things that sort of, you could interpret that way.
Yeah, that's the thing, the vents, the one thing we kind of saw that might have been the vent was when Smokey tried to take Locke into that hole.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not a man-made vent, that's just a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
And if that's what they mean by vents, then that's not really attributable to Dharma, I don't think. And I think the island. I think Smokey is the island security system. I think she was right when she said that it's a security system, but I don't think it means it's Dharma's security system because what does Dharma have to protect on the island when they're the ones occupying the island? And if they're afraid of this thing, you would think that they would, if they really needed to because we saw Dharma, obviously, we saw Ben's dad, in the van, running errands across the island in the van. They're trekking from station to station and stuff. And to me, it's weird that they would build a security system. And maybe it just turned on them. But I find it strange to think that if they're already on the island and they're the only ones who are there.
Well, they're not. The others are there.
Well, the others are there, but I don't think Smokey's attacking them, though. That's the thing. And I don't think that they would build Smokey to go attack the others.
That's the thing. By security system, I was thinking not that it would go attack them, but that it would protect their stations from them.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. But, yeah, I would imagine that, too. But where have we, that the area that we've seen, we haven't really seen Smokey in really all the areas where the stations are, and we don't, and there's that thing on the Blast Door map about, service activity high and all that stuff. But I think building Smokey to protect the stations, I think is such an overuse of power. For I don't know how many others could be on the island, but. Is Smokey really the best bet,
Yeah.
To, protect, when it's one thing, what if they all go, what if there's multiple attacks? What is Smokey going to do then? It's just not a good security system in that sense.
Yeah.
To me, it's the kind of security system you have when you're Jacob. It's not the kind of security system you have when you're like a science team, But only time will tell.
Only time will tell.
That reminds me, though, is, I don't know why Locke and Hurley aren't asking Ben more questions. It's like the writers are trying to make us think that because Ben is sort of not in control anymore, that he doesn't have anything useful to contribute. But he's got answers to a lot of the island's mysteries, and nobody's asking questions. And he's not even in a position to be threatening anymore. I mean, Hurley's sitting there eating candy with him. Why can't he just ask, dude, what's that smoke monster?
Yeah. He's already admitted that he lied when he said he didn't know.
Yeah, and no one's asking him that or how do you know about these people on the freighter or what do you know about them? Are they really going to kill us? Are they really, what lengths will they go to? Is this really going to work kind of thing?
Yeah.
It's strange that now that they've gotten Ben, they had Ben before, but he was sort of, busy, doing stuff and manipulating and calculating and stuff. But now he's just along for the ride.
Yeah.
And he's got really nothing to lose by telling them the answers, especially since he's basically on Locke's team now.
Yeah.
So it's just weird that no one's asking questions.
Yeah, he wanted to get out of being a prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much, start doing things that he thought needs to be done. And yeah, they're on that track now. So yeah, I agree. I mean, I can't imagine why he wouldn't want to, tell him, what Smokey is, for example, if they just asked.
Yeah.
Other than, the writers don't want to tell the audience.
Yeah, definitely.
Which I think is, part of why we don't see as many questions as we ought to.
Well, yeah, definitely.
But I agree. I mean, if I were Hurley, I'd be asking questions.
Yeah, right.
I'd try to,
Like, why did you kill all those people?
Yeah.
Like, to me, that's the kind of question that is specifically pertinent to this episode, and especially after Locke basically saying, okay, he killed all these people, and Hurley never asked why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait, didn't he say? I think he expounded on it a little bit. Didn't he say something about the leader of the others told him to kill Dharma?
He says that, yeah.
He says
it wasn't his idea.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of an answer, but there's still more questions.
Yeah, I think. I mean, yeah, there are plenty of questions. For Ben, I mean, just like stuff about the others.
Mm-hmm.
Even the recent stuff, like forgetting the history, he could explain a lot of things.
Yeah, why are you guys taking people?
Yeah, what's
why
your
you guys
deal?
Take Walt?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have a plan? What are you supposed to be up to?
Yeah. And speaking of Walt, I wanted to bring him in. This is a perfect time. This idea of a special kid.
Mm-hmm.
When I guess that's one of the. This seems to be not obviously a Dharma thing. It's another thing where they want these special kids, and Locke is like Walt, basically.
Not both of them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I agree. That does seem to be the case. He seems to be somehow more I don't know. He seems to be the chosen one of the island. I don't think Walt was. I think Walt, I don't know what his deal was. He just had these abilities for some reason.
I think Walt could still be the chosen one for future, because I think Locke was special. Locke has always been special, but he wasn't always ready.
Yeah.
And I think for Ben, when he decided to let Walt go, I think he was maybe just hedging his bets and knowing that, this was the fate or whatever. That's the thing about fate. No matter what happens, you can always use that.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Just because Walt was let go doesn't mean he's not going to be important and special later.
That's true.
The same way, in this scene, Alfred came to Locke and he just wasn't. He says he wasn't ready.
Yeah.
And Locke actually had no powers at this point. I mean, we've never seen him have powers like Walt.
No.
So
the only power you could attribute to him is this healing.
This healing thing, yeah. And it could be that Walt, different chosen kids or whatever, have different powers or different uses or different functions for whatever reason, Mm-hmm. I don't know what Walt can really do, but he might be able to, he might be useful in some other capacity. He might not be like the leader or something,
Mm-hmm.
He could be more akin to, something else to use his powers with. I don't know what.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do have a crazy theory about Walt, which, I don't know, maybe people have said, but I want to save it for later, though. But I got a somewhat crazy, not the craziest thing ever, but somewhat crazy.
Okay.
Tying Walt into this episode.
But I do think that this attempted recruitment of Locke is I think there is something in common with them wanting Walt also.
Definitely.
I think I didn't think about that, but I agree.
Yeah, it just dawned on me when he's coming to this kid who's special. I'm like, okay, that's Walt.
Yeah, that word is a key word for Walt in the Lost World. So my interpretation of this scene is strongly influenced by something that I heard on the official podcast. You might call this a spoiler. It's I don't know. It's debatable whether it's much of a spoiler. It's really just a big hint about how Damon and Carlton view this scene.
Okay, if that matters.
If that matters. It may not.
I don't know if they're really, in a position to be commenting about Lost. I don't know if they know anything about it, but
yeah, the Mother's Day podcast, they had their mothers on, and
did they really?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, it's quite adorable. Their mothers both think Sawyer's really sexy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's funny. They don't like Saeed?
No, they didn't mention Saeed. They didn't talk about Saeed at all. They want Sawyer to wash his hair, though.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird to hear them and so they let them ask questions about the show, and they asked questions that they couldn't answer.
Previously prepared, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably. Probably. Anyway, they just mentioned offhand that for this episode, the podcast came out before this episode. They mentioned that for this episode, they had done a little bit of research about Buddhism, and in particular how the Dalai Lama is chosen. And that's all he said. So anyway, I looked into it a little bit, and apparently one of the main criteria used in determining the Dalai Lama is by bringing the possessions of the previous Dalai Lama, showing them to the potential new one, and seeing if they're familiar with them. So I think that's what's supposed to be going on in this scene.
Yeah. Lockpedia made a reference to that whole thing, and it seemed very interesting.
I think if I hadn't heard that, I would interpret this scene differently. I would be inclined to interpret it as, these objects that he wants him to take is supposed to be reflecting on his character, or what his I don't know, what his capabilities or destiny or something like that will be. That what he chooses is symbolic of something. But knowing that, I get the sense these are really just objects of a previous chosen one of the island that he's supposed to recognize, and that I'm not really sure if I guess he fails. I guess he shouldn't. I guess maybe the knife wasn't the right thing to pick. I'm not really sure about that.
That information is interesting. I don't know if I got the sense that when he said which items belong to you already, I got the sense he was with this idea of time travel. I got the sense he basically meant which of these will you own later? Which of these will impact your life kind of later? And the idea that, his timeline is sort of continuous or something like that. So he kind of already owns them, but not at this particular time. That's the sense I got, which I guess is almost the inverse of, some previous version of him having owned them.
Yeah.
The knife, to me, what I thought about the knife was that, because we know, Locke has a thing with knives more than like any other character.
He was the one with the
show.
suitcase of knives.
Yeah, I got the sense that he, barring the Dalai Lama thing, I just got, just from this scene, I got the sense that that the knife, the knife basically represented, something, against what his journey was supposed to be and all that stuff. He says the knife doesn't belong to him. But it was weird to me because we know he's got this thing with knives, and I thought everything was more symbolic than maybe it is.
That's what I was saying. Like, that's how I would have interpreted it without this extra outside the show bit of information. But yeah, now I sort of take it to mean like that was just the wrong thing to pick.
Yeah. It was the wrong thing to pick, I guess, because they don't belong to whatever previous successor. I don't want to think that that it's really, following some sort of Buddhist tradition that, that he's got the same soul or something as whoever really owned those things before chronologically. I would guess that it's more about, some sort of sensibility that they share, than like, there was a previous version of Locke or something, you know what I mean? Or whatever function Locke is going to fulfill.
Yeah, in the case of
the
Buddhist thing, it's reincarnation.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it's reincarnation.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be if Ben was really a previous chosen one, since they're both still alive.
Yeah.
Reincarnation isn't supposed to work that way, where it just like jumps to.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I don't want to put too much into the whole Buddhist thing, and I buy everything about how this scene is supposed to work except for the reincarnation part. I don't know what those objects are supposed to mean in terms of, that line about which ones do you own already. I don't really know how to take that.
Yeah, I mean, in a reincarnation context, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, but I don't think that's what's going on, because to me that's weird. So I'm going to stick with my own hybrid theory that that it's more about, which ones do you own in a more global sense.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's weird.
Yeah. I could live with it if they were really going for that, but I mean, with Ben, it just seems like they're not. So
maybe Ben wasn't, but that's the thing. Is Albert one of the leaders of the others? Was he ever? If so, like, he's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
What does that mean in terms of reincarnation? I hope they're not getting into that. That's too much. We've already got time travel.
One thing too many. Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of don't think they are either, but
I feel like they just wanted to do that. Like I feel like if you take out which ones belong to you already, this scene is fine. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But I feel like they, like you said, they want to do this sort of like Buddhist thing, and so you need that kind of question because that's the crux of it. But I think that makes it bad in terms of, not bad, but that just makes it weird in terms of what I think is going on.
Yeah. I also have to point out, I feel like it's a nice coincidence that in one of the previous podcast breaks, I read a story about the Dalai Lama,
Oh, that's funny.
Just completely for no reason at all.
That was your fate.
Yeah, I don't know. It turned out nicely. It actually became relevant to the show.
Was that during one of the drop calls? Nice.
Yeah, it was, I think, the podcast before last.
It's like, the only thing about the drop calls is everyone gets to have fun but me, because I'm busy calling back in. Everyone gets to hear whatever you make up, and not make up, but whatever you say, and I'm just like, what was that you're talking about? Okay, let's move on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. You get the short end of the stick on that.
That's my fate.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to stop.
You need a new cell phone.
I blame TalkShoe, but it's not its fault.
It's
my phone's fault.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, we're approaching that mark where it might cut off, so be prepared.
Okay.
I think in another 10 minutes we'll see whether or not it does it.
Yeah.
What else is weird about this? Is he didn't say John wasn't like the right kid. He just said he's not ready.
Yeah, that's true.
And in terms of like the view of the Dalai Lama, wouldn't it be that if he chose the wrong objects, he's not the right kid?
He was the wrong one, yeah.
Yeah, not that he's not ready to be the right kid. Like, he's either the right kid or not.
Yeah, it's true.
See, they're not really trying to stick to that 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do think it's somewhat helpful to know that that's the inspiration.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah.
But yeah, and the fact that he pursues Locke later, that he contacts one of his teachers or whatever and tries to, like, I was thinking, interpreting it that way, if he just utterly failed the test, like, why would he even bother with him again?
Exactly.
So yeah, but it's weird. It's like, it's not ready in what sense? I mean, if he's just going to grow up and be ready later, I don't know. I mean,
it seems like, it seems like what he's. First of all, I want to say I think it's weird that he was upset that he wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Because it seems like that was obviously a possibility, and it seems weird that he was upset. And I feel like maybe he needed him to be ready. Maybe it's that they had to choose Ben because Locke was never ready in time. Like if Locke was ready sooner, he would have somehow gotten to the island and been in charge sooner. And maybe the fact that Ben was in charge for that little period, that whatever period of time he was in charge, was just because they had no one else and he was the closest thing. Maybe, I don't know. It's just a speculation.
Okay.
But
I do think Ben is problematic. I feel like, his circumstances have turned him into, a bit of a, rather frightening character. Maybe the island doesn't mind that, but it seems like the island did mind Ben at a certain point. And if it knew that that he was going to turn out like that, then it shouldn't have chosen him. Maybe he was the best option, though.
I think maybe he's just the best option. Something else you said, I was going to talk about something else with this whole thing about, you said Richard came later and tried to recruit him, and he said something about John not being ready, which made me think of something.
I was wondering, how he could not be ready if he's going to be ready later.
Oh, yeah.
Like what change, like if he's just going to be ready later, they should just be able to take him and he'll be ready.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. I feel like this whole thing about the kid, the chosen ones and all that, I feel like, the only reference I can really put this in is does that even make sense? The only framework, say that I can put this in is the idea of prophecies and stuff. And Alpert knows for whatever reason that John is special, but he just doesn't know necessarily when John is going to come to fruition or what he's necessarily going to do exactly, which is why he's constantly checking in to see if he is ready. That's what I think is going on, where it's not that they know 100% of what's going, like that they know, okay, in 2004 he's going to be ready to move the island. I don't think he knows that back in the 50s. I think he knows John is special, and and I think that's also why he was upset that John wasn't ready, was because he was hoping he would be. And the fact that he was upset, I think, sort of shows that he didn't really know what to expect, that he didn't come in there knowing that John was the one and ready.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Plus, it's his fate. So,
it's his fate, but it might not be.
Oh, it's always his fate, even when it isn't.
Yeah, fate, Fate and coincidence are hard to distinguish sometimes.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Echo knew that.
Oh, Echo.
Yeah. I know.
Are we ready for the next scene, Mister?
I think he deserved to catch some of this. Oh, well. Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready for the next scene?
I am. Back on the island, Locke is digging through the dead Dharma bodies, and Hurley asks, Ben what he's doing down there. Ben just kind of shrugs.
Oh, are you gone? I think this might be a drop call. It is. Okay, guys, let's see. What's in the news today? I feel like this is the way to go. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, here's an interesting story. Let's see. Okay, here we go. McCain differs with Bush on climate change. Senator John McCain sought to distance himself from President Bush on Monday. He called for a mandatory limit on greenhouse gas emissions in the United States to combat climate change. Mr. McCain, in a speech at a wind power company, well, I think he better say something like this there, also pledged to work with the European Union to diplomatically engage China and India, two of the world's biggest polluters, if they refuse to participate in an international agreement to slow global warming.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
I thought so.
All right. Well, I knew my phone was gonna die soon.
Yeah, you were right. You called it.
Right. Yeah. 3 hours and 52 minutes is the time. I think that's when it just says enough is enough.
That's it.
I almost feel like the network boots it off or something. Like it just like says get off of the network and you're talking.
You've had enough. You're done now.
Yeah, I don't know. So what were we talking about? That sounded interesting.
Apparently, McCain in a speech to a wind power company. What?
in
a speech to a wind power company, he's distancing himself from Bush on the issue of climate change, and I guess the last thing I read is that he pledged to work with the European Union to diplomatically engage China and India, two of the world's biggest polluters, if they refuse to participate in an international agreement to slow global warming. So anyway, he's trying to get on that side of that issue, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I am too. That's why I read it. It was shocking.
John McCain?
Yeah. The very same. They even have a
Wow.
picture. It's him.
Well, let's see what he says next month. See if he sticks to that that idea. Let's see if he supports that next month.
Yeah. I agree.
All right. Well, a little dose of politics.
Yeah. I just sort of scan, see what looks interesting.
Yeah. Sorry about the phone dropping, guys. I wish I could fix that, but I can't. So I just have to live with it.
Yeah, it's a feature now.
I don't even know what I was saying when I was cut off.
You barely got started on your scene description, so you should probably just start over.
Okay. So we're back on the island. Locke is digging through the dead bodies. Oh yeah, I remember now. Hurley says, what is he doing down there? Ben shrugs. Hurley asks Ben that, is this where you shot Locke and left him for dead? And Ben says yes, that he, was standing right where Hurley is now and when he pulled the trigger. And then he says he should have realized at the time that it was pointless, but he wasn't really thinking clearly.
You know what I just realized? Or just thought about? John, the island let Locke get shot.
Mm-hmm.
Locke, the chosen one of the island, gets to get shot, but Michael doesn't?
Yeah.
Like that's
the thing. I mean, we talked about it before. I mean, the island let Locke get pushed out of a window. I mean,
yeah.
That's even worse because the bullet wound healed or whatever.
Mhm. But still, it seems like if it wanted to, it should have been able to make the gun not work.
Well, maybe it knew Ben. Like, I feel like if Ben was pointing at his head, then the gun wouldn't have went off.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to buy that the island is really, able to sort of think on that kind of level, but obviously it's a show thing first and foremost. But in terms of inside the show, I think I don't know. I don't really know how to reconcile that. If the island knew John's fate, or if the island sort of knew that John would be okay, or why did it let the gun go off, even on the off chance that it could have really killed him, or shot him in some place that he couldn't have healed very easily. I don't know. Good point. I would have to say it let him get shot because it was going to heal him, because it wasn't going to be a fatal wound.
Yeah. Well, and the thing the thing he said is that that was where his kidney, his missing kidney, was, and that's why he was okay. But it made it seem like it was just kind of a luck/fate thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what you could chalk it up to. Like the island let Anthony Cooper come into his life so he could take his kidney, because he knew years later he would get shot by Ben. And would be okay, because I don't know why.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. It just struck me.
Yeah, I'd love to get Michael in a room and have a gun and just try to shoot at certain parts of his body and see what happens.
Yeah, Well, I don't know if I want to do it, but I think someone should do it.
You know what I mean?
I do.
I don't want to do it.
It seems like some kind of experiment needs to be done.
Like if you point at his foot, will the gun go off?
Yeah.
And it could be whether or not you're on the island. Because both times Michael wasn't on the island.
Mhm.
So it could have been that the island is like, well, I can't really heal you, maybe, if you're not here necessarily. I know Juliet's sister got healed.
Well,
Barring that, that aside, because we don't really have any real proof or anything.
That's true.
So that's a separate thing, but the fact that Michael wasn't on the island it makes this a special case, and that that's worth saying too.
Mhm.
Because the island could have more power to heal, if you're on it.
Yeah, that's true. I would buy that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I always assumed that that's the only place that had the power to heal.
Well, and you know what? It's weird. That just dawned on me. It just reminded me of the, that Rose Bernard episode when Rose went to see the guy and he said, there's places that can heal you, and that this was a healing place, right? But this wasn't the one for her.
Yeah. Like individual people have different places that will.
Yeah, and they made it seem like it was really the electromagnetism that healed Rose, right? Because they had that whole thing about that. About the energy or whatever.
Mhm. That was my theory for a while.
Mhm.
That was what was going on. And I don't know how the failsafe affected that. For a little bit there, I thought, maybe the failsafe will stop it. It doesn't seem that that's true, but it might still work. I mean, maybe just because they did the failsafe doesn't mean there isn't still some kind of electromagnetic energy going around that.
Did the failsafe not release all of it, or is that just a theory?
Well,
I don't remember if Carlton and Damon said that or not. I know they said it made the island visible. I don't know if they said more than that about the failsafe.
They did say more than that. I don't remember what they said. They might have said something like I mean, the problem that the problem that the Swan was built to to deal with was sort of corrected. Which always made me wonder if that's all they needed to do. They should have just fucking done the failsafe years earlier.
It made me think, because I'm reading this entry in Lostpedia, and that's what the failsafe was supposed to do, was just charge the electromagnetic buildup, and that's what it apparently did, which is why the sky turned purple. But I can never say that without a little bit of cynicism.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that they would have maybe it all kind of is making sense now. That's interesting. What if it's just a case where Dharma basically was killed off before they were done with their experiments with the Swan Hatch, and if they were, say, going to pack up and leave, then they would have just turned the failsafe and discharged it and left. But the fact, but they didn't do that because they were sort of killed in the middle of their sort of experiments, and Calvin and Brzezinski presumably were left to just keep doing this thing because they didn't really know about the sort of overall plan.
Mhm.
So that all makes sense to me.
Okay.
Because they did build the failsafe. It's not like they didn't build it. So they obviously knew what it. They built it for a purpose and they knew the purpose. So it was just a matter of using it, and they. Seems like they just died before they had the need to use it. If they wanted to keep doing whatever sort of experiments they were doing.
Yeah, which that's the other thing. It seemed like all that was being done was this mechanical entering of numbers every.
Yeah, I feel like there's something else. I mean, maybe they thought the electromagnetism was integral to something else, to the island or something. Like they didn't want to. Whatever experiments that they're doing on the island, they had, other things they were doing, I'm sure. We know they were doing other things. Maybe they, wanted to keep the island in its sort of natural condition as much as possible. And, and the failsafe was, if we can't keep it this way, then, we'll find a way we can have this thing turned off. But in terms of maybe their experiments or whatever else is going on, they were doing on the island, that it was important that they kept the electromagnetism in check.
Mhm.
Because that makes sense. If for whatever reason they want the electromagnetism to be there, then they should build a Swan station on top to contain it and to regulate it with the button pushing.
Mhm.
So that all makes sense to me.
Okay.
I like it. It's good. All right. I like when things make sense.
I mean, I think there's still, the execution, I think is, I don't understand why they had to, why the scheme had to be 108 minutes and this code and people have to enter it.
Those are all quite, I mean, the people have to enter it part, I think, I don't even know a good answer for that. But the 108 minutes and the sequence, I'm comfortable letting that answer rest in the sort of nuances of whatever they were doing and whatever they found out about the electromagnetism. 108 minutes. Obviously, if you don't press it 108 minutes, it sort of builds up to the point where it would destroy the world or whatever it was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably just just a function of just a property of that phenomena. The same way, certain geysers go off at a certain period of time and, things like that. Other natural phenomena that happens in a, random interval of time.
Mhm. Okay.
So, all right, what are we talking about here? So we're on this scene. Oh, I don't think I finished talking about the scene.
No, I don't think you did. I kind of interrupted you.
So then he says, where am I? Who am I talking about? Okay, so it says, should have realized at the time it was pointless, but I wasn't thinking clearly. Okay, here's the scene. Yeah, so then Hurley says, is that why you killed all these people? And Ben says, I didn't kill them. And then Ben says that it wasn't his decision to do it. it was the leader of the, I guess he's saying the leader of the others. It was their decision to do it. And Hurley says, "I thought you were the leader." Ben says, "Not always." Then down in the ditch with the body, Locke finds Horace's body, identified by his name badge, and in the pocket he finds a blueprint / map of the cabin.
Yay!
And that's the scene.
All right.
All right. Well.
So. Go ahead.
Here's a little thing. Ben's line, he should have realized at the time it was pointless shooting Locke. Goes back to what we were saying earlier about the island letting Locke get shot and the healing him and all that stuff. And there's another example of Ben already knowing that he's not in charge anymore, or, on top anymore, I should say. Even at that point he knew. So, I don't have anything to say about that except it's a little revelation that he knew it was pointless.
Oh, yeah. It is.
You got anything on this scene?
Yeah, the thing I wanted to bring up was, the thing about, who ordered the purge? Who was the previous leader? I guess I'm thinking that he's talking about Alpert. Do you have?
Yeah, I think he's talking about Alpert. I mean, even going back to that episode with the purge, it did seem like Ben was doing something for them. The way they came in at the end. It made it seem like something was going on there. My own personal belief is that I don't think Alpert was like, hey, go to the Tempest and release the poison gas. I think he maybe wanted Dharma gone, and Ben found a way to do it. Because I don't think the others could have really. Without Ben, I don't think they could have really, released the gas and all that stuff. Because, you need the codes and whatever else. And, I'm sure they had security and all that kind of stuff. With the station that important, you would expect security or something.
Yeah.
So I would guess that Ben is the one who came up with sort of the method. But, but this idea that Alpert is the one who came up with the idea is interesting. But I say Alpert because I think Alpert was their original leader. Who else would it be?
I don't know.
Unless he's saying Jacob, but that doesn't really, If Jacob was the leader then, shouldn't he be the leader now?
Yeah.
So I don't think it's that,
Yeah, I don't either. And it did come across that way. But I always thought that, it was Ben's idea and that he sort of took charge after it happened. That he was like, we can kill all these people and like move into their stuff and
really?
Yeah. And that like, by doing this we can kind of by doing that he sort of established himself as the leader.
Well, I mean, yeah, I definitely got that sense that I guess for me it was more of the fact that he sort of proved himself to be the leader by doing that. But they have that thing about the hostiles sort of being at war with Dharma in the first place, and I would imagine the others would want Dharma out of the picture, But yeah, I mean, that could be the way that Ben sort of asserts himself into power without really being the chosen one. Or it could just be you're chosen for a time.
Yeah.
You have to get, you're chosen to get the others and whatever they're doing from point A to point B, and when you're there, you're done, and someone else is going to go from B to C and someone else from C to D. Like the Dalai Lama. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, so that's just a little extra thing about, I mean, Ben could always be lying, but
what? Ben lying?
but but he sometimes he doesn't lie, and if that's true, then it's a little bit of information about whose idea it was to do the purge.
It's like he really, I mean, and you can say this almost at any time, some are better than others, but he really shouldn't have a reason to lie at this point, especially since, well, what difference would it make?
Mhm.
It's not like he's at gunpoint and they want revenge for the killing of Dharma. It's like he's got no reason to lie, unless he just wants to save face. But it's like he's not saying he didn't do it. If he's gonna lie, why not? Why not say he didn't do it in the first place?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, he told Locke he did it before, but I mean, if you're gonna, if you don't want the sort of bad publicity for doing it, which would be the reason to lie and say it wasn't your idea, then why even say you were involved in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Or you should say someone made me do it or something. And so it's the kind of lie where it's such a small difference that what's even the point if you're lying? Like, yeah, I did it, but it wasn't my decision. Like, that won't get you off in a judge and jury,
Mhm.
So that's I don't think he's really lying. He could be, but I don't think he's lying.
Yeah, no, I don't either. But when it comes to Ben, you just always have to.
Yeah, I think I think we might. Well, we'll see. But I think in this time frame, we at least have a window of opportunity to see a little bit of a different side of Ben, than the past Ben.
Yeah.
And I think we know he's up to some stuff in the future, but at this point, he's in circumstances we haven't seen before, namely, not in control.
Yeah.
And I think he might show a different side of himself at some point. So, which might just be him telling the truth more.
Yeah.
Which I hope he's doing.
That would be a different side.
Like I said, I don't think he has any real reasons to lie, and he doesn't even seem as calculating anymore. Like he's just kind of like humdrum and like along for the ride. Before, when he was in certain situations, and you look at him and you can tell he's thinking of his next move.
Yeah.
And now he doesn't know what the next move is.
Yeah.
He's for the first time having to ask other people what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously he would ask Jacob or something in previous times, but other non-supernatural people.
Right. Yeah. No, yeah, you're right.
The other thing I wanted to say is that I think I really wanted Hurley to ask both Locke and Ben, why do they think this man in the cabin has any idea of what to do with the freighter people? The man in the cabin is going to tell us what to do. Hurley doesn't know that the man in the cabin is, we think he's going to go see Jacob, Hurley doesn't know that this guy is really supernatural. Yeah, he saw sort of the cabin move and stuff like that. But I think Hurley should be asking them, why does this guy have the answer of all people?
Mhm.
Some guy who just has a cabin in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah.
And he never asked that question.
No. No, that would be a fair question.
And it could just be a very easy answer, like, we're going to see why does this dude in the cabin, how's he going to help us? Why does he have all the answers? And Ben could just say he's always had the answers.
Yeah.
Some line like that where every time the island is in jeopardy, this is the guy we go to, and this guy always gets us out, kind of thing.
Mhm.
You hear that, Carlton and Damon? I'm sure they listen.
Maybe it's a scene they deleted.
Ah, there you go.
Always got to throw that out whenever there's something missing.
Thank you very much.
Because, yeah, that would have been easy. That would have been easy.
Very easy. That's a 5-second exchange.
Yeah, because if I were Hurley, I mean, yeah, I'd definitely be curious about what they think they're really gonna get out of this.
Especially coming from Ben, like after years of Ben being the go-to guy and sort of the top of the food chain, like it's like if Ben doesn't know what to do after having just summoned Smokey, if Ben doesn't know what to do, I want to know why this other guy thinks he knows what to do, in terms of Hurley's perspective.
Yeah.
But anyway, anything else on this scene before we scoot along?
I don't think so. Dharma, Map, Grave, Ben, others. No, I don't think so.
And also, I don't know if this had been really solidified before. I mean, I think we had all probably believed it. But, any sort of difference between the others and the hostiles, I think, are sort of gone now. Now that, Ben says the others are the ones who wiped out Dharma.
Oh.
And we know at the time Dharma was sort of at war with the hostiles.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we know that they're the same because Alfred's with him and stuff like that, but now we know the name is really...
And Ben.
Yeah, and Ben, yeah.
Well,
yeah, that's the thing. Ben's sort of the leader of the others, and Alfred's sort of with the hostiles, and the fact that they're together means that, those groups are together.
Yeah, yeah. The others, it seems like the others came to mean a little more than the hostiles, but...
The new group.
Yeah, but it contains the hostiles.
Yeah.
They are the rectangle to the hostile square.
What? They're the rectangle to the hostile square?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hostiles are others. All others are not hostiles. Like
okay.
Juliet, for example.
All right, then that makes sense. Did you say you're ready for the next scene?
Yes.
All right, so, my notes are like, okay. So the next scene, we're on the freighter. Kimi tells the captain that he needs his key. And then Frank enters and says that Mayhew just died. Mayhew was the guy who was injured by Smokey.
Oh. And
that the doctor couldn't do anything for him. The crew is asking a lot of questions about what happened to them, what happened to Kimi's crew. And then Kimi tells Frank to go gas up the chopper, that they're going back. And Frank tries to protest, but he just tells him to go gas up the chopper, Frank. Frank leaves. Then Captain Galt takes the time to tell Kimi that there was some sort of sickness affecting the crew, and that Kimi might have been affected, which might explain his behavior and stuff right now. And Kimi doesn't really care; he just wants the captain's key. Then the captain says, that's not the protocol, and then Kimi slams him against the wall and rips the key from his neck and summarily thanks him. Next scene, we're I guess in the captain's office, and Kimi goes into the file cabinet and opens it with the keys and pulls out a folder and basically says that it's the second protocol and that it details where Ben is going to go next. Captain Galt asks why Widmore would know that, or how Widmore would know that, and Kimi says because he's a very smart man, and that if they're going to torch the island, there's only one place Ben could go. This is news to Galt that they're trying to torch the island, that he had agreed to bring them there for an extraction mission, and Kimi just tells him to fix his gun.
The end? Okay. Where do I start here? Did you notice the apparent Dharma symbol inside the secondary protocol binder?
Yeah, not only did I notice the Dharma symbol, but did you notice what symbol it was?
No, it was fast. I couldn't see.
I've seen screen caps of the symbol, and one guess what station it references. And you only have one guess. If you get it wrong, we're ending the podcast right now.
Oh, shit.
Guess wisely, my friend.
Is it... God, I don't know.
Let's just say it's relevant to recent events.
Oh.
It's not the flame, you know what I mean?
Okay. Recent events. Well, that narrows it down. Wow. I guess that means... What could it be? We haven't even seen any stations this season. Oh, is it the one that Ben had on his jacket?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The Orchid Station.
The Orchid. Oh. Yeah. So I really I was shocked to see that. What does that mean? I mean, why do they have a Dharma symbol? Help me. I don't understand. Dharma should be long dead. Why are there still Dharma symbols floating around? On a recent thing.
Very good questions.
Is Widmore Dharma? Is he a part of Dharma? What is Dharma? Are they still alive?
I think that the answer here is very simple. I think it's not a crazy is Dharma still around I think it could just be as simple as they got a copy of some old Dharma information that details. I think basically we see Ben. We saw Ben basically leave from apparently the orchid, and those words. Yeah, those words.
That's a different station.
Weird. Yeah, that's a different station. It's got fruit in it. I think what we're going to find is that Ben is going to go to the Orchid Station and sort of leave in some sort of last-ditch effort to do whatever, and he's got this cut on his arm and all that stuff. I think that's where he's going to end up going. I think that's where they're going to probably have to go to move the island. And I think whatever Kimi's reading is detailing information either specifically about the station or about some certain protocols or certain contingency plans that were maybe outlined by Dharma in case of attack or in case of anything like that. I don't think the fact that he has his binder, to me, I don't think it means that Widmore's sort of more connected to Dharma than we thought before or anything like that, or that Dharma is still around and active. I think, to me, the strangest thing is the fact that they even have it, not that, what does it mean that they have it? The fact that they have it, I think, is weird. The fact that, that Widmore even knows to have, why is that the secondary protocol? To me, it makes me feel like that there are, that what's going on between Ben and Widmore is bigger than it seems. You know what I mean? I feel like, especially when he says, I know where he's going, there's only one place he can go and all this stuff. To me, it's strange that Widmore would even know that. Even know to go, get that stuff. How did he even get that stuff, to me, is a big question. But I don't think it's really, really crazy, the explanation of how they have it.
Okay. So
I was trying to find this screen cap that I saw where it pretty clearly showed that it was the same symbol, and I don't know where that is now. I don't think I made that up. But what else did you think about this scene? I mean, obviously that's the sort of big,
if I understand your theory right, they're going to be going to the orchid station.
Mm-hmm.
And are you suggesting that Ben is going to, like, time travel, teleport out of there, like, pretty soon? And that a skirmish that he's involved in will be as a result of this, Kimi and his group going to look for him?
Yes. I think Ben. I think Locke and Ben and Hurley need to go move the island or whatever. I mean, before that, obviously, I think Hurley has to get back with the others at the beach, but at some point. But I think where Ben and Locke need to go to move the island is going to have something to do with the orchid. Tried to say the right one, said the wrong one.
So Ben is going to exit from the present island story very soon.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I think well, do I think that? I think the fact that, well, I don't know. I think he could. I think, we talked about before about these flash forwards and how, it seems like they're going to need to catch up to the flash forwards at some point.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know when else they could do that, but except for, like, sort of between seasons or something. And they could just sort of, I mean, if the Oceanic Six get off and, and then the freighter people are taken care of, and the island and everyone else who's alive on the island or whatever sort of reaches some sort of stasis, like they're not really in danger, and the ones who are there don't really want to leave or go home, then I can see them, sort of just like fast forwarding the timeline a bit and catching up to, maybe when Ben Lee, sort of shows up in Tunisia. Or, yeah.
Mhm.
So I could see that happening, yeah.
Which is actually, I don't think it's that far into the future.
Yeah, that one is like the next year, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have to flash forward too much to get there.
Now, what I don't like about my little idea is it seems like that would mean Ben is time traveling if he leaves from this present and sort of shows up next year.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy that, but
which is what I thought when he asked about the date and the year.
Mhm. Yeah, I forgot about that. He asked that. I totally forgot about that. Maybe so. Maybe. I guess my biggest thing was when he asked for the date and year was that I don't want to buy that he didn't know when it was. So I would buy that when he left, he knew where he was going and when he was going.
Mhm.
Oh man, time travel.
Ugh. Yeah, I know.
As cool as it is, it just makes everything worse.
Yeah, you can't have too much of it. It ruins everything.
Where did I see this? The screen cap. Maybe on the board somewhere. I don't remember. Well, what do you think is going on?
As far as the Dharma symbol, or Ben, or where they're going?
Well, with this protocol and all of it, I mean, yeah.
I was totally bewildered by it. I really had no idea what to think. I guess I was thinking that that Dharma was still alive. It does make more sense. I mean, Widmore said, that the island used to be his. And so I believe at some point he did have access to the island. And so, at some point, I mean, I don't know why he would specifically get those documents, but, I feel like he at least could have at some point. So I'll buy that. So I like the idea that, they are Dharma documents to use because he knew that Ben would go to that place, and not because he is Dharma, or Dharma's still alive, or whatever. Because that was painful to me.
I think it's the same reason why Charlotte and Dan went straight to the Tempest. Because they knew that if Ben wanted to kill people on the island, that's what he would do because he did it before, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think Widmore, he should be privy to, some of this information. And so if he is, he would know, okay, well, we got to take the Tempest down, or else we'll use the gas, and we got to get to the Orchid, because then Ben will try to do whatever else,
Whatever it is you can do there.
Whatever it is. Yeah, I'm looking at the screen cap again, and it is definitely the same symbol.
Okay.
And so, so I feel like that it just makes sense that that's what's going to happen. We know Locke and Ben need to go somewhere. We know Kimi and his people are on their way, obviously, to the station, because he's got the binder for it, and he's talking about where they need to go. So, and I think Jack and those guys are obviously going to get there too, or at least close, because they've got the tracker now, the little sat phone that Frank dropped for them.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we're going to all convene at the Orchid pretty soon here.
I guess so. Yikes.
Maybe the Orchid will, beam people to the freighter.
See,
no, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, because I would be less kidding if I didn't already know that Saeed has a little boat.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like that's a little more likely to be the source of transportation.
Yeah. So, what else with this scene? I mean, obviously that was a big thing. To me, like I said, it's just crazy. I just don't know what's going on with Ben and Widmore. I feel like it's bigger than I can grasp my head around, because it just doesn't seem like it's a simple case of Widmore wants to get this island and Ben doesn't want him to. Because there's, the whole thing of with their conversation about these rules and things, and this thing about Widmore knowing where Ben is gonna, what he's gonna do, and how many other protocols are there? Is this if they don't get the island, or or kill everybody or whatever after the second protocol, which they won't, they can't win. They're the bad guys.
Yeah. If they could talk to us, we could tell them some people that they won't kill.
Yeah, exactly. We could totally tell them, don't waste your time on some of these people, namely Ben.
Yeah. The key one is Ben. But if you're trying to kill any of these six, you're doomed to fail. I'm sorry, but we've seen them live for many years after this.
Exactly. And by the way, your gun wasn't malfunctioning. The island is protecting Michael.
The thing, one of the things that surprised me is that Kimi just does not. He's kind of a He doesn't respect the captain's authority whatsoever at all.
You know, yeah, this episode, I mean, the last couple have really, I mean, I think if we go back to when we first were introduced to the freighter people, you know, we kind of thought they were all privy to the same information and all on the same page, and kind of, you know, different people knew different things, obviously, but we thought everyone was kind of on the same page, and it's really clear that there's only a handful of people who really know what's going on.
Yeah.
And then, like, and of the people on the freighter, like, almost all of them have different agendas for being there.
Yeah.
You know, and I think, you know, the captain, you know, I think Ray is, you know, with the captain, you know, part of his crew. But it's clear that the captain had no idea what was going on. You know, and Frank, you know, Frank was just, you know, I was supposed to be helicoptering scientist. He didn't know that there was going to be, you know, soldiers on board. The captain didn't, you know, thought this was an extraction mission. He didn't, you know anything about, you know, destroying people on the island. And so it's really interesting to see who knew what. And I think the fact, you know, the fact that, yeah, Kimi doesn't respect his authority because it's really not even the captain's mission. You know, the captain doesn't even know what the mission is, the real mission. So he doesn't really, you know, it's just like, you know, before it seemed like, you know, he was the captain in sort of a traditional sense, but it's just like he's just the captain of this, you know, their transportation mode. He doesn't really have any authority over Kimi's team at all.
I naturally expect the captain to be in charge and to be, you know, in the know about what's going on.
That's the thing. Like, Kimi and Omar and those guys were laying low that entire time when we first met them.
Yeah.
Like, they seemed like they were just part of the ship's crew, you know, whatever. You know, they were helpful and nice and all that in the beginning. And the captain was the one everyone wanted to see, and he was the one who was, you know, oh, you don't want to see the captain. And he turns out to be, you know, a fairly good guy.
Yeah, I know. I still wonder about that note that said, don't trust the captain. You know, like, he seems to be, you know, better than...
Trustworthy.
Yeah, trustworthy, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it turns out that he wasn't that bad.
When Saeed turned Michael in, like, the captain didn't try to kill him immediately. He just put him in custody. You know, and this is a guy who was responsible for his crew dying. You know, the fact that they're stuck there. You know, I don't know why. I mean, if that note came from Michael, I don't know why he would have said that. You know.
Yeah. I don't either. Still don't. He's dead now.
Well, maybe we'll get a posthumous Captain Flashback.
I like the captain, but
I liked his character too, and I think his character and Kimi's character did a flip flop, and the captain became less threatening as he seemed, and Kimi became more threatening than he seemed.
Yeah.
I also wanted to mention really quickly that, which I don't think this really relates, but I noticed that Michael when he was chained in that room, he was chained to some pipes. And it just reminded me of the person banging on the pipe.
Oh.
That we never found out who that was.
True. Yeah. I mean, that should have been before he was locked in there. But... Time travel!
It's fate. Which one do you want, time travel or fate?
Those are your two choices.
Those answer everything on Lost. If it doesn't make sense, it's either time travel or their fate.
Maybe it was just him, like, fucking up the engine.
But that's so ridiculously loud, though, and it's like no one heard that coming from the engine room, and no one else was, like, stationed in the engine room, or, like, I mean, what kind of saboteur, like, makes that kind of noise?
Yeah. No, I agree.
I mean, not that I don't want to, like, you know, blow holes in your idea, but, I mean, no, it's just an idea, but I don't...
Just because, you know, Saeed says that it's, you know, that it's not mechanical, so I was thinking, you know, that would be one way he could make noise. It would be a bad idea to sabotage the...
What now? He says it's not mechanical, so that means what?
Well, that seems to mean it's, you know, someone doing it. And I was trying to think of a non. I mean, I don't necessarily think Michael knows Morse code. Maybe he does, I was trying to think of a non-Morse code reason why Michael would be banging on things.
And you know what? It could be he was banging on things, and if someone came to ask him what he was doing, like, you know, it wasn't, like, maybe really obvious that he was destroying things, maybe. And he's like, oh, I'm repairing this, whatever, but what he was really doing, if someone really knew about engines, they would know that whatever he was banging on, he should be banging on. So it could be that too, where he was making the noise, but it wasn't obvious that he was destroying things. But I feel like if anyone else was in the engine room, because I don't know what happened to the engineer. Didn't he die or something? Or
yeah,
I forgot what happened to the engineer. But you would think that there would be more than one person in the engine room on that stat. On that.
I mean,
crew.
I don't even think Michael was supposed to be involved with the engine room. I think
and it
got promoted to there or something.
I can't help but think, but connect this to when Minkowski asked Michael if he was the engineer.
Yeah.
Remember that when he first met him on when they were loading up with the ship?
Yeah.
That always stuck in my head because I would think maybe he should be the engineer. Now he basically is the engineer.
Yeah.
You know, he's the one who broke them, and he's the only one who can fix them. And it's like they make it seem like he has engineering. Because to destroy an engine, you don't necessarily have to have engineering skills.
Yeah.
If you do, you could probably do it better and more
effectively. Yeah.
But they're making it seem like now he's got the skills to repair it, which is weird because Minkowski basically intimated that by asking him.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
So
yeah, that's one of those weird things that it kind of reminds me of the satellite phone being broken, where they say it is when it's not true, and then it becomes true.
Yeah, exactly. That's so weird. Time travel.
Time travel, fate, anybody? Okay, both.
Both, exactly. Both and neither.
God. Oh, man. But, yeah, no, I don't have another point. What am I talking about?
You don't have another point. Don't gear up for it.
Don't try to.
All right, where are we?
We just got through with this Captain Kimi thing, I think. That was the last scene, right?
I wanted to also say, they claim, he's going to torch the island. But if he really torched it in a literal sense, what would Widmore want on the island that would still be alive? Or still be, not damaged, or still be,
Yeah, a completely, burned, scorched island.
And can Christian and presumably Claire and all these apparitions we've seen, I don't really put Claire in there yet, but, Christian and Jacob, can they survive if the island was torched? I mean, are they impervious to that kind of, if they can't, teleport somewhere else, or, if they were really confined to the island, I wonder what fire would do to them and their habitat.
Yeah. Me too. I wonder if you could just shoot one of those things that destroyed Claire's house at Jacob's cabin. And if it would really.
Yeah, what would that do? And is Jacob's cabin a source of power or a source of home or something? Where if that was destroyed somehow that would weaken him or whatever. I don't know.
Maybe we'll find out.
Maybe, just maybe.
Something's going to happen.
Okay, next scene. We're on top deck, and Desmond and Saeed are watching as they carry off a very dead Mayhew.
Oh.
And Desmond says that
we hardly knew ye.
We hardly knew ye. He survived Smokey for a bit and let us know about it. And he says, Desmond says that the man was not injured by a gunshot, and asks Saeed what he thinks happened, and Saeed says he doesn't know, but he's sure that when Kimi and his team get back, that they'll be certain it doesn't happen again. Then Galt comes and tells Omar that Kimi wants to see him in the armory, and Kimi says he's not supposed to take his eyes off of Desmond and Desmond and Saeed. And then Galt says he'll watch them and let them go.
Wait, Omar says that, right? I got lost.
Omar says he's not supposed to take his eyes off of Desmond and Saeed. Galt says that he's going to watch them and that Omar should leave.
Okay.
And as Omar leaves, his sat phone gets an incoming Morse code message.
Ooh.
Wonder what that's about. Guess we'll find out later. Then what happens next? Let me see. My notes are messed up here. So basically Galt wants them to hide before Kimi comes back. And so he says hiding is pointless. He wants to take the Zodiac raft. I don't know why it has a name. But he wants to start ferrying people to and fro the beach. I guess just fro the beach.
Yeah.
No one wants to go to the beach.
Only himself, too.
Yeah, only himself, too.
Everybody else fro.
Everybody else fro. And he says that's the only way to save the people on the island. Then Galt says meet him behind the container in 10 minutes, and the boat will be in the water.
Awesome. So this answers a question that you had about when they sent the Morse code message, how they answered it so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently this just went straight to Omar's phone.
Why would it go anywhere else, I guess, huh? That's so weird to me that before when they were talking on the sat phones, it was going to it wasn't going to another sat phone, right? Like, did we never, I mean, what was Regina using when she was talking to them?
I don't really know. We never actually got to see.
We never got to see her do it.
I assumed that it was something in that communication room that that Saeed and I imagine someone in there, not them just standing there with another sat phone.
You know what it is, maybe?
The phones are supposed to be able to call each other. Actually, there was a line that Frank said where he said that the sat phones could only call each other. So I guess that means they were using a sat phone.
It also made me think of when they they called that other number that was only for emergencies, and Regina picked up and was like, "Why are you using this line?" Remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
That made me think they had switched to sat phone to sat phone communication or something. But yeah, I forgot about that line with Frank that they can only call each other. But is it like everyone got that Morse code message or just Omar's phone? That's weird to me.
Yeah. That's a good question. I don't know.
Well, anyway, we get the answer to who picked it up, and and
so presumably he's the one who said the doctor was fine.
I don't know how he. It's weird that I don't know how he responded to the Morse code message. You notice we didn't see that.
No, of course not.
Because it took Dan those materials he had to make to sort of do the Morse code.
Yeah.
And the sat phone, I don't know if he could have just pressed buttons in sort of a Morse code way, just press a single button in Morse code and that would have been enough. Or if there's a Morse code function on the phone, that's weird.
Yeah.
But we got our answer, so. What else about this scene?
It at least shows why someone was ready with a response. Since it wasn't really what I was envisioning, I was thinking that room. And I thought it would be sort of less directed, or they wouldn't necessarily, I don't know what it was or whatever.
Yeah. What else you got on this scene?
What else happened? I think that's it.
Yeah, not much.
The Zodiac raft.
The Zodiac raft. All right, well, I think I have to hand this over to you now.
Oh, is it my turn? Wow, halfway, huh? Okay.
Yeah, we're only halfway.
Whew. I really thought you had more scenes. Let's see. Let me make sure. Okay. So in the next scene, Locke is looking at Horace's blueprint / map, trying to figure out where the cabin is. Hurley arrives and gives water to Ben and Locke. Locke suggests that Hugo go back to the beach and apologizes for making him come along. Hurley decides to stay with Locke and Ben, and he kind of walks away. Ben stays behind and compliments John on tricking Hurley into staying with them. I guess he suggests that it wasn't really Hurley's idea to stay with them. John Locke, that is, responds with, "I'm not you," and Ben says, "You're certainly not," which is quite true, I have to say.
Gotta love Ben. It's
yeah.
like, hey man, you're just like me. I'm not like you. Yeah, you're not.
Yeah.
It was a little, you know what it was actually?
What?
I thought it was a little petty.
Petty? Oh yeah.
And you know who's petty?
Ben?
Locke's petty.
Oh, Locke's petty. Locke is petty.
And I think this might be the first.
Jack's petty too.
Yeah, they're all petty. This might be a case of a little switcheroo of personality traits.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Of Ben becoming more like Locke, while Locke becomes more like Ben.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like this scene. The whole thing. Was Locke really saying that because he knew Hurley would come along anyway, or was he really trying to have Hurley's best interest? Did he really have Hurley's best interest at heart? To me, it's like Hurley doesn't need to come in the first place.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like Locke really needs to trick Hurley into coming.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
What? What did it say at the end?
To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Yeah, but I pressed *8. Oh, maybe I interrupted it and it finished saying 8 or something. I heard it say something after it made that sound.
Oh. Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I don't think Hurley needs to come anyway. So it's why would Locke trick him into doing that?
I feel like Locke was sincere.
Mhm.
That he realized he didn't need him, and really, Hurley might be in the way at some point. And so it's like, you should go back.
Mhm.
He wouldn't have wanted him there anyway if he didn't think he could lead him to the cabin, which now he, doesn't need help with.
Mhm.
So, and I thought when he said "I'm not you," he was suggesting that he wasn't doing that.
Yeah, I think that is what he's suggesting. Doesn't mean he's not lying.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, that's an interesting little scene.
Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, is that enough? Should I go to the next scene here?
Moving right along?
Oh, no, please. Please let's not.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just don't like the phrase for some reason.
I just made that up.
Every time I hear it, I just, I don't know, I want to shut off a podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's just a problem I have.
Every time I hear that, it makes me want to donate to a podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice of you. So the next scene is a flashback. Teenage Locke is locked in a locker.
You did not just say that.
I had to.
Teenage Locke is locked in a locker with a lollipop licking his. Okay, alliteration, 2 points.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. And he's banging on the door for someone to let him out. A man, I guess, a teacher, someone who
Professor Four Eyes.
Yeah, is that his legal name?
Yeah, I think so.
Professor Four Eyes lets him out and takes him to, well, I guess he says he's taking him to a nurse's office, but then at some point they're just in a room alone in some kind of office together. I don't really know if he's supposed to have gone to the nurse or whatever, but anyway, they're alone in a room together now. The teacher tells Locke that Alpert called him on behalf of Middelos to recruit Locke to go to their summer science camp.
Yay!
Yay! Yeah. Locke says that this is a type of thing that causes him to be put into lockers. Locke insists that he likes such wonderful things as boxing, fishing, cars, and sports. He'd already mentioned some sports, but just for any he didn't say, he likes those too. The teacher tells him that he can't be the prom king, the quarterback, or a superhero. And Locke says, "Don't tell me what I can't do," and leaves the office.
Yay!
Yay! Look at Lil Locke saying his...
The little Locke that could.
Yeah.
I guess he hasn't changed in like 40 years.
Not a bit. This struck me as a bit surprising in a way, because in the episode, I guess The Man from Tallahassee, where we see how Locke ended up in the wheelchair, one of the orderlies who comes to put Locke in a wheelchair tells him something like, "Don't tell me what you can't do." And at the time, I think we suggested, many people thought that was the origin of his phrase. Apparently, he knew it long before that, and somebody else just said it by coincidence.
Reminded him,
yeah, maybe that's it. But yeah, I was surprised to hear him throw this out. The other thing that strikes me about this scene is the idea that Locke's supposed to be a scientist.
That's a very, very, that he has any sort of scientific aptitude, I think, is very surprising. We've seen him, be mechanically inclined. I mean, he, the whole thing with Mousetrap and seems to be more about liking games.
Yeah.
But he did build that trebuchet,
yeah,
which he tried to open the swan hatch with, and which is fairly complicated.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting. That's the only thing I can think of that really fits in line with this idea that he's got this and the other idea is the science camp is most likely a ruse. There probably isn't really a science camp.
Oh, I agree.
But the fact that he seems to have the sort of grades or whatever, the teacher seems to think he's, has this thing is sort of the proof here. And, it's really strange that, it's a new revelation about his character. He didn't seem to be that kind of person. Yeah,
and Locke himself is, suggesting that he's bullied because he's good at this stuff. So he's sort of acknowledging it too, but sort of rebelling against it to the best of his ability. But yeah, it's just I don't know. To me, it was shocking, the idea that he would have any inclination in that way. He never struck me as that kind of character. Yeah, and it's weird too, because this young Locke, the guy who's playing him, he does it. They didn't really make him look like a nerd. He just looked. It's just really weird. I don't know why that's the approach they decided to take. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess maybe the idea is he just shunned all that. We never saw him, with this kind of interest because he shunned it all the time, and he never developed it. Yeah. Yeah. And this is supposed to be, this is who Locke could have been. He could have been this scientist or something. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. But that would have, I think,
I think it could have drastically altered his, his fate, because if he was a man of science, how would that have affected what happens later in his life?
Yeah. It should have in some way, definitely.
So it seems like Alpert should have known that this wasn't going to be good for him. But of course he didn't know, because he doesn't seem to know sort of what's happening and is going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
But I mean, what if it was a sports camp? Like, he would have said, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It seems like he just would have had to change what the thing was.
You know what this makes me think, though? This makes me think that since it's, since they tried to bait him with science and he has this sort of science interest, and the fact that he didn't go because he's shunning it seems to mean he's not ready, another sign of him not being ready. And does that mean he's going to develop this science thing later? Like, we're going to see him get into that somehow?
Like a lot later, like, now
well, like
on the show?
like on the show.
Maybe. That's kind of what I thought at the time. What you said about it just a little bit earlier made me think that it was just a little detail about his character and what he could have been, and that that he won't necessarily try to pursue it later. But I did when I initially saw this, I did think that, like, we're supposed to believe he needs to start doing science. It's just absurd to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Because it seems to me, why did they use science as what was supposed to get him up there?
Yeah. I agree. I mean, Juliet was recruited that way, but of course she was a scientist, so it made sense. And yeah, I agree. It was a ruse. I mean, they threw out all the clues. Alpert, Portland, Middle. It's it's as clear as can be that he probably just would have been shuttled off to wherever Alpert wanted him to be. But yeah, it is odd that they would use that. I mean, maybe they didn't know. I don't know.
That's the thing. That's what I was saying. Is if they thought science was going to work, why? I don't think they knew it wasn't going to work. Otherwise, I don't think they would have tried it. But if they thought sports was going to work, why didn't they try sports? Why didn't they figure out what he was interested in first?
Yeah.
And then try to get him to come. But I that's my point. I feel like if they chose science specifically, then and he wasn't interested, that seems to be, like I said, another example of him not being ready for what they need him to be ready for. So, so it could be that, it had to be science, and the fact that he's not ready to, he wasn't ready to be interested in it, sort of meant he wasn't ready to be whatever they needed him to be.
Yeah. I wanted to tie that into the objects, too, that him choosing the knife was somehow related to that.
Yeah. I mean, the compass is, more scientific, and the vial of the sand or whatever was in there, I don't know where to put that. I would say the knife is more, I guess, more akin to sports than science.
Yeah.
So I think that's all he chose, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think it was those three.
Or
did he? I forget. So what are you thinking?
Yeah, it seemed like the knife was the problem. Yeah, I was thinking that somehow they want to steer him towards science and away from these other types of interests. At least that's what I was thinking. Once I rethought my opinion of that object scene, I kind of stopped thinking that. But maybe it's true. Maybe they know he would be good at that, and that's what he ought to do, and I don't know, some kind of thing like that.
Yeah, I mean, what's weird about this is it seems like it's if it was just about getting Locke to Middleos, which I think they probably would have taken him to the island. If it was about getting him to the summer camp, then all they needed to do was to find out what he was interested in and say it's that thing, So to me, it seems to be more of a test to see if he's ready, which would mean that the fact that it's science is important.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because if it didn't matter what it was, and say, for instance, okay, we know Locke likes sports, then Alfred could come and say, hey, I'm on a sports camp, for kids who like science.
Yeah.
For kids who like science but don't want to be bullied, just tailor it to make it where he couldn't say no if it was just about getting him up there.
Yeah.
So it seems to be more of a test to see if he's ready, and he wasn't ready. And to me, it's weird the test is about science.
Mhm.
So that's odd.
Yeah. In Juliet's case, I mean, she really was recruited to do science, but it just wasn't in the location she thought it was. Is there any chance they were going to try to get Locke to help with the fertility problems? I doubt it.
No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know where the fertility problems lie this far back in time.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that then.
That would have been a long time ago. That's true. I don't know when they started.
I mean,
or if they've always been there.
Yeah, I don't know. Did the hostiles have problem reproducing? Or is it just non-indigenous, people who come there that have trouble reproducing? We don't have the answers, folks.
No, we don't. We can only ask questions and leave the answers to you.
It's our gift.
Let's see. Oh, okay. All right.
So, I also wanted to say real quick. I don't know. I don't have a better alternative, but I just just to nitpick. I didn't really like the whole you can't be captain of the football team. You can't be this. You can't be that. You can't be a superhero. And he says, "Don't tell me what I can't do." I really wish it was, "Don't tell me what I can't be."
Yeah, it would make more sense.
That would have really solidified that. But of course, that's not the phrase. But I don't know how else they could have phrased what the teacher said. But I just thought that was weird to me. You can't be. You can't be. You can't be. Don't tell me what I can't do. And being those things is sort of doing. But
yeah.
I don't know. Little thing.
Yeah, here's a list of things you can't do. Be the prom king, be a quarterback, be a superhero. It does make sense, but it does feel weird. It does seem like he should say, "Don't tell me what I can't be," but he can't say that because that's not his phrase. It would be weird.
Yeah.
So I agree with your nitpicking, and I actually thought about that this time. Normally, I totally miss your nitpicking. That one actually caught my attention.
That's either good or bad.
Yeah, I don't know which. Okay, anything else? Next scene?
Next scene.
Okay. The next scene is back on the boat, the freighter. Frank goes to visit Michael in his cell. Frank asks why Michael didn't tell him that he was a survivor of Oceanic A-15. Michael says, "You wouldn't have believed me." Frank says, I think I'm one of the few people that think the plane that they found at the bottom of the ocean is a hoax. Michael says he didn't know Frank was trustworthy. His boss, Whitmore, put that plane there. Frank thinks that's too crazy of a conspiracy theory, even for him. Frank helps Michael up. Michael tells Frank not to fly Kimi to the island because they're going to kill everyone, blah, blah, blah. Frank goes into the hallway. In a room at the end of the hallway, Omar is fastening a device onto Kimi's arm. He then turns it on. They turn around and look at Frank and Michael emerging from Michael's little cell. Frank says he's just taking Michael to the engine room. The door is shut on him and Michael, and that's the end of the scene.
All right. Yeah, I think Michael's second line about why he didn't tell Frank is really the real answer. Not that he wouldn't necessarily believe them, but he really couldn't trust them because he's undercover. You know, there was too much at stake for him to say, well, guy I just met, I'm really the survivor of this plane crash that, at the bottom of the ocean, and I'm on this crew under a different name. Bob, it's too much.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't trust him at first.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had been him, I wouldn't have. He doesn't know what's going on. So
yeah, he doesn't know.
So yeah.
We still have yet to really see why Frank is there. We know why he's involved, but what does he really want out of this? Just to be near the action, I don't know why he's really here.
What do you mean? Why he's where?
Why he's on board the crew? Why he agrees to this mission to ferry these people, to helicopter these people in and out?
Oh.
Because we know he's connected. We know he knows about A-15 and blah blah blah. But besides that, what does he really want? What is his motive for being here?
Yeah.
Because if he really thought he was just ferrying scientists to and from an island, what does that have to do with Flight 815 and what motive does he have for wanting to help out or be around? We still don't know yet.
Yeah.
Kind of the same with Charlotte and Dan.
I was going to say.
We don't know their ultimate motives either. But at least they have obvious motives, because they're scientists.
Yeah. Do we know Miles' motive? We
don't know. But see, that's the thing. That's the other thing too, is that these people were kind of chosen.
Yeah.
But Abaddon had the little dossiers on everyone. Yeah, it's weird to me. I think that's a big mystery. Is why these people?
Yeah. Yeah.
Miles was ostensibly there for money. He came in and said, the whole money thing. I think there's a reason he's there that has to do with his powers. He might not know it, but I think his reason for going might just have been the money.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I guess, they could have all just gone for the money.
And there's another question while I'm asking questions. How did I don't think we know this. How did Miles know about Ben? What Ben can do or can get? Because I wouldn't imagine they would tell these guys a lot about Ben.
Yeah, I agree.
You think it just maybe has to do with his power or something? Like Miles sort of picked up on something from some dead person, or?
He knew they were looking for him, but yeah, that's weird because he does seem like an outsider now. He doesn't seem like he would really know that much about Ben.
Yeah.
So yeah, what did he mean by that? Well, I'll just ask your question again. Not answer it. How about that?
I'll tell you. Now that you've asked me, I have an answer.
That's all you need. Someone else to ask you your own question.
Mhm.
That's nice. It's really nice.
Wish it was that simple.
Wish I had that feature.
You make me sound like a car.
Yeah, okay, well, ability, whatever.
I am a car.
Ooh.
But you don't have to make me sound like one.
Yikes.
All right.
That's a revelation. So I agree. Michael's second reason was a better reason. Good point. We're still kind of swimming in the sea of uncertainty with regards to the plane. Frank just is sort of like, whatever, you're crazy, but he already thinks that already thinks that the plane is a hoax, which means that someone put it there. I don't really understand why, this person put it there is that much crazier.
Probably because this is the person who, maybe from Frank's perspective, I mean, I agree it's weird. I'm just thinking maybe from Frank's perspective, it doesn't make, he's heard the same thing we've heard in terms of Ben's the one, what the captain said basically about Ben is the one who put it down there. He probably believes that, from whatever else he might know or have heard about Ben or what goes on the island, It's weird, yeah, that he wouldn't sort of even consider Michael, considering who Michael is and everything that's gone on, you think he would take half a second to consider the possibility that Michael could be right.
Mm-hmm.
But he just thinks that just doesn't make any sense. That, and it's also weird that he says, you're a boss. And, how much of, how what am I trying to say? How much of a boss to Frank is Widmore,
I mean, ultimately, I think he is, but how much contact does Widmore have with Frank? I'd say probably zero.
But I mean, I feel like Keamy, Widmore is Keamy's boss. I feel like that's a really strong connection. He's getting orders, directly and stuff. But Frank was just kind of like hired to do this. I don't think he's had any contact with Widmore, and I don't even know if he knows how involved Widmore is. And to me, that's what was interesting when Michael said, you're a boss.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't say Widmore. He said, you're a boss. And then Frank laughed it off. And, of course, Claude likes to come up with crazy theories. I was thinking, Frank is thinking that Michael is referencing someone else.
Oh, okay.
Like whoever Frank thinks his boss is, he thinks that's who Michael is referencing. And it's just crazy.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how much he knows about what's going on with Widmore. I mean, the captain didn't even know about the secondary protocol, and he had the key to it. You know what I mean? Like he was somewhat close to it, but he didn't even know what it was about. And he's the captain.
The captain knew Widmore was in charge.
He definitely knew Widmore was in charge. Yeah, he definitely knew Widmore was in charge. Yeah. But that's the thing. He, as high up on the food chain as he is, he still didn't know a lot. And, he didn't even know what the real mission was.
Have Ben or Charles, I'm sorry, God, those are the wrong names. Have Dan or Charlotte, that's why I messed it up.
Pretty close. I mean, a three-letter word and then a word beginning with the CH.
Yeah.
CHR, yeah.
Have Dan or Charlotte or Miles, do you remember them ever indicating that they know about Widmore?
No.
I can't either, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there's some line in there. I think the first we heard about Widmore was from Ben when he showed Locke the little videotape and gave him the file.
I think that's when Widmore, first came back into the picture for real.
Yeah, and then the captain sort of verified that Widmore was in charge. So I guess it's possible / likely that, and Abaddon was shown to be the one to talk to Naomi and say these are the people that you need to get.
Mm-hmm.
So which already makes it seem like it's a step removed from Widmore.
Yeah, I feel like if Frank thinks anyone is his boss, it might be Abaddon. It might be, whoever kind of hired him, but I can't imagine he really is thinking about Widmore.
Yeah. 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 So that's a fair theory. He doesn't think his boss is Widmore. His boss is someone that it would be crazy to think that they would do something like that.
Yeah, Larry Goldman, who works back at the office. He's responsible for chartering helicopter flights. Larry's in charge of this? No way.
Yeah, exactly. Good example. Okay, the device. What do you say? What do you think? What's going on with the arm device?
The arm device. I don't know what the arm device is. Sorry.
Okay. I don't either. But I thought you might have some thoughts. I have no idea what it is.
I think it has to do with, I don't think we could even guess, because I think it has to do with the specifics of the orchid or wherever they're going next. And, we just don't know.
Okay.
It could be, it could be, your fabled anti-smoky device.
Anti-smoky device. That did cross my mind.
Because now that he knows what he's dealing with, he might, they have a lot of weapons.
Yeah, they certainly do.
I didn't think they were that prepared. But he's got some sort of thing on his arm, and the captain, later, it seems like he shouldn't shoot him because of whatever's on his arm.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
The captain doesn't know what it is, but it seems like, if you shoot him, something would happen.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, there's something going on with that. Another thing that I wanted to say about this general topic is that earlier in the season, Confirmed Dead, we talked about how odd it was that Dan and Charlotte and Miles and Frank, these guys, they're not, they're not hardcore guys. They're not really going to do much of a job of this mission.
Mm-hmm.
What they're, I still kind of wonder what they're up to, but now that we know, Kimi's the one who's really the go-to guy for the rough and tumble part of the mission.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like Naomi was all they had, and then
Naomi was the first. Yeah, Naomi. He's the new Naomi, basically. Yeah, she had some skills, but I think Frank is a little above her. He's got some Frank. I mean Kimi.
I was gonna say. Okay. Yeah.
I think Kimi's the next. He's Protocol 2.
Yeah. Yeah. And Kimi is just like he's gone over and above. He's just gonna do his thing, and he's not gonna let anybody stop him. And so anyway, he's the kind of guy that I would expect to be recruited for a mission like this.
Yep.
And we just didn't, it seems like this stuff with Dan and Charlotte, maybe they really were just there to shut off the thing. I don't know what Miles is there to do. Frank could just be there to fly the helicopter. And maybe that's it. It's kind of weird.
It could be that Frank felt some sort of need to be involved, and that in order to shut him up, to basically say, I know that's not the pilot that you guys are showing footage of.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they decided to let him be involved with it, and there's no other big, reason besides that. I think Dan and Charlotte, especially Charlotte, because I think Dan has done enough. I think he could do more, but he's done, I think, enough to sort of warrant his presence on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I think Charlotte needs to step up and do some stuff, and I think they're going to come into play later, by the finale. Which
I hope
next
so.
Episode.
It's time, guys.
Yeah, I think
get into gear.
I think they're going to contribute some valuable stuff then.
Yeah.
And I meant to mention that earlier about Frank. He seems to be more like bedraggled every episode. It's like he's like falling apart. They keep like making his hair more crazy, and like it's just. Before he didn't look that crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. His hair really is a mess. He should look at that.
Yeah.
Because he does look very, very out of sorts.
Yeah.
I would worry about him.
Yeah, it's like it gets crazier and crazier every episode.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if they're going to introduce these characters, they really should. They have done stuff, but it seems like, what has Dan done that's enough? The What?
Well, I think his observations of the island were huge. I mean, he's the reason we know about the time discrepancies. He's the reason they can even get to and from the island.
Mm-hmm.
He shut off the tempest. He he fixed the phone so he can do the Morse code stuff. Like, he's done a lot of little things, and
And he helped out in Desmond's episode.
Yeah, I mean, that whole thing was huge. So I think he's done enough. I mean,
yeah, okay.
If he didn't do anything else, it'd be like, okay, he did. I mean, obviously he did more than Nikki and Paolo ever did.
So true.
In terms of bigger, the show in general,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the thing with Charlotte. I mean, her skills as a anthropologist have really not come in handy yet.
Not a bit.
Not in the present.
Yeah.
Not in the present.
Yeah.
I mean, she identified the Dharma bear, but besides that...
Yeah, she hasn't, on the island, she hasn't done anything, apparently.
You know what? They're probably going to, go to, some other part of the island where they need to get there quick, and maybe they'll get into... Do they have a boat they can use? Maybe Saeed's boat? No. That seems weird. I was just wondering if they can get another situation where they need to go to the north side of the island and they take the boat so Charlotte could see the statue.
Oh.
And I don't know, add something to it or something, and be
Give
like,
us a little more.
That's the blah blah blah, or let me up here, I need to look at that, or something like that. I mean, they could use Saeed's thing real quick, but I think time is of the essence.
Yeah, it is.
I don't,
It's finale time. They really can't mess around too much.
Yeah.
And I don't feel
unless it's a situation where they're like, we don't have a lot of time, and they just hop into his little boat, and then he takes them to the north side, or whatever side of the island that Kimi and his team are going to land on, and with the idea that they'll just take the helicopter back or something. And they don't actually use the boat to get back. They just take the helicopter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Because as long as Frank is alive at the end, he can fly whomever off.
Yeah.
I think Kimi and his team will probably be all dead, so, that'll make room for the helicopter, so.
Yeah.
I just don't see, can you really see Saeed, how many, I mean, obviously we know a lot of people don't get off, but
yeah, he really
it just seems weird that he's going to use that boat back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And why does he think that Kimi won't just kill everyone on board who shows up from the island? How does, okay, they're not on the island anymore, but if his orders was to torch the island and kill everyone, then I would think he would just kill them if they're on the island or not.
Mhm.
Yeah. Unless
yeah,
they're supposed to hide on the ship.
That's what I
weird.
thought. I mean, I guess I figured they would try to take over the freighter and just leave before Kimi got back. I didn't think they were gonna take the helicopter. I guess if they can kill Kimi and get the helicopter, then they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, but see, this is the kind of plan they needed to have thought of before Saeed leaves, and they didn't plan that out. So I don't want to believe they're thinking that.
Yeah. Yeah,
see.
I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah. They don't know either. So the thing on his arm.
Oh, yeah, the thing on his arm. I mean, you don't know what it is. I don't know
it
what
looks like a mini disc player to me.
Yeah, kind of.
I think that's just his, it's got his music on it. He wants to listen to some tunes on the ride.
Mhm.
And if you shoot him, he won't be able to listen to the tunes.
Oh, okay. And you don't want that, do you?
You don't want that. Tunes are important. I'm going to stop saying tunes.
Kimi needs his tunes.
Kimi needs his tunes.
Yeah, tunes. That's not something I say very often.
I don't ever say that. Except for iTunes.
Ah, yeah, iTunes, yeah. But I don't buy tunes on iTunes. I buy songs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, what do you listen to in your iTunes?
I listen to songs.
I don't think you do.
I do.
I'm not sure if that's true. It's iTunes, not iSongs.
It is, but I don't know. That's what I listen to. They can't make me.
I'm shaking my head profusely.
You should be.
Did Omar seem old in this episode? Like older? Like when we first met him, I thought he was a lot younger. But then maybe it's just me.
I don't know. He did seem older to me. He looked the same. I mean, it's the same guy.
Well, yeah, it's the same guy, but I don't know.
He just looks older.
Maybe I just got a better look at him or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't really think about it, but I don't know.
All right, well, I wish we had more to say about Kimi's arm thing. Maybe when it comes up again, we'll have some information.
Yeah, some brilliant theories will percolate in that time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so shall I do the next scene here?
Yeah.
All right. So we're still on the boat. The captain tells Saeed and Desmond to stay on the 305 heading and leaves them. Okay, so we're on the top part of the boat. We are sort of on the edge. They're about to get on the Zodiac raft. That's the context. I didn't really say that. So the captain tells them to stay on the heading and leaves. Desmond says he can't go with Saeed. He will never set foot on the island again. He's been on there too long. Penny's coming, so he's not going with Saeed. Saeed says he'll be back with the first group as soon as he can. The captain walks over again and insists that he leave now. So Saeed climbs into the little inflatable raft, Zodiac raft.
The Zodiac raft, please.
And I really missed that name, so I didn't call it that, but I will now substitute that everywhere. And leaves the freighter and heads towards the island. So the fact that Saeed says the first group, I guess that means that what he has in mind is a bunch of trips, which is what I was saying originally. Like, I felt like, even if they had limited capacity, I felt like they should be able to just go back and forth enough times to get everybody.
Well, I think that's the idea, but I don't think that that's practical, and I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's what he's thinking. Oh, we'll just, go back and forth. But that's a lot of trips.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think you could fit maybe 6 people on that thing.
Yeah.
I would say 4 comfortably. That's quite a few trips.
Well, I mean, there's, there's only there's under 50 survivors.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be 10 trips. That would be like 20 trips, 20 round trips. That's a long time. That's a lot of trips.
20 trips? It should be,
well, if every time he comes from the island he gets, 5 people, then that's 10 trips he's got to make from the island, and he's got to go back to get the next group. So that means it's double the amount of trips, right?
What do you mean by a trip?
We saw him leave the freighter, right? And he goes to the island and he picks up 5 people. Then he takes those 5 people to the freighter. Well, now he's got to go back and get 5 more people.
Yeah.
That's 2 trips he's taken for 5 people.
Oh, okay. I'm counting the trip as the round trip.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's 10 round trips. There's 20 one-way trips, but 10 round trips.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of trips. And that's a long time.
Yeah, but it's doable. I mean, it's not going to take forever.
It's doable as long as that, how much gas does that little boat have, and how they, and they're doing this secretly. Can he really just refill as much as he wants? And is none of Keeney's team still left on the, on the boat? Like, is no one going to see this freighter coming 10 times, I'm not the freighter, but the Zodiac raft coming that many times, and
Mhm.
I think it's doable, and it's a I don't know, I think it's a wise plan given the situation. I just think it's it's not going to work, and that it would be hard pressed to work in this situation, especially since Kimi and them could come back at in between when they're doing this, depending on how long it takes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if they're still 80 miles from the thing, oh my God, how long does that boat take to go 80 miles?
Well, I think it was 80 kilometers.
80 kilometers.
But that doesn't help too much. I think that's roughly, 50 miles, something like that. So yeah, it's a long trip.
Yeah. It's yeah.
They really should just move closer or take the whole freighter there if they can get it working.
Yeah, they got to get the engines working. And that's the other thing, too, is when he's going back and forth between the barrier, like, the more times he does it, the more times he's liable to get it wrong or to, some little thing to happen or anything. And it's going to get dark at some point. Is he really going to be doing this at night? It's to get everyone off is a noble effort, but, it's just, they would be hard-pressed to do that in ideal situations with that little boat, the Zodiac raft.
Yeah. But I think, if assuming they have fuel and all that and they weren't in danger, I think that'd be doable.
Well, they would still need, like, light. Even going in dark, like, they would still need to, have some way of knowing where they're going.
Well, they can just.
I guess they could
he can brake when it gets dark and start again the next day.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In this situation, that's not practical.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Well, are we going to go to the next scene?
Yes. Is that, not much happens, right?
Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is this, what's the deal with the bearing? Because originally it was 325.
Yeah.
And now it's 305.
It's been 305 all season consistently, but the only thing it doesn't line up with is what Ben told Michael, which was 325. So, yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe they, I don't know why would they change it? Like.
I looked up 325 in Wikipedia, and it shows, it talks about 325 and 305, but in terms of 305, it shows, it basically shows a little compass bearing, and it shows, and on the compass, it basically has, I don't know how to describe this, I guess 34 degrees, 35 degrees total or something like that. It goes from 0 to 33. It goes 0, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33. And the bearing that they got this screen cap from is basically 30 and then 5 degrees from that, from that little marker. So just a little past 30. So maybe 325 didn't line up on this compass they want to, like they found this compass that makes that work or something.
Those numbers should be like they're degrees, so you add a 0 to it to get the degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
They're 360.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I would imagine it's supposed to add up to 360, right?
Yeah.
And
that's 0 and 360 are the same.
Yeah, but the last number on the thing is 33, and then the next point looks like 34, and then it seems. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it wrong. I thought this marker here was 0, and it's not 0.
I gotta see this. What is this under?
It's under. If you just put in 325, search for 325.
Okay. Yes.
I was thinking the 0 came basically at 340 degrees, and I was really confused about that.
Oh, okay.
But I see that marker is basically at something else.
Yeah, I see.
Because I thought they were using, I would imagine, a regular compass, actually, 360 degrees or whatever, but I thought they were using some special thing, or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But it makes sense now.
Yeah, I mean, so they've used 305 consistently throughout the season.
Did they just forget?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they forgot. I can't imagine that they would have decided that, no, 325, that just won't do. It needs to be 305. Like that, it seems like they could have said 325, and it wouldn't have changed anything. I mean, I don't think, we really care where on the compass it is on the show. Just all that really matters is that there's this particular direction that you go.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess maybe it'll matter later.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine it would, but maybe that 305, like there'll be a reason that it's that heading,
Yeah.
and that reason lines up to something else, and if it's 325, it doesn't make as much sense.
So does that mean that Michael went on the wrong heading, and so he went through the berry in the wrong spot? And
he time traveled?
He time traveled, or he's got the sickness or something. I mean, I don't really believe that. It looks like he turned out all right.
Yeah, I don't know why Ben would tell him the wrong heading if he knew. Well, hey, maybe there's more than one heading.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe anything from 305 to 325, you're okay.
Well, that's a nice window there.
That is a nice window.
I guess in that case, you'd want to shoot for the middle of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
know.
Maybe there's multiple little windows, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe Michael Emerson just said it wrong, and no one caught it when they filmed it, and they didn't want to dub it over or something, and that was it. He just said it wrong.
Yeah. Could be. I mean, they should have been able to redo that, but yeah, maybe they couldn't for some reason.
But there's times if someone doesn't notice things like that, like when they're shooting, and even if they do, it's it doesn't mean they have the ability to really go back and fix it. It just all depends on their schedule. If it's like, well, that was the last shot we could do today, guys. Then we're stuck.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Which is why you'd expect them to fix it in post, but
Yeah, they could do that too. That's true. If they had noticed it.
But then fans might notice his lips singing, 25, and if they dub it 05, and that would have been a huge thing. People would have been like, "What's going on?"
The best way to do that kind of fix is to not show them speaking when you put it in. I've started noticing that in various things where I can tell it's dubbed in dialogue.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't really match with the other audio, and it's often when you're not looking at the character who's speaking. It's really annoyed me that I can hear that now. I didn't used to notice that stuff, but I hate when they do that. It bugs me. Anyway.
I've noticed that too. Yeah, it's always weird because they'll cut to someone else. It's like, why are you cutting to this person? And you hear the like blah 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 blah, and it's like, okay, yeah, right.
Yeah. It's I think it's Battlestar Galactica. I've seen it on several times. Anyway.
Speaking of that, did you see the last one?
I sure did.
Well, could you believe Starbuck is one of the final Cylons? Oh my God! No way, I'm just kidding.
Spoiler alert!
Oops.
No, it's a good episode though, at least part way. So
yeah, well, we'll talk about that on the BSG podcast.
Yeah. We can't. If we talk about BSG 2, we'll literally be here all night. So, okay. Anything else about this scene?
No, let's go.
Okay, great. Ben, Locke, and Hurley are heading to the cabin. Ben wonders if the cabin has moved. Locke says he was told it would be there. Ben says he was told a lot of things. And
The island promised me all kinds of things.
And bad stuff happened to him, including getting cancer and Alex being killed. Locke says he's sorry those things happened to Ben. Ben says that was his destiny, and Locke will soon discover that destiny is a fickle bitch. Hurley calls out that he sees the cabin, and so Ben and Locke walk over, and they all behold the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the end of that scene.
No volcanic ash this time.
Correct. I think the volcanic ash is only where the cabin was.
Yeah.
Locke and Ben went there.
I would love to find out what that was all about. It makes no sense to me now.
Me too. Because clearly it isn't preventing the cabin from moving.
Was it, I wonder if they could be like ashes, like human ashes or something, remains of, I don't know whom or how many people, because would be a lot of ashes.
Yeah. That is a lot of ashes.
Maybe that's why Jack didn't see his dad's body when he found his coffin, because someone cremated him.
Mhm.
And then you cremate the dead bodies, and you get the ashes.
Yeah.
And then if you sprinkle them around Jacob's cabin, they become apparitions.
Oh, okay. Who does it though?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting another call. I'll have to. I'm a little busy. Sorry, I can't answer that right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know. No, I don't know about that. Obviously, Christian was an apparition from the moment they landed on the island. I don't know who would have had time to cremate his body at that point.
Yeah, there is a thing about the bodies. They've only brought it up twice, but it's there. And I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
You know what I want?
What?
I want someone who is, normal and alive to touch one of the apparitions.
Mhm.
We saw Christian pick up Aaron.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was real, but it could maybe not have been exactly how we saw it.
Yeah.
I want a clear-cut case of someone just touching one of the apparitions and seeing what happens, because I don't necessarily mind if somehow these are corpses reanimated or something like that, but I just want to know that they have some real physical. We saw a Christian pet, Vincent and all that, but. From whose perspective was that? I mean, I guess that's supposed to just be some third omniscient perspective, but.
Oh, I think it was Vincent's perspective, because we sort of open on him running.
Well, yeah, we open on him, but I don't want to believe that. If it's his perspective, then then anything can happen, because who knows what a dog is thinking. I don't want to think we really experienced that scene from his perspective, because he's a dog.
Yeah, it's true. But I agree. And as much as I like dogs, they don't make very good characters.
And everything should have been in black and white.
Yeah, I know, that's true. He shouldn't have understood Christian either.
No. Well, no. I'm not saying you can't speak English. I'm just saying.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, everybody knows it's.
Yeah. So, like this scene, we said before, I don't really think Hurley was needed to be here. I mean, John said it should be 200 yards this way, and it basically was.
Mhm.
But I think Hurley will come into play for something else. I don't think he's 100% just there to, be a third person.
Mhm.
He's probably got something else he's going to do. But I got to say, it's, in terms of Hurley's, time on the show and, what he's been doing, he's really involved in things now.
It's true, yeah.
There used to be a time when he would just be at the beach lamenting that he couldn't go.
Yeah.
But he's hanging out with Locke and Ben.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, he's got some of the more interesting company on the island.
Yeah.
So
not that he's monopolizing it on it, but
yeah. Nor is he capitalizing on it.
Either one, and both.
Yeah, in general, Hurley, from getting the season premiere to all the stuff he's been involved in this season, based on what he did in the past, I never would have guessed he would get to do that much.
Mm-hmm.
He always struck me as the kind of character who was just there to kind of, laugh at and not really get too involved in things.
I just had a very weird idea, which I don't think we've said before.
Okay.
Do you think, the bad luck Hurley had for winning the money?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that was all just, the island or fate or whatever, tormenting him so he would basically get on the plane and make it to the island? It wasn't necessarily bad luck from winning the money or that the numbers are intrinsically evil or something, but that these were circumstances that were just put forth to guide him to the island. That just comes across as bad luck from winning the lottery.
Okay.
And I say that because, from this season and in this episode particularly, the scope of the island and what it wants and who it wants and the sort of timeline, I think, is bigger than we initially thought. And so it makes me want to rethink some of the other things that have happened. Because I wouldn't have thought before that the island cared about Hurley or something, or even knew about him. But now that we know, at least with Locke, it's got this idea of whatever's going on there, makes me think that there's maybe other people that are important that it somehow got them there.
Mhm.
Food for thought.
Yeah. And that would make the numbers less mystical.
Yeah.
Which, I kind of, I've given up on the numbers completely, so I'm happy to
demystify them.
Abandon them. Yeah. As being somehow important. So yeah.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Dude, that's so weird. When you press it, it should end his recording, but his recording just plays no matter what.
Oh, okay.
Because I pressed it.
Yeah. Oh, so but Hurley, he visits that lady in Australia,
mm-hmm.
whose husband, I guess he was with the other guy, Sam Toomey, who was with the other guy, the guy in the institution, Lenny.
Mm-hmm.
They both heard the number transmission.
Mm-hmm.
And so Sam Toomey used it to count beans or something, I think, and then he ended up, whatever happened, I don't remember. He died somehow, and she lost her leg or something. It seemed like the same kind of thing happened to them. It seemed to corroborate that.
Mm-hmm.
That using the numbers in a contest or whatever would bring you bad luck. You would win, but it would bring you bad luck.
Yeah.
It is a bit anecdotal because it's two cases, but I would feel better about it if there were nothing but Hurley to suggest that.
Well, the thing with Lenny, what was his bad luck?
Well, I don't know. Lenny just went crazy. I don't really know Lenny's story. Maybe they said more, but
I mean, because he could just have always been crazy or something, or just developed it. I don't know if that's really connected to the numbers. It just made it seem weird that you've got this psychiatric patient sort of rambling with these numbers. That's kind of interesting, but yeah, with the Australian couple, the Toomeys, that is weird. Yeah, I mean, they definitely made it seem like using the numbers caused all their crap.
Yeah, and I don't think that had anything to do with the island.
Mhm. But if the numbers don't have anything to do with if the numbers don't have anything to do with the island, then what do they have to do with?
Well, I mean, I think the numbers have something to do with the island. At least, they were being broadcasted from the island, and they were printed on one of the stations, and they were used for the code.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think I would just imagine. I'm just basically trying to say, is there a reason for? Because a lot of people ended up on the island for very specific reasons, and probably most people. And I don't think all of them had anything to do with necessarily what the island wanted from them, or the whole thing with Sawyer and Saeed. The reasons they were on the plane, I don't think necessarily has anything to do with the island, or that the island wanted them there or was guiding them there.
For an even better example, I don't think the island cared about those 3 red shirts that got shot 2 episodes ago.
Mhm.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, obviously there are going to be people on the plane that were just sort of collateral damage. Even if John is the only one it wanted, then everyone else is collateral damage.
Mhm.
But the fact that these supernatural things were happening to Hurley, and he ends up on the island because of them, just makes me wonder if they're related.
Yeah.
Whether or not the numbers are cursed or not. Maybe they are cursed, and Hurley got it worse because a meteor hit near him.
Yeah.
That's not what happened to the Toomeys. It was on a grander scale, I think.
It was bigger. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's in proportion to how much you win in the contest.
Maybe so. You won too much money. We're going to send a meteor to you.
Yeah.
Not to kill you, but just to, see, that was the other thing, too, was, nothing bad happened to Hurley.
Yeah.
It was just the people around him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think it's a definite possibility. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else about this little scene here?
Probably not.
Destiny's a bitch. Things turn out badly. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. Right. So the next scene is a flashback. It's an older Locke. A post his dad pushing him out of the window. Locke. He's in the hospital.
Locke, his blue period.
Yeah. Locke is using his arms. I don't know what the name for this is. He's using his arms on 2 parallel.
Well, he's doing physical therapy. He's trying to regain, uses of his legs, and basically he's doing physical therapy.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I got the impression he was trying to walk himself that he was building arm strength. But
no, he's building leg strength, but he's got to use his arms because his legs have no strength.
Okay. All right. So eventually he sort of quits and collapses. The orderly congratulates him and hands him off to another orderly who has just entered with a wheelchair. The new orderly takes Locke away, and as they walk, he tells Locke not to give up hope, that it was a miracle that he survived the fall, and the orderly is revealed to be none other than Matthew Abaddon. What? He asks Locke if he believes in miracles. Locke says no. Abaddon says, you should. I had one happen to me. Abaddon pushes Locke to the edge of a stairwell and pushes an elevator button. Locke gets a little bit concerned. Abaddon turns him around and suggests that he needs to go on a walkabout. Locke is skeptical as he can't walk. Abaddon says he went on a walkabout and it changed him. He found out who he was. Locke says, and here you are, an orderly. Abaddon smiles and says, oh, I'm a lot more than just an orderly. The elevator arrives. Abaddon pulls and pushes Locke into the elevator, gets out, leaves Locke in the elevator, and just before the door closes, Abaddon says, when you're ready, Mr. Locke, you'll listen to what I'm saying, and when you and me run into each other again, you'll owe me one. And the door closes on him, and that's the end of the scene.
All right.
Yes.
So nothing interesting here.
Yeah. Let's see. Next scene, back on the boat.
Next scene.
Kimi, what's he doing? He's doing all kinds of stuff.
Something more interesting than this. No.
Yeah, I have an endless string of comments about this scene.
Can I throw out my crazy theory?
Please.
Remember my crazy theory about Walt?
Mm-hmm.
What if Walt is Abaddon?
Oh! What? But Walt is only like
from the future.
8 years old.
What did I say? I said from the future.
No, I know. I was being purposely dense. From the future. Future Walt is Abaddon.
You know what makes me think that?
What?
Because he kept saying Mr. Locke.
Oh, he did say that, yeah.
Dude, he just kept saying it, and I just, something about that phrase just really gets me. It just made me think of Walt.
Oh dear. I didn't you know, I read someone post that theory on Lost TV, and I thought, oh, shut up, that's ridiculous. But yeah, the Mr. Locke thing, and also the fact that they've got an age problem with Walt. They introduced this Abaddon character this season, and they've had him, he's played for a character we've never seen before. He's really sort of gotten himself into things. And I have wondered, like, why they would introduce him. Is he, I've wondered if there's anything about him, or if he's really just supposed to be, some kind of
henchman or something.
Yeah, the middleman character that he appears to be. And the idea that he would be sort of tied into the story centrally is interesting. Now, then the question would be, why would Walt be doing what he's doing? Why would Walt be working for Widmore? Wow, that was a lot of W's.
Why would Walt be working with Widmore?
Yeah. And then later go to, like, threaten Hurley, vaguely.
Threaten Hurley? Threaten? Really?
Well, I would say there was a definite implied threat.
He definitely was pressing him. Definitely pressing him.
It's yeah. A
threat is, if you don't do this, I'll do this. I don't remember him saying anything like that. He was just like, I need to know where the people are and if they're alive and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. But the idea that he was like, you need to, trying to get Hurley to come to a facility that he, wanted to put him in. And then, are they still alive? Like, there was.
I wouldn't call it a threat. Because he could have good intentions. It could be in Hurley's best interest to go with him, for all we know, and for all Hurley knows. I mean, we don't know he has any real bad intentions, other than the fact we kind of know he's working with Widmore, and we assume Widmore has bad intentions. But if you look at it, Ben versus Widmore, who's really the bad guy here?
Well, Keamy's working for Widmore. He's definitely a bad guy.
He's a bad guy, yeah. Keamy's definitely a bad guy. That's only because he wants to kill everybody. But he's just following orders. Ben followed orders, and, and Widmore could be following orders,
Yeah. I mean,
orders from God. I
think even in this scene, I think there's an implied threat. When he pushes Locke to the edge of the stairwell.
I feel like that was a very weird little thing. I feel like that was a director choice. I mean, I love to see the script, but to me, that didn't come out of any normal, rational place, other than the fact that the set sort of had that. If the set that they had, didn't have a stairwell, they really couldn't have done that. And nothing in the dialogue implies any threats or that he was really sort of menacing. He's kind of there to help him. He's telling him not to give up. He seems to have benevolent, sort of motives here. I feel like that was like the director said do that or something. That was weird to me when he pushed him towards the edge, but then pulled him back. That was really weird. I don't know what to make of that.
I don't either.
That's an anomaly. To me, that's like Hurley drawing the igloo. I don't know if that was really in the script. That push him to the edge for what though? He didn't get scared. He didn't.
Well, I think he did a little bit. I think he got nervous and he was like, I want to go back to my room now. Like I think he did get a little nervous when he pushed him to the edge.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And I thought that was odd. I mean, even if he's not Walt, I don't really know what he's doing there.
Yeah, and even if he didn't push them to the edge, he still could have said those lines and it still would have made sense. I don't think pushing him to the edge was, to me, it doesn't seem like something that was obviously in the script. That seems more like, hey, we have this set, it would be a cool little thing, it makes it seem a little more interesting or whatever. But I don't think Abaddon has any bad wishes, really. I mean, even though he's working for Widmore, I feel like even in this scene and even with Hurley, I don't really get the sense he's threatening them. Because you've seen people be threatening, and I don't think he's threatening.
Well, I don't know. I think I think it's scarier the way he threatens by not making things explicit, by only vaguely implying threats.
But what threats are he implying though? I don't understand what are the threats?
Well, in Hurley's case, I feel like the implication is if you go to this place that I'm suggesting you go to, bad things will happen to you.
What? Why would he say come to this place and the threat is bad things will happen if you come here? A threat should be you do this thing or you don't do this thing and this bad thing is going to happen to you. And I don't feel like that's been the case. He was telling Hurley, we can take care of you here. And I think it comes off sinister that we don't trust him, but in terms of a threat, it's like, hey, you want to come to this place that's better, you can have your own whatever and better care, that's not really a threat to say I can if you help me out, I can take you to a better place. A threat is if you don't help me out, I'll leave you here, or if you don't help me out, I'll kill you or something. And I just don't see that coming from Abaddon, That's just my interpretation. I think he comes off sinister sometimes because we don't trust him. But I think if you just take what he says and just take his tone, there's no threats there. I don't see any threats.
Okay. Well, what can I say? I think by his tone, which is, part of what alarms Hurley, he, you start to wonder what would happen to Hurley if he went along. Now, are you suggesting that if Hurley agreed, he would just go to a nice resort, and that's all.
Well, I don't know what Abaddon really wants from Hurley. I don't know if he might. I think he could. I think he could. There's ways to get information from people without threatening them. And if he, is nice to Hurley and takes him to a place Hurley might like better, I think it's okay to think that Hurley would open up and share any information that he has. I think Hurley gets a little apprehensive because Abaddon is pressing him for this. He doesn't know this guy. This guy shows up out of nowhere, and he's talking about something he shouldn't be talking about, and he shouldn't know about it. And I think that comes off sinister. But I don't think that means that he has any bad intentions towards Hurley. And
maybe the threat is like, if you don't come to this place, you're in trouble.
But he didn't say that. He didn't even intimate that.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm calling it implied. I feel like he does suggest that, through his demeanor and to a lesser extent what he says, that that he should be complied with, or there might be bad consequences.
I don't agree. I don't think he implies that.
Okay.
My interpretation of the scene.
Okay.
And in this scene, I think he's nothing but supportive and helpful to John. The only thing in this scene is when he pushes him towards the edge. And he didn't even he could have done more than that, That's the only thing. Like I said, I don't really chalk that up to that being in the script.
Okay, but this, I think pushing someone to the edge of a stairwell, whatever you say, that's, I definitely think there's an implied threat here too.
Like I said, the stairwell thing to me is an anomaly. I don't really count that. That seems like a threat, but if you don't count that, everything he's saying and doing is positive. I don't see why he would show up to John and tell him, you're going to get better. All you got to do is have hope and believe. You need to go on a walkabout. You need to find who you really are. I did it. You can do it too. And why would you do that and threaten somebody? That's counterproductive.
I agree. I don't understand why he's doing that.
Which is why I think it's just the director's decision. It wasn't, because to me it doesn't make sense for him to do that. So I don't think that's something that they really wrote in there. And this is just my speculation. I just don't think that's something that they wrote in there, because everything he's saying and doing is there. He's there to help John. He's not there to scare John into doing anything. So why threaten him? I don't think it makes sense for him to threaten him. And none of the dialogue, if you just look at the dialogue, to me shows that there's any threats.
Okay. So the question is, we know that Abaddon was in part responsible for recruiting the team on the freighter, right? Which is ultimately under Widmore's control. So if he's totally benevolent, what is he doing? Why is he doing that when we know that mission is not benevolent?
I don't know that he knows, 100%. Well, that's the thing. Who knows where Abaddon really fits into things, especially like the hierarchy? Does he know, that Widmore wants to torch the island? If that's in fact what Widmore wants to do, I don't know. I think Widmore has his own reasons for wanting to get to the island, and whatever those reasons are, Abaddon, from what Widmore would have told him, agrees with them, And that's the thing about, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. Even if Widmore gives the orders to torch the island and to kill everyone on the island, that could be morally wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the thing, that's a bad thing in terms of the island, or in terms of, what's best for the island. Obviously the island doesn't want, Widmore there and stuff like that. But, we won't know who's really in the right or the wrong until this is all said and done, because we don't really know what the higher motives are, So I can't even speculate on really how Abaddon fits in because I don't even know what Widmore wants outside of just getting the island back. But like I said, if he's willing to torch it, like what does he expect to be left? You know, I can't imagine he wants to see that place torched.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's the thing. I feel like, I feel like at the end of the day, Widmore might not seem like such a bad guy. You know, I don't know, but I think they might go that direction. You know, or he could just be the ultimate bad guy for the show. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think as Abaddon is sort of his guy who's out doing stuff, he could be a lot more evil and threatening and menacing, than he has been. So I'm waiting to see what Abaddon / Widmore wants with John.
I think like literally for the characters, yeah, but I think his way of being, seemingly benevolent but having a sinister undertone, I think makes him more sort of scary than he would be if he was just like, I'm going to kill you if you don't do this.
Mhm.
I
would agree. I just don't see the sinister undertone. I think in Hurley's scene with Abaddon, it's a lot of that it comes off as sinister because we and Hurley know certain things and we're weary about Abaddon because he knows things and we're scared about that. But I don't think anything Abaddon is really saying or doing really warrants that. I just think Hurley doesn't trust him, and so he's kind of nervous about why this guy is asking questions, and he should be. They do play that scene to come off like he's being sinister. But like giving him the benefit of the doubt, what has he actually said or done that's been threatening or sinister? Really not a lot. And with this scene with Locke, I don't, he's just as sinister as Claire to me at this point.
Okay. Well, my interpretation couldn't be more different, but whatever. What can you do? So under your theory that this is Walt, do you like? Is part of that? Why would he go back and work for Widmore?
Same reason anybody would do it is because they think I don't have any specific reasons other than he thinks it's the right thing to do for whatever Widmore's trying to do, but I don't have any specific reasons. Same ways that I couldn't guess why Michael would come back other than the sort of obvious things.
Mm-hmm.
But they found a way for him to come back. So I don't know. I don't have any real ideas of why Walt would come on board with Widmore, like any concrete ideas. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe he wants to stop something from happening. Maybe, if he's really, if this is really Walt, then obviously there's time travel going on. So, maybe he doesn't want, maybe Michael ends up dying at some point, and Walt wants to, Walt grows older and, his dad's dead and he doesn't like it and he figures out a way to help or something and it involves him time traveling. I don't know.
Okay.
But, stick that in your hat. Walt might be Abaddon. Abaddon might be Walt, and let's see, see what happens the next time we see Abaddon.
Okay.
I don't really think that's the case. I just thought of that when I, this whole Mr. Locke thing.
Yeah.
And like you said, it would be better if he's really tied into what's going on than just like a new guy who's just, anybody.
Yeah, which is possible. I don't think Keamy's tied to anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's plenty of people that are just around.
But yeah, the fact that he's appeared in multiple different flashbacks and flash forwards, you know, not many characters do that.
Mhm.
So, so yeah, he seems to have some kind of place in the story. And so I don't really. Okay, let's see. What's the next thing I want to talk about here? I guess I got to talk about this walkabout thing. The idea that it was Abaddon who told Locke to go on a walkabout. At this point, I just find that hard to believe. It just doesn't feel right to me.
I think. Go ahead.
And like, I don't understand what Abaddon's motivation for this is. Like, is he doing this on behalf of Widmore, or just is this his own thing? Like, what, why does he know about Locke?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for all we know, Abaddon could be one of the hostiles or something, and he switches teams midstream or something. I don't know. But I took this to mean that this was the first seed of the idea that Locke needs to go on the walkabout. I don't think Locke heard this and said, yeah, that orderly's right. Years later, I'm going to go on a walkabout. I think that seed was put into his head, and of course, over the course of the next couple of years, or however long it is until he actually goes on the walkabout, things happen to him where it keeps coming back that this is the thing he should do. And then he, because I think in that episode when he tells his coworker that he's going to do it, he has like the pamphlet and stuff, and you have to work up to something like that. And I don't think they're trying to sell the idea that this is the moment where it's all set in stone that he's going to go do it. It's just a little seed of an idea that later, germinates into the tree of his expedition to the fertile ground that is Australia. Sorry, I had to continue with the metaphor.
Yes, yeah, extend it as much as you can.
So that he could blossom
yes.
into a...
and the buds of wisdom may begin to sprout on his stalk of whatever. Yeah, it's good to have a metaphor. Okay, I forgot that it was actually a while before he goes on the walkabout.
Yeah, it's a while.
I was imagining like he went shortly after this, but I guess if this is, like right after he took the fall, then then it's going to be a few years before he ends up going on the walkabout. All right, well that makes it a little better, because I don't know, it just felt wrong, like so Abaddon just stepped in, was like, go on a walkabout, and he's like, okay, I will.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's the thing, he says when we see each other again, you're going to owe me one, which to me means, that means John is going to agree it was the right thing to do, which I think he would agree at this point in the present.
I guess so, although the walkabout wasn't really the right thing.
Yeah. But that's the thing. That's why I get the sense he's, in this scene, Abaddon is trying to help him. Now, it could be that, Widmore knows that if Locke is the leader of the others, then he'll just be a horrible leader and it'll be his downfall, and Abaddon's sent to, engender that, or, that's crazy. But who knows?
That's seeing a lot ahead. Because, I mean, the actual walkabout, if you just take him at his word that all he wants is Locke to go on a walkabout, I mean, what ends up happening is Locke was right. He can't go because he can't be insured because he can't walk. So, thanks, Abaddon. I owe you one.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think Abaddon is really... I mean, I would have to believe he knows a bit more than just... than just that, you know what I mean? That he really thinks Locke is gonna that the 2% chance that it would take for Locke to walk again that he's really going to go on a walkabout and experience something and find out who he is, and then see him later and then like thank him and then be off his merry way. I mean, I think he's being cryptic here. I have to believe he knows that there's something more than just you're going to go on a walkabout. If not for the fact that that's not what happens.
I think that on the island, like Locke's adventures on the island have been sort of, his walkabout.
Yeah, and I think he's basically giving him the idea, which basically gets him to the first step to go to the island. I think that's what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think he's really thinking that he's really going to go on a walkabout in Australia. And I don't really think Abaddon went on a walkabout. I'm not really.
Oh, you think he's lying about that?
Well, it just seems weird to me that he would. I don't think he's lying necessarily. I just think it's weird.
Okay. I agree. I think it's weird.
It's surprising to hear that.
Yeah.
Because it makes me think that walkabouts are more important than they should be for this show.
The thing that struck me as odd about that is this is Abaddon, ostensibly revealing something personal about his character.
Mm-hmm.
And, the kind of character he's been so far, I wouldn't expect to learn something like that from such a character.
The kind of character he's been so far, what do you mean?
Yeah. I mean, the role he's played so far as the sort of middleman / overseer of this
mm-hmm.
freighter operation didn't seem to be the kind of role that would allow him to say personal things about him.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like he was just going to be, leading, telling people to do things, showing up, trying to get information, always tied into the plot. That's why I like the idea. Like he's the kind of character that the idea of him just like going off and doing some activity is weird. Like he just
activity that has nothing really to do with his present situation on the I agree. Which to me that was another thing that came off as him being sort of honest and sincere about helping John. And he could be lying, but just even if he is lying, the effect is the same to John in that he's sharing this information about himself and telling him he should do this thing too. Yeah, I mean, that's why I got the sense he was really trying to help him, which, like we said, which is weird that he pushed him towards the edge. It just that just seemed wrong. For even if his character is evil in the end, like for this scene, that seemed wrong.
Yeah.
And maybe they're trying to say, maybe he is really evil, and the scene he comes off as sort of nice. And they just want to put a little hint to remind us that he's got ulterior motives. Maybe that's what that's about. That's really subtle. And Lost is rarely that subtle, I think.
Subtle is not a word I would use.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
So,
if they want to tell us something, they usually spell it out.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what to do about Abaddon here.
Yeah,
it is weird that he, talked about the fact that because if he wanted to be in a position of power, you wouldn't say, I didn't know who I was at one point and now I do.
Mm-hmm.
He's putting himself as an equal, and I also think it's weird in terms of his, like you said, his role in the show thus far. I think it's weird he's the one talking to John.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems, at least for this conversation, it seems like, why not someone else, or, why is it important that he's the one who talks to him,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we know where Alpert stands.
Mm-hmm.
And why he might be interested in Locke. But, it's really not clear what Abaddon's interest in all this is.
What if I don't know. What if Abaddon changed sides or something? Or he sort of, he's working for Widmore, but he's really undercover for the others?
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I mean, they could pull something like that where he's not really, his affiliation isn't really what it seems to be, kind of thing.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, they could do that. This is in the past. Oh, but you're not saying he switched sides. You're saying he's just undercover.
Either or both. I don't know.
Or both. Oh, okay.
I mean, he could have been like with the others during this time when he's trying to help Walt, and then he switches later. And I'm sorry, Walt. Wow, that it's really not like, it's just my brain. I've been doing that for years.
Yeah.
Wow. Just my brain.
Wherever they're stored next to each other or something.
They really are. Locke. Yeah. So it could be he's with the others when he's helping Locke, and he changes sides at some point. Maybe Ben gets in charge, and he's like, "No, I don't agree," and leaves. And I don't know. Who knows what's going on? But could be any of those things. Why not?
Okay. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
That's the best.
I guess with the Albert thing, like, I don't know, these were shockers. Like putting this stuff in Locke's past.
Mm-hmm.
That was something I meant to bring up about Locke. Do you think it's reasonable for him not to remember Albert?
Having seen him just that once when he was 5, I think it's reasonable, considering it's been a long time, like 40 years maybe or something. I think it's reasonable. I think it's interesting that we never really, and I guess we shouldn't be expected to. It's one of those things, but I think it's I would have expected us to sort of know before this that Albert recognized him. You know what I mean? That there was some sort of hint of that, but we can't expect them to do that before they tell us this.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would say if Albert mentioned it, I would hope he would remember. But how much do we remember when we were 5? I couldn't remember what all my teachers looked like when I was 5. So some guy I saw once for 10 minutes or something, I think it's plausible. Yeah,
I agree. The fact that he looks the same seems like it might be helpful.
If he recognized him.
If he recognized him. But, he doesn't have to recognize him despite the fact that he's aged a lot.
Yeah.
Which can
I just think he doesn't, he doesn't remember him.
Yeah, I agree. I probably wouldn't either. Do you think Richard should have brought this up at some point? I mean, he has that little heart-to-heart with Locke in season 3, and I'm just surprised that this was never brought up. It seems like the elephant in the room that no one's talking about.
Yeah, I think there's the answer Carlton and Damon would say. But I think part of it has to do with, they may not have known this was going to happen when they wrote that scene. What was that, like the middle of season 3 or towards the end?
Yeah, it was the brig. It was 19.
Yeah. I think that's part of it. Because what would they, John, do you remember me? I mean, we would have been questioning that up until now.
Yeah.
What does he mean?
It's true.
So I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't expect them to really do that, even if they knew back then this was going to happen. I really wouldn't expect them to do that, unless it was important for us to sort of know during that time, which I don't think it was. What was your other question? Bring it up.
Did I have more than one?
I thought you said like a 2-part something.
Oh dear.
I don't know. Well, if you can't remember, it wasn't important.
I thought it was just
okay, maybe it was.
Why he didn't bring it up, but what was the Damon
maybe
and Carlton
I was going to say something else, but I think that's what it was. I had a 2-part thing.
Yeah.
I think their answer would be probably something like, in terms of what Albert is trying to do and knows, I mean, at that point, he's, trying to see if Locke is, ready, I guess, and is maybe trying to help him be ready, the little heart-to-heart he has. I mean, I think they would just chalk it up to, Albert being basically whatever's going on with Locke and his destiny or whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It may not have been, prudent for him to bring that up, depending on, what's going to happen with Locke.
Yeah.
And what would it have done besides tell him, I met you when you were 5, which means I'm kind of ageless, and you weren't ready then. I don't really know where that conversation would have went.
Mhm.
It would have been interesting to see, though. But now that Albert's back on the show, hopefully, he might run into him, and then he'll be like, lo and behold, remember him. Now that we've seen this episode, next time Locke sees Albert, he's going to be like, hey, didn't you come to my house when I was 5?
Yeah, that might happen now. I got, since there was the second thing when Locke was in high school and Albert sort of called to try to recruit him. Like, I had the impression that he was sort of tracking Locke for a while. And that, like, by the time he met him, it does seem like he just should have, I don't know.
That's the thing, we only saw him meet him that one time. The second time, he didn't meet him, he just heard his name.
Yeah.
And I don't think Locke knows his name on the island in the present. They probably call him just Richard. If he had seen him several times, I'd expect him to remember him.
I don't think Locke should remember Albert. I think Albert should remember Locke.
Oh, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he should remember Locke, yeah.
Well, and just like, Locke should be important to him. I feel like he was, he was involved in, like, trying to get Locke to realize his destiny or something like that, and I just never got the sense he cared that much about Locke when they were actually together.
I could expect him to care more, given that he has sort of been tracking him for Locke's lifetime. Hello?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's going on?
Nothing. What's going on?
Okay. No, it seemed like you weren't there.
Oh.
It seemed like there was something wrong with your phone or something. Are you?
Oh, I just plugged it into the charger.
Oh, okay. All right. Something did happen. Good.
Okay.
I'm not crazy.
Did it cut out or something?
I think so.
Oh.
I think it did. Yeah, because I couldn't.
Did you hear what I said?
I think I heard part of it.
You said it didn't seem like he cared that much about Locke when they were together, and I was just saying, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I could see him caring more given the fact that he seemed to track him over Locke's lifetime. I would expect it to be like, hey, you're here, finally, kind of thing, to really, really drive that home. But I don't think he, I think at that point when they were talking, I don't think Locke was ready. I think this is another meeting where Locke wasn't ready. I think if maybe he had killed his dad or something, if that's really the right thing to have done in that situation, then maybe there would have been more talk like that. But I think it was just another meeting where Albert probably looked at Locke and said, "You're still not ready."
Yeah. And he would have been right. And I don't even think he's ready now. But, whatever. I guess he has to be ready sometime, or the show's just going to end, and he won't.
He's probably ready. Yeah, he's probably ready because Ben is on the outs with the island, so the island's like, fine, we'll take him.
Yeah.
He needs about 15 more minutes in the oven, but it'll be fine. Be a little doughy in the middle, but I don't know what we're cooking. We're cooking a Locke, I guess.
Yikes. No, I like the idea. He's just like, in the oven, and they take him out, and he's just like he's just like a cookie that falls apart because it's
it's like the edges of the cookie are good, the middle is a little, doughy and not quite done, but you could eat it.
Yeah.
It'll taste okay.
Mm-hmm.
It'll work, but it's not perfection.
Yeah. It'll do for now.
Exactly.
You really need a cookie.
Exactly. We need a cookie now. Locke is the best cookie we got.
So, do you have any speculation about Abaddon seeing Locke again? That was another thing that, seemed sinister to me, even though it isn't overtly.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think there's we get the sense a lot of, Abaddon stuff is sort of sinister, because we don't know what to trust him or not. But, he said it, I don't know what it is. I feel like if the actor wanted to play this more sinister, he could. And so I don't really know if he's coming off nice. Well, I think just the dialogue itself is not really sinister. I think the way he's playing it is not sinister. But I don't really know if the actor's doing more to not make it sinister than some other actor would. But to answer your question in a roundabout way, I would say that I don't think it's sinister. Yeah, I get the sense Locke is really going to thank him, and or would really thank him, and I don't know.
But if Locke succeeds in moving the island, and Widmore can't find the island, I mean, how is he going to meet Abaddon again?
Who knows? And who knows when this again is?
Well, yeah, I agree. I agree, but the way he says it seems like he knows they will.
For all we know, they could have met a second time.
Oh, we just don't know about it yet?
We just don't know it yet. Who knows?
But he couldn't have met him again after the walkabout.
He met him on the way at the airport.
At the airport? Okay, well,
But couldn't you see that, though?
He really shouldn't thank him at the airport, though.
Yeah, he shouldn't thank him at the airport. But I could see Abaddon showing up at the airport. And
I guess I could, too, at this point. They'll just throw him in there, have Richard show up. Everybody just...
Yeah, you'll see Jack in the background arguing at the teller. And,
yeah. Son's looking at the clock, ready to, maybe take off. And Anna Lucia sitting at the bar.
And you know what they could do? They could just have Abaddon see Locke. And he could ask about, are you here because of the walk, blah blah blah, and he goes, yeah, and they wouldn't let me, and it sucks, and it's all your fault, and blah blah blah, and all Abaddon has to do is say that's not the walkabout I was talking about, Mr. Locke. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah,
but.
I could so see him at the airport. I feel like at some point in this show they're gonna return to the airport.
They're gonna have to.
Because it's just It's
and Widmore's gonna be in the control tower.
Yeah. Clearly,
it's plausible for him to be there. In terms of just being a random guy.
Yeah.
It's just an airport. So if he runs into Locke there, it's not Locke wouldn't think that's that crazy. It's it's uncanny, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, no, I buy that much more easily than I buy him visiting Locke specifically. Knowing what he's going to do and all that. He could easily be at the airport. That's anybody can go to the airport, right? Come on.
Yeah. Except for terrorists.
Terrorists. Well, okay. So, yeah, there's not much you could say, but every now and then you have a theory, so I thought...
let me come up with something off the top of my head.
All right.
So you're asking me what situation would this be that they would meet again?
Yeah.
Like
just the future I see for Locke, it shouldn't involve Abaddon.
But come on, even if they move the island, that's not the end of Widmore trying to get to the island. Because I think they're going to move the island at the end of the season. And I think, we got 2 more seasons left, and they're not just going to, we foiled Widmore in 1 season. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Okay, well.
So I think even if they move the island, they're still going to have people who are trying to find it. And why would Widmore ever give up? I just don't get that. Why would he ever?
Mhm.
He's got enough time and money. You could find anything.
Oh boy.
You know? It always comes
It's
back
a
to
family
that.
saying.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, who do you think she got it from? I've been telling her that since she was a little girl.
Oh God. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
that's the
don't. I
thing.
don't think he'll stop. All right. So someday he finds the island, and Abaddon's there, and
I don't know what Locke's. I don't even know what
and Locke
Locke's
says
storyline
thank
looks
you, and
like.
I don't know. It's not working for me. I need help.
Yeah. It all depends. I mean, I don't even know what Locke's future is going to look like, even after they move. I mean, what's he going to do? I mean, what was Ben even doing? That's the thing. Like, Ben, like, busied himself.
Yeah.
You know, like, they made up stuff to do. I don't know what Locke is going to do. I mean, if he's just the leader of the others and they're just living on the island, I mean, that's it? You're just going to be the, you know?
Yeah. All we really got to see Ben doing, I think, was dealing with the fertility problem.
Mhm. But I mean, they busied themselves with just sort of the trappings of their lives on the island and stuff. But you know, he had all those passports and stuff and all those IDs, and I mean, he was up to something.
Clearly.
You know.
Yeah. He was.
And he, you know, had been to that Tunisia hotel before and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, he was up to something, you know.
He
and
was.
and even with Alpert, I mean, Alpert's been out, you know, I mean, we see him in this episode in the 50s, you know, he recruited Juliet. Like, you know, he seems like he's out kind of doing stuff when they need him to.
I wonder if him being off the island is any problem for the aging thing.
Yeah.
I always assumed
I don't know.
that the aging thing had something to do with the island. I mean, I don't believe that it affects everybody that way, but since he seems to leave an awful lot, you know, it makes me wonder why he's not aging.
Well, I mean, even if he aged for the amount of time he was gone, I mean, it wouldn't be that much, right?
Well, yeah, if he hasn't gone that long.
Even if it's, you know, yeah, a couple days, a week, a month at a time, I mean, that's not really noticeable.
Mhm.
So, as long as he's not away for like years and years and years, we wouldn't even notice. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. Even if you know, he has to be on the island for him to stay young. Like, he's not gone ever that long that we've seen. So,
Yeah.
I would guess he. I think I would guess that he's just like that. Like, whatever made him like that is he's like that, and whether he's on the island or not.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
To me, I can't wait to see how they explain Alpert and the original others, the hostiles. You know,
Yeah.
I want to see their backstory. I want to know if they're really indigenous to the island. They're just like these people who. I mean, it's an island. At some point, you got to land there. You know, people don't just exist out of thin air.
Yeah.
You know, so you know what I mean? Like, poof, here's some people.
Poof people? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No,
so,
they would have had to just in the real world, you know, they would have had to sort of, you know, migrate there at some point.
Mhm.
Somehow.
Yeah, and even if the island was part of, you know, some other chain of islands and it moved, or it was, you know, part of some landmass that people were on and moved, you know, whatever, like, still, then that's even worse because it's like, you know, here's one group of people that's identical to another group of people, you know, which I think is a little bit different than if somebody just landed there or something. But I don't know how they're going to explain that. To me, that's the hardest part. Is making that make sense and be interesting, because it's like, you know, you know, it's their island, but if they just landed there, you know, is the island special? Because
no one can claim that any place is theirs really, except you know, I guess some people in Africa maybe. I mean, you know, everybody's an immigrant pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, if you
but
go
that's
far
the thing.
enough back.
No one really claims, though. I mean,
I guess what I'm saying is, because that was my next question, is the island special because of them, or are they special because of the island?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's like, it's more than just the sort of, property thing. It's can they really call them, say that they're special because the island is special, Because if they just landed there, then I think no. Because then anyone who would have landed there would have those. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe, we're supposed to believe that they are some intrinsic part of the island.
Mhm.
I don't know what that means about their origin, but somehow they just arose there.
Mhm.
And that's why they're connected to the island somehow. The questions about the hostiles, I mean, I really thought that stuff would have been answered in season 3. Here we are, right at the end of season 4, and very little development on that front.
Very little.
So I presume we will get more, but it seems like season 3 was not so much about the others as it was about the modern day others.
Yeah, I mean it was about the others, and now we need to learn about the hostile.
Yeah.
It's one little thing leads to another. We're always following breadcrumbs on this show.
Yeah. And season about the others, I just thought we'd learn, everything there was to know about them. But it was really, we'll tell you mostly about the others who kind of joined later and aren't really that special and, have very straightforward motives.
Mhm.
I don't know where Ben fits into all this. He does seem to know a lot of stuff and be up to a lot of things. And I guess he took the island from Widmore somehow, and I don't really know how that all
That's the
works.
thing, like how much does Juliet know? I mean, It doesn't seem like she really knows a lot about the island's mysteries and like the mystical stuff. Like I don't think she knows what Smokey is. I mean, I think she's obviously aware of it, but I don't know if she knows what Ben knows about Smokey. She might, but I don't know if she does. Because there's, how long do you have to be a member of the others before you're, just as important or equal to another member, someone who's been, like Alpert, like someone who's been there from the beginning.
Alpert, who at some point had to know more about the island than Ben.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And why would Alpert think, what in terms of the mentality of the hostiles, why would they, choose or let Ben be chosen to be their leader? Someone who wasn't born on the island, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like,
I've been wondering that since we learned that.
It's like, what, even if, Jacob says he's the leader or whatever, but, like, why? Why do you believe that? Whatever prophecy or list or whatever there are, where are they coming from and why do they believe it?
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Doo-doo-doo to you two.
What were we talking about? That thing is totally distracting.
Alpert, why would Alpert let Ben be in charge? Why would Alpert and the hostiles let Ben be in charge?
Yeah.
Even, and if it's just because Jacob or whatever, they're...
But I had the impression that, like, no one else talked to Jacob but Ben. And they just sort of believed what he had to say about Jacob. Like, I never really understood how that happened.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Jacob seems to be the key to a lot of things, and if Jacob is if Ben is in charge because of Jacob, and which would mean that the hostiles respect Jacob's opinion about it, but it's like, how would they do that if they need Ben to talk to Jacob?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. How would they even know, like, who was talking to Jacob before Ben?
Mm-hmm.
How did Jacob become to be, what he is among the others now?
I think maybe Jacob was maybe the original leader of the hostiles or something, or someone who was with their group. And maybe that's why they sort of trust him and follow him, because that's just how the order was before. And the fact that Ben has a connection to Jacob, or had a connection to Jacob, is what, sort of legitimized him and his role. But
okay.
But that I feel like they may have needed to have a connection to, I guess definitely needed to have some sort of connection to Jacob before Ben shows up, or something that would eventually lead to Jacob,
Juliet knows about Jacob. I don't know how much she knows, but she's aware of the name.
Well, but I mean, all the others should be aware of the name because they say it all the time.
Yeah.
But how much do they really know about him? And that's the thing. People like Pickett and Colleen and like all these people who seem, more, and even Juliet, who are basically more or less, regular people. You know what I mean? Like, to sort of buy this idea that Ben is talking to this, from what we see, this like apparition or whatever, invisible thing. How do you get someone at that point?
I would say Tom too in that category.
Yeah. I mean, most of the others that we've seen, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan didn't seem.
Yeah, definitely Ryan. Definitely Ryan, and the sheriff.
Mhm.
It's
like how do you get
Richard,
these people aboard? And
I'll buy. He comes across as the kind of person that
has lived 1,000 lives.
Yeah. But yeah, all those people do seem like very pragmatic people who it's hard to imagine they're all just living under the sway of a supernatural being that only one person can speak to, and
yeah.
There's something weird about that. They don't seem to be the right kind of people to be living in that way. Yeah,
exactly. And it's weird. It's weird that they are. I mean, obviously all it takes is proof or some sort of, and if they see Smokey, I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But in terms of Jacob, like, they would need to see something or experience something, I think, to sort of buy into that, And I wonder how did Colleen and Pickett and Tom, join the others?
Yeah.
How long have they been on that island? Because if Ben wasn't born there, I don't think too many of them were born there.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. Richard is the only one I know of that wasn't, apparently recruited.
Mhm.
To be in the others. I mean, the other people might have been there, but we didn't really get to see any of the hostiles, I don't think, besides him.
Yeah.
So,
I think he's the only one.
So, yeah.
There was that, that shot during the purge where there were some other hostiles.
Yeah.
We didn't, I wonder, I would assume those people are still around and ageless, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if
and what do
the
other people think about that? Like, what about Juliet? Like, is she aware that Alfred doesn't age? I mean, I guess she hasn't been there that long to really know, but other people have, and is she
I would think there's
confident?
somebody there who's there long enough to realize that Albert hasn't aged. But I mean, if they believe in Jacob and stuff, then they would just chalk that up. I feel like there's probably an answer that they are given for that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
why would they just want to live there? Like, what's their
because they're on the list. That's the thing. It all comes back to believing in the list. Even Ben told Juliet about the list, and that kind of like shut her up.
Mhm.
And it's like, how do you give validity to some list?
Yeah.
It must be a pretty crazy list.
Yeah. What do they think the list is? Why do they trust it? Like, still doesn't make sense. Episode 11, season 4.
Oh, man. How about this? If we don't know what the list is by the series finale, then I'm going to stop watching Lost. I'm going to be through. And you know what? I know it's a bold statement, but I'm going to say I'm putting my foot down.
I'm right there with you. I think all of you listening, I think we should all join together and agree, just in a protest, that if we don't know by the series finale, we will all stop watching Lost.
I think we should.
And yeah, I think we should write them too.
Yeah.
And tell them.
We should boycott Lost.
Yeah, I agree.
Right when it's over.
It's a good plan. We can do something good with this podcast.
It's a good plan that can't be stopped. What was that about? Man, that was the coolest thing ever.
A bad plan that can't be changed?
Yeah, that's what was that what it was?
Yeah.
A bad plan that can't be changed?
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said a good plan that can't be stopped.
It's a good plan that can't be stopped. Why would you want to stop a good plan?
I don't know.
I feel like it's good, but like, oh no, stop that plan. It's good.
I don't know. Maybe it's a good. It's like the plan is really good, but like its effects are bad, so you want to stop it. You know, it's just
good
a really good plan to do something bad.
Yeah, it's like it's a good plan, but I don't know. You know, you just can't stop it. Can't stop that good plan. So what was it? It's a bad what?
It's a bad plan that can't be changed.
It was in
Latin.
Yeah, that's right. That's why my translation was a little rusty. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. yeah. And it turns out, I read later, a better translation of that was something more like, a plan.
Oh, really?
I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. A plan that can't be changed is a bad plan. Like that
I remember
really,
reading that.
That was really what it was supposed to mean.
Mm-hmm.
But the original translation was that, and that stuck in my head.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that one.
A bad plan that can't be changed.
Yeah, all that crap on there.
I know. We obsessed about that thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, Blastdoor map.
In many ways, I think that was the beginning of the Lost Lowdown.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was definitely fodder. That stoked the fires.
Yeah, we talked about that for a long time, looking at the little details on there, and it's just, man.
If only it meant something.
Yeah. Yeah.
If only it mattered.
There's plenty of stuff that's not on there, and there's plenty of stuff that is on there that we can't account for at all. And no one on the show really cares about it anymore, nor should they.
It did implode.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well.
I wonder, I remember last time we were talking about the Blastdoor map, we were thinking about all the stations we had seen, and because they added some since the Blastdoor map, and now that we know there's the Orchid, does that still fit in to how many were on the thing? I mean, I don't want to really go into it and find out.
I don't know. I don't remember how many extra there were. I remember there was one crossed out, and I think with the Looking Glass, I think it was full.
Was it full with the Looking Glass?
I think that was the case. I might be wrong on that, but
and now we got the Orchid and the temple, presumably.
Yeah, the temple. If the temple counts as a station.
Yeah, we'll see if it's really
we
Dharma.
also have the Tempest, which I don't think is a station.
If it doesn't have a logo, I don't think it's a station.
Yeah, that's the criteria, I guess. If it it needs a logo.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it works. Maybe there's room for one more. But I thought we looked at it and we were able to get the Looking Glass in there. But the Orchid. I feel like they're really just adding these as they go. They didn't quite plan that far ahead. That's my impression. Every time, they just stumble on something new or discover something new on the island, these days, it really, besides the flame, it really feels like it just, in my head, it wasn't there before.
Luckily, with the Looking Glass, they had that cable from a long time ago.
That's true, yeah.
So they knew. I think they knew about that, but yeah, they can just add stations when they want to. Oh, we need a new station.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and it was a Hydra. The Hydra and the Looking Glass were not on the Blastdoor map.
Yeah.
And I think
And they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Because they're not, on the island.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. They did have a cable, and that was good. And because of that connection, I'll buy it. But it just, I don't know. The Tempest thing, and some of these other things that they just run into, just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have found everything by now.
Is this the longest tangent we've ever been on?
Probably.
I mean, what scene were we even supposed to be talking?
We're still on the Abaddon scene.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I wonder how long. I think it's been at least like 40 minutes.
It's yeah.
I remember because we're at 6 hours and 42 minutes, and I think around the 6 hour mark I looked at it, and I think we were talking about the Abaddon scene.
All right. Well, it was a big scene, and we didn't really spend that whole time talking about it, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've definitely, I think I guess we're going for, in terms of podcast length, we've got like another 10 minutes or so of the episode to go over.
Yeah.
So this might, what was our longest one this season? 7 hours and what?
There's really just like 3 more scenes. Yeah, it was just a little over 7 hours.
7:27.
Oh, was it really that long? Yikes.
Yeah, 7:27. So we'll see. I don't know if we'll beat that. But
yeah.
We'll see.
I feel like we'll get up to that approximately.
Yeah.
We may not beat it. Okay. So, shall I go to the next scene?
Yeah, I think everyone is screaming, please, please, for the love of God, go to the next scene.
All right. Well, you're all in luck. Here it goes. There's like a shitload of Kimis in this scene. My Microsoft Word is putting a red thing under Kimi for it being misspelled. And
oh, yeah. You should just say ignore all.
How many Kimis are there? Okay. So, count them at home for trivia and fun.
There'll be a quiz later.
Back on the boat, Kimi's men are loading up weapons in preparation for another trip to the island. Omar tells the doctor they got a message that the doctor washed up on the beach with his throat slit. The doctor says, but I'm the doctor. Kimi walks up. Weapons continue to be loaded. Frank says, what are you going to do with all that? Kimi says, fire up, Frank. Frank is unwilling to fly Kimi and his friends. Sorry, not his friends.
Kimi and his friends. Kimi and pals. You make it sound like a kid's TV show. Yeah. Kimi and friends. Yeah, I don't think Kimi has any friends.
I agree. I'm starting to lose it. I didn't even write that. I just said it. Okay. Frank is unwilling to fly Kimi and his men on such a mission. Kimi threatens Frank, threatens to kill him. Literally. This is a real threat. Frank.
This, my friend, is a threat. If there's any doubt about what a threat is,
yeah.
This is a clear threat.
Yeah. Frank notes that Kimi needs him to fly the helicopter, so he can't kill him. In response, Kimi slits the doctor's throat, throws him overboard. Kimi once again threatens Frank, and the captain interrupts by firing Kimi's gun, tells him he fixed his gun. He tells Kimi to stand down or he will fire. Kimi hands off. I guess he hands off the knife to someone, and he holds his arms up, and he sort of indicates the device on his arm, and says, "I don't think you want to do that, Captain." As the captain is asking I don't know if he's asking someone or if he's just sort of rhetorical question. What's that on his arm?
He's asking anyone who would know. He kind of looks at Omar, I think, and then he looks at Frank, which is when he gets shot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's looking another way, and Kimi quickly grabs a gun and shoots him dead. Kimi asks Frank if he will fly now, and Frank agrees that we're flying. Frank gets in the helicopter and hastily inserts a satellite phone into a bag with other stuff and wrapped up, and starts up the helicopter. Kimi retrieves his gun from the captain. The helicopter is running. Kimi's men get on it, and the helicopter takes off, going towards the island.
All right.
And scene.
And Desmond watches in the distance.
Yeah, Desmond was there, not doing much. That's why I didn't mention him.
Man, Desmond is just like, ever since The Constant, he has just been, I don't know. It seems like he was really affected by that. And it's just like for the lack of him doing anything, you know, like talking or being in scenes just make it seem like he's really having a hard time with what's going on, you know. Just the fact that he's off the island for the first time in 3 years, he's actually talked to Penny, that he actually time traveled, all that stuff. The fact that they haven't really given him any screen time makes it seem like he's just emotionally going through this, which is really weird.
Yeah.
You know?
It is weird.
It's an interesting side effect.
Yeah. Yeah, and for this show, like normally, once that episode's over, the character doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, next week they've forgotten all about it. No matter who, you know, died or whatever happened, it's, you know, they move on very quickly. You know, I remember Kate's episode, what Kate did, you know, she was just beyond distraught, and next episode she was peachy, no problem. So yeah, to have Desmond seemingly affected is weird.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's I don't know if I don't think they're doing it on purpose because all they're doing is not having him do anything.
Yeah, I mean him even saying like he barely got dialogue before this. I mean his.
I know this is the first time he's talked this much since The Constant.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much. So.
Yeah, and he barely got a line out. I mean he really. Yeah. Yeah, it is weird. I don't know what's going on with him. If he's gonna get involved in anything, I guess he ought to. He's gonna sit around through the finale too.
I think Desmond is where he's supposed to be. I hate that.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so what are you gonna do with this scene? Right. So we got another reference to this arm thing. We talked about it earlier. You know, somehow the thing in his arm should make the captain not want to shoot Kimi.
Maybe he's connected to some sort of, I mean, we see them loading weapons and stuff. Maybe he's got some sort of, you know, bomb or device or something that's connected to this Walkman on his arm. So that if, you know, it seems if this was like, you know, something else, another movie or something, I would imagine it's akin to, you know, well, you see, Captain, the device on my arm is connected to my heartbeat, and if you shoot me, my heart's going to stop and the thing's going to explode, you know, something like that. Yeah, it's the idea, and I think what's even stranger is that the captain didn't know what it was. Usually scenes like this, the person being threatened knows what the thing is. He doesn't even know what the threat is.
He doesn't know what it is, and he can't know why he shouldn't shoot it.
Exactly. He could have just shot him. Like, if it was me, you know, I wouldn't have, well, if it was me, I would have known he was going to shoot the captain, so I would have shot him first, but, because I already saw the episode. But yeah, in this situation, the captain could have just shot him. You know, if the captain was a man like Kimi, he would have just shot him sight unseen and not cared about the thing if he didn't know what it was. And that's kind of scary because, you know, like I said, he can't be threatened with it if he doesn't know what it does. But so that was weird. I can only imagine it's something like that where you know, or maybe it's their way home or something, you know, but it seemed to be more about not necessarily what the device is, but in terms of the threat is, you know, why is it important that Kimi not die when he has this thing on, or get shot at, or get shot with this thing on is really interesting. Because if it's just, you know, a device tied to a bomb, or, you know, remote detonator, or it's a GPS thing that they're going to need to leave or something, or whatever, it shouldn't really matter that Kimi is dead or not. But obviously it's more intricate than that. You know, Omar and them closed the door when they were putting it on, you know, and this whole thread about it. So yeah, I don't really know what this thing is.
All right.
I feel like whatever it is, it's tied to some sort of weaponry or whatever. I think, you know, whatever bad would have happened on the ship.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, and I think if that helps at all.
Somewhat, yeah. It's at least it narrows the field.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with whatever Kimi has in his arsenal.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely feel like it's some kind of weaponry. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I feel like it's something specific. Maybe I should. Maybe it's something very. Maybe
Widmore. This is gonna sound crazy. Maybe Widmore has a satellite in space with like a laser beam on it, and like if Kimi presses, I mean, because I'm thinking of how is Kimi going to torch this island? You know, does he really have, you know, the equipment to do that? And what if Widmore has like some
space gun?
Either a space gun or maybe, you know, some missiles somewhere on land in there, you know, they use a satellite to sort of pinpoint the location. You know, we saw a rocket before, remember that?
Yeah.
The whole thing with Dan and Regina, that was a rocket. I don't know if that's a hint or something, but
payload rocket, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, if Kimi would have gotten shot or pressed the button, then that would have signaled the missiles to attack the freighter.
I mean, it shouldn't just go to where Kimi is, because I don't think he wants to die, right?
Yeah, that's true. I don't think he wants to die, but I think maybe, maybe it's more, well, I don't know. I feel like if it's not connected to him, then why, you know,
why is it on him?
Why is it on him? And, you know, it seems like, you know, the bad thing that would have happened would have affected the ship. Because even if, like, okay, say, for instance, it's just basically a remote detonator, and then Kimi goes to the island and plants the bomb and then leaves and then presses the button and the island, like, blows up or something, like, what would that matter if he got shot? Unless it's tied into his health somehow. You know what I mean? The device, that is.
Oh.
That's the thing. If it's just a remote detonator,
yeah,
then I don't see, you know, that's not that interesting. And I guess even a satellite thing doesn't really get around that problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like it's gonna, like, send the bad stuff his way. But it just seems weird. I just don't feel like he would want to do that.
Maybe he can't die.
Oh, okay. Well, he
did
live
through
Smokey.
He did survive Smokey. Did you just say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that's what you said. Yeah, he survived Smokey, but so did his other guys, and does that mean Mayhew was the only one who can't die? Like, that's just weird.
It's weird. He's got a whole army of people who can't die, but one. But poor Mayhew.
Mayhew, you go first.
Yeah. It's a sad tale, Mayhew. He joined an army of men who couldn't die.
That would have been really interesting if all the men got out unscathed. That would have been a cool theory to think that they couldn't die somehow. Like maybe Widmore, like whatever rules are going on here, Widmore can choose people to be like invincible. Like it's like chess or something, and they each can choose like a number of people to have certain powers, and they have to maneuver. You know, like Widmore has, you know, Keamy and his guys, and Abaddon, and then like Ben has, you know, whatever else, and Richard, you know, and those, you know what I mean? Like they kind of have that sort of similar thing, you know, if you think about it in terms of like chess, you know.
Which I think they're trying to go with a game metaphor.
Yeah, maybe if we think about it in terms of backgammon
with rules,
it'll all become clear.
Oh, backgammon.
Can I also mention? I meant to say that earlier in that scene when. It was weird to me when Alfred told Locke he seemed to have a good grasp of the game. What did he say? Like a good handle on the game or something?
Yeah.
Like in the 30 seconds like he was in there, he said that. It was really weird. Like it just seemed like he was putting random pieces places, you know. It's like, why did he say that? Are you just, you know, patronizing him, or did he really, or was that really a comment that somehow he really gets the game?
Could Albert instantly tell by looking at the board? I mean, I've played backgammon. It's not, I mean, you can be good at it, but from my impression of the game, it's not the kind of game that, you know, well, first of all, you don't play alone. Second of all, it's not the kind of game that you can necessarily tell how good someone is by looking at the board.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I mean, even chess, I mean, to a certain degree, if you're just looking at the board, especially if you just started playing, you might not be able to tell anything, you know.
I think chess. Yeah, I think even with chess, you can tell. The only way you can tell if someone is good is by seeing the sequence of moves, not by just observing the board at any particular point. You know, because there's always a possibility. I mean, even if you see the board where, like, one side is just devastated, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean the person's good. It could be that the other person's bad.
Yeah.
Or just worse.
Yeah.
You know, and so they're winning, but they're not that great.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone has to win. I mean, well, not has to, but someone probably will win. So, you know, and in backgammon, you know, someone's going to win, so, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, it just came off like he was just saying it, something you say to a kid because you know, he's a stranger and he's just trying to say something nice. Yeah. You know, especially since he wasn't playing with anybody. You know, he wasn't really playing the game. And didn't the girl like knock over the pieces anyway? And like
she did. She messed him up like right before he walked in.
Yeah, maybe like she messed it up, but it appeared to be genius somehow. Like they all rearranged, and he's like, "Whoa, this kid's great."
See, that just kills it for Locke, the fact that she fucked it up. Because even if it was good, it wasn't because of Locke.
It wasn't because of him, yeah.
Poor Locke.
He can never catch a break, even as a kid.
He really can't. God, he just gets stepped on at every turn. Wow.
Well, when he's the leader of the others, he'll feel better about himself.
Yeah, I hope so. You think he's going to be the leader of the others? Man, that'll be weird.
Yeah, it sounds like they need to have a new election.
Yeah, I agree. They should all, I don't know. How about you just be, I don't know, you can be treasurer for a while.
He should be in charge of, like, you know, cooking the rabbits or something, making dinner or, like, hunting, you know. You can get the food for us. Here's a question. Does Alfred need to eat?
I don't know. Does he?
Tasty and thought-provoking.
Yeah, I was going to say, does Alfred, I don't know.
Just a random question. I don't have an answer or a speculation.
I don't know. I guess I don't think we've seen him eat, but you know, we haven't really had a good chance to see him eat. I
mean, from a physiological standpoint, you know, your body needs, you know, energy and nutrition. And even if he, doesn't age,
he could potentially still need to eat, definitely.
Yeah.
We don't really know how it's working.
Yeah, we don't really know how it works, so I don't know. But I would imagine he would want to eat.
Yeah. Yeah. I would too. I would guess that he eats.
Because there's all sorts of chemicals and minerals and stuff your body needs that it doesn't get unless you eat. So
yeah.
Even if they only could keep him, alive. I mean, it would just be weird because his body wouldn't be getting certain things, and
Yeah, you'd have to believe that. I mean, obviously, something in his body is weird if he's not aging. You'd have to believe that somehow it can generate its own nutrients.
Yeah, but all he needs to not age is for his cells basically to regenerate faster and to sort of not die, basically, But they would still need energy to function.
Mhm.
And maybe I don't know. Random question.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'd
back
say he
to
eats, but I don't know. We'll see.
Back to Kimi and this thing on his arm.
Yes. I think we're both quite sure that we don't know what it is.
Yeah. Wow. Have you heard anybody with any good ideas of what that is?
I have not. I have not read a single good theory about it. I actually haven't
have
even
you heard
read
any
a bad
bad
theory
theories
about it.
I was going to say, have you heard any bad theories?
People don't seem to be talking about it that much. I mean, I think they are, but I haven't read about it. I've really, a lot of the stuff I've read has been about other stuff in the episode.
I wonder.
Oh, I just wanted to bring up, this is a quickie. When Kimi kills the doctor, slits his throat, throws him overboard,
Mm-hmm.
it just didn't play right to me. It felt like he was only doing that because,
Yeah.
because it had to be done so the doctor could wash up.
It was, that was the thing. I'm like, Kimi, I know you're trying to make a point, but I think you guys need a doctor. He's the only medical professional you guys have on board, apparently. And he just, they just got through needing him with Mayhew. And even though he's trying to prove his point, was there no one else he could have killed that would have been, less detrimental to their mission, presumably?
Yeah. Yeah,
but,
it was a bad move in that way.
Yeah, it was a bad move, and it seemed a little like, just kind of out of nowhere. I mean, even though we know the doctor's going to die, it's like, oh, okay, this is the moment I'm going to kill him.
Yeah.
It just seemed really sudden and but that's the kind but in a scene like that when the doctor's fate is already sealed, they don't have to play around with that whole "you better do it or else I'll kill someone" thing.
Mm-hmm.
They can just cut straight to it and kill someone because we already know someone's going to die, and he doesn't have to play around because obviously that character is expendable since they're basically dead already.
Yeah.
So that scene would have played weird no matter what they did, I think, because we're just expecting the doctor to die. And
I agree, but him throwing him overboard was what really bothered me. It just didn't seem right. I felt like what he should do is slit his throat and then just let him fall down and die.
Yeah, the overboard that was too quick. It was like, someone throw him overboard. It's like, what?
Yeah, and it seemed like it took away the shock value to just throw him overboard and get him out of sight.
They should have had him slit his throat and just fall to the ground and do everything else they're gonna do, and then at some point in the scene he just has to tell his men get rid of that body, and they throw him over.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Maybe they just did it like that for the pacing of the scene and to shorten it and stuff, but when Frank is in the helicopter, putting the sat phone in the bag, we could have had a shot of Kimi's men throwing the body overboard or something, and That was weird. That part of it was weird. The throwing the overboard was weird.
Yeah, when something like that happens, like another example I can think of, this is not going to make anybody happy, including me, is the scene with Nikki and Paulo in their flashback episode, where early in the episode we see certain things happen, and then through the episode we discover how they got there. And one of the things we see earlier in the episode is this shoe, like in a tree, and then when that scene comes and she takes the shoe off and throws it in the tree, it just feels wrong. It just feels like she's only doing that so they can find the shoe later. Like, it just doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel like
because we're not used to seeing scenes play out of non-chronological order like that. I think that's part of that is just getting over the hump of how we process scenes.
Yeah.
And you can't really do it, but if you could watch the second scene first and then the first scene, I would imagine it would feel right.
Yeah.
But you can't even do that because you know what's going to happen. So But I think that's just part. It seems like it doesn't feel right because it's like, well, they have to do that. Well, but they only have to do that because we know what happens later. And that kind of gets into the idea of free will and everything.
Yeah.
It's like, just because she's going to throw that in the tree, does that really mean she has to?
Yeah.
So that gets into philosophical.
Definitely, yeah.
So,
we probably shouldn't go down that road, but
no. Not at hour 7. I wanted to. Are you done with that thing?
Yeah.
I had to think about. I was reading on Lostpedia. Their summation of this scene. They attribute what's on his arm to a heart rate monitor. A heart rate monitor transmitter around his chest, having a device attached to his arm. So, which basically was what we were saying about some sort of thing that monitors his health, and if it, because we've seen that before in movies. If he dies, then the bomb goes off, or whatever else bad thing happens. That's probably what it is. I was kind of hoping it was something more interesting than that.
Me too.
But that's what they attribute it to. I don't know why they assume that's what it is, but
yeah. So the idea is that if he's killed, then what?
Then something.
I mean, where is this thing that's going to happen? And I think probably the biggest question is what's going to happen, because I can't imagine it's anything more complicated than what than it's monitoring his heart rate and all that, and it's just a transmitter. The big question is what's going to happen if it goes off. Yeah.
And why would he want to be in a position to don't kill me or else we're all dead kind of thing.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. It just seems like an odd strategic move.
And maybe that's the only move he can do at this point.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to die.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. He doesn't want to die. But really, if he were shot on the boat, just this big bomb would go off on the boat, where would that get anybody?
Nowhere, which is why he didn't want the guy to shoot him.
Yeah, okay. All right. But he's taking that risk. I mean, he's going around threatening people and just kind of, taking over. And then he's going to put this device where he gets killed, the thing's going to blow up, and then his mission's really failed. It just.
Well, if Frank wouldn't have protested, they wouldn't have really been in this position in the first place.
Well, yeah.
And I think they have to fit him with this thing before they leave, obviously. So that's really the situation, And he told the captain, don't shoot me, I got this thing.
Yeah.
If he didn't say anything, it'd be weird. But he did say, I've got this thing. You can't, don't shoot me.
Yeah. You're right. He did. It just, I don't know. The other thing is just an observation about this kind of scene. It happens. I've seen it happen a lot where someone gets threatened and they themselves are willing to put themselves on the line. But then it becomes, well, I'll just kill a bunch of other people.
Yeah.
And, are you willing to sit here and watch that happen?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it sucks. Like, you want to just be accountable for yourself.
And that's why the bad guys are the bad guys, because they do that. Because Frank is like, well, you can't kill me. I'm the pilot, And he's like, yeah, you're right. I can kill this guy, though.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to put anyone else on life on the line, so you're forced. That's what makes it crappy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's just a shitty situation. Like that happened in Echo's episode a long time ago. Where he's like, I'm not afraid of you, and so they just, the guy just shoots like some random person like standing around. Like,
yeah.
It's like, well, good for you, but these people are, and you're gonna. Are you willing to let me shoot all them so you can defy me?
Yeah, because basically what would happen is the bad guy would just shoot anyone else he could, and they would still be left in the same position, but just with more dead bodies.
Yeah, exactly.
And at that point, shouldn't you just do it?
Was it really worth the protest?
Was it really worth? Yeah, that's the thing. Was it really worth? Because all Frank has to do is chopper. Obviously, choppering these people in could get everyone on the island killed.
Yeah.
But that's why he comes up with the backup plan, to let these people know what's going on. So.
Yeah.
That's the best you can do, really.
It is. Good old Frank.
There's just no reasoning with bad guys.
Yeah, I guess not. Oh yeah. Okay. So the prophecy is come true. Oh, what does this tell us about the time difference? I don't want to dwell on this too much, but if we can assume that the timelines we see, well, I guess we can't. Well, I don't even know what we can assume here.
I don't think it tells us anything about it.
Okay.
To answer your question.
All right.
Because I don't think we can really. I think you could sort of place things. If you assume when the body washed up on shore, if you put that in line with when Frank ran into Sawyer and those guys, before they left the helicopter, and then how long it took to get back to the freighter, and then I think you could maybe come up with some sort of window, but I don't think you could pinpoint it exactly. What it really tells us about the time difference.
Could they potentially? Could it happen?
Oh my God. I think I know what you're going to ask, and I'm scared. So I think the answer might be yes.
What do you think I'm going to ask?
I think you're going to ask me if they took Frank from the freighter to the island, would he see his own dead body? Is that what you're going to ask? Because that scares me.
No. Frank sees it. What do you mean Frank sees it?
I'm sorry, Ray.
The doctor.
If they took Ray on the helicopter from the freighter when he's alive.
Yeah, that is kind of the thing I had in mind. That isn't what I was going to say, but that's probably a better way to put it. What I was going to say is, could Saeed show up and they radio the thing and talk to Saeed?
Could basically Saeed talk to himself?
Yeah.
I would have to say yes.
I
it seems
too.
Like. But here's another question that'll creep you out or freak you out probably. What if? And this goes. This I guess you have to decide what you think about fate and the universe and determinism to answer this question. But what if something happened when Kimi, wanted to kill Ray? What if he didn't kill him in that moment? Then the doctor wouldn't have washed up on shore. So I guess it would have just changed that.
Mm-hmm.
What's weird is it seems, that's just weird to me, though.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have that option. It seems like
they shouldn't have that option. It's the illusion of options because we're seeing, because it's a different timeline. But it's really, the doctor wouldn't have washed up on shore if Kimi didn't kill him then. So if he didn't kill him then, they wouldn't have washed up. But it just seems like, you know, if for some reason he changed his mind in an instant, it just seems like maybe the Doctor would have still washed up somehow.
Yeah.
Because he already did wash up. You know, that makes it seem like, well, the aftermath already happened. What happens if you don't, you know, go through with the cause, you know?
Yeah.
But
yeah. Could you have the Doctor's dead body and the Doctor still alive?
Like what if you know, okay, say Saeed is the one who answers the Morse code call, right? And Dan tells Saeed, the Doctor just washed up dead, you know, make sure he doesn't die.
Yeah.
And Saeed's like, okay. And so when Kimi wants to kill, you know, basically Saeed stops Kimi from killing the Doctor. I mean, is that not changing history?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it'd have to be.
You know, but it would seem like if that actually happened where he didn't kill the Doctor, then time would have to retcon itself and and the Doctor wouldn't show up. Because that's the thing. They're sort of time traveling in the sense that he's communicating, you know, to the past.
Yeah.
And in, you know, in some theories, if you can communicate to the past, that means you can change the present or the future.
Yeah.
You know, if you tell, you know,
if
you tell, you know, JFK not to go to Dallas, you know, and he doesn't, then he shouldn't die, right? I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess in some theories that means you just created a new timeline. You know, a new alternate sort of reality thing, a parallel universe, but.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going that far with it.
I don't either. No paradox.
No paradox.
And they did have Omar get the message, so he didn't really do anything about it.
Yeah, he didn't do anything, but he could have.
It was as good as nobody getting the message, ultimately, because like no one who mattered knew.
I just bet, you know, I wonder when Frank was sort of, you know, flailing about in the water and drowning and bleeding to death, did he think, I'm gonna end up on shore? You know, I wonder if he, you know, that would be strange for someone to say.
And you're talking about the Doctor, but you keep calling him Frank. And
why do I keep calling him Frank?
I don't know. I think his name's Ray, right?
His name is Ray, and I know that, but I think about him and I just see Frank. I don't know. I mean I know who I'm talking about. I think of the word Frank. Sorry. I mean Ray.
Thinking you're saying Frank's dead, and it's just.
And you're like, Frank's not dead. When did Frank die?
No. Every time it throws me. Okay.
Ray.
Yeah,
I was thinking, was that Ray's last, you know, thought that, oh my God, Omar said I was already dead.
Yeah.
Like, you know, ugh.
Yeah. It would be a weird last thought to have. Like knowing how you're going to end up. I don't think most people get that.
No.
Yeah, you know, time issues, it really makes me wish they hadn't done that, you know. It really makes me wish that they could have just left that out of the show. Because it just introduces all of these bizarre things that that can have like huge effects.
Yeah.
And I really just hope, you know, even though it is here, we can't help it. I just hope that it doesn't do too much. That it doesn't come to, you know, preventing, you know, the people from getting on the plane or preventing the plane from crashing or something like that, you know.
Yeah, you know, and, you know, the flash forwards, too, I think are cumbersome. You know, I would have been fine if the rest of the seasons just went on as normal. And when we got to those timelines, the future timelines, they were just the present for us. You know what I mean? Like, just normal stuff. You know, because, you know, it just sucks to sort of know things and, oh, well, you're not going to die, and, oh, you're going to end up here. And sure, you think you're going to do that, but no, you're not, you know.
Yeah.
It's just weird to watch a show knowing that with you know, taking away what characters are able to do and think and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Because you know what's going to happen, and that's weird. And the whole thing with the time travel, I hope it doesn't affect. Like I said, I hope no one's really time traveling, and I hope when they say, you know, time traveling is happening, They just mean, you know, like effective time travel with the barrier, you know, not like real time travel where someone can pick what point in time they want to go to and go there and all that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the show will have gone too far if it gets to that point where people are just popping up all over the place and messing around with things and you know, and it just becomes like, you know, all the key plot points are explained by time travel. Like that,
on Heroes, there's a character named Hiro, Hiro.
Right.
And his powers, he can you know, bend space and time, which means he can time travel. It's just a coincidence. And it's always weird to me because he gets in situations that he can easily get out of just by going back in time, you know, before he got into that situation. And they don't really do that a lot, but it's like, you know, they're trying to stop a bomb from blowing up the city, you know, in the first season, and even if that happens, he can just go back in time and try again. And and each time he tries again, he's going to be able to know more about it and you know, have more information to stop it.
He can sort of do it daybreak kind of thing.
Yeah, and that was the thing. There was this one, I think it was in season 2, when the sort of main character, I guess, what's his name? I forget his name. It's been too long. But anyway, he and this other guy were basically trying to. In season 2, they're trying to stop this virus from killing everyone in the city. It's all about some mass thing that kills people.
Yeah.
And Peter, that's what his name is, Peter Petrelli. So Peter realizes that the day that it is in this episode is the day that the virus is not released, but like captured or whatever, and by the bad guys or whatever. So he and this other guy, who he doesn't really know that well, but he thinks he knows, they go to this like secret facility where the virus is held to get it, basically. And it was always weird to me that he didn't, because I really feel like this character's sort of tragic flaw is that he's too stupid to use his powers, because he's like the most powerful person on the show because he can absorb anyone else's powers as long as he's around them. So he can do anything anyone else can do.
Oh dear. What's going on? Did we get cut off or? Oh, no, it's a drop call number 2. Yeah, it's gone on that long. Oh dear. Well, I will dutifully deliver you another news story here. Let's see. What do we have?
I'm back.
Oh, all right. Well, sorry, guys.
Yeah. Twice in one podcast.
Yeah.
We're talking a while.
Yeah.
I was just trying to quickly say, I think Peter's sort of tragic flaw is that he's sort of too stupid to use his powers, because, you know, he's the most powerful person in that universe because he can absorb anyone else's powers.
Yeah.
And
that's a good.
And it dawned on me that, like, why didn't he think, hey, the day this virus gets released is the day me and this guy are going to go get it. What if we're the ones who really, you know, we're the ones that are going to go liberate this virus from this closed facility where it's kept secret and safe? And he never thinks that he might have anything to do with this. But anyway, Hiro is there to sort of stop him, and Hiro is trying to basically plead with him not to do this. And you know, Peter tries to like throw some lightning at him or whatever he tries to do, and Hiro just kind of like, you know, freezes time, but of course Peter can unfreeze it and stuff like that. But all Hiro has to do is go back, you know, a day before or something and catch Peter off guard and stop him that way. But anyway, that's the thing about time travel is if you can do it, you can always do it to sort of, you know, get whatever you want to get done.
Yeah.
You know, so even if, like, you know, if Widmore and these guys or, you know, Abaddon or whatever are time traveling and they, you know, they successfully move the island, you know, Locke and Ben or whatever successfully move the island, well, then can't they just go back in time, you know, to when the island was where it was and try again, you know?
Yeah. It seems like they could go back and prevent the purge or something like that. I mean, if they can really time travel.
Yeah, that's why I don't think time travel is going on. There's just, I think they would be doing, Abaddon would be doing, I think, other things than to come to talk to John Locke, you know, with his time traveling abilities. If he could time travel, I think he could do some other things that might be more pertinent to what Widmore wants.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, they've already sort of established Albert as being someone who doesn't age, so he doesn't need to time travel. And Abaddon doesn't need it. I mean, you know, that wasn't that long ago, so Abaddon doesn't need to time travel to be there.
Locke it was what, 3 years or 4 years or something?
Yeah, something like
that. It was, so it was around that time that he showed up, so that doesn't need time travel.
Yeah, I mean, he, you know, at least in theory, could be, you know, anywhere that one can get to, which is this is just a hospital. It's nowhere special. So I don't think. Yeah, if anybody, I mean, even Ben, you know, any of the characters really has this ability to just time travel anywhere. I mean, I think that'll just ruin everything.
Yeah.
Unless they just don't use it as much as they could, in which case then it's just annoying that they're not using it enough.
Unless, like, you know, Ben used it, you know, when he goes to Tunisia, and that was sort of, they never really ever use it, and he sort of used it as a last-ditch effort to sort of get away or something, but like it's sort of, you know, it's the orchid or whatever is left in a situation where no one else can really use it, you know, rendering it effective, rendering it, you know, inoperable or whatever. I could buy that maybe, you know, because we've seen Ben show up in a weird place and all that, and he asked anything about the date. But besides that, I don't, you know. But that's the thing. He's got access to a time machine, presumably, if that's the case. I don't think Abaddon and those other guys do. You know, because if they have a time machine, you know, they're obviously not on the island, and if they have a time machine, is that not enough for them?
Yeah. If the island used to be Widmore's, he should be able to go back to when it was, and you know.
I mean, just having a time machine alone is pretty cool. Like, that's not enough for you to have, you know?
Yeah. No. He's got to have the island too.
A burnt crisp island.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Torch the Island means.
Yeah, it means nothing because they won't do it.
Yeah, well. You don't think they're going to, like, go the next 2 seasons with a totally, like...
Yeah, they're going to burn patches of Hawaii. Yeah, I'm sure the Hawaiian government would love that.
Yeah, I guess not. I am curious about what exactly he means by that, but, you know. Whatever.
Yeah.
You ready for the next scene?
I'm so ready.
It's back at the beach.
Oh, gosh.
Juliet confronts Jack about being out of his tent.
This is the first we've seen them, right?
Yeah.
In this episode. I forgot they were on the show.
It's easy to. They really didn't need to be. They don't do much in this episode. Jack was hungry. Juliet's worried about Jack tearing his stitches. Doctors make the worst patients. They hear the helicopter approaching. Everyone in the camp comes out to see the helicopter. The helicopter flies overhead, and a bag is dropped from the...
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Was that really an hour?
It didn't seem like it.
Yeah.
Did you press it?
Oh, did I? I did. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Right. I need to continue. Right. That totally breaks my flow. I wish they wouldn't do that.
It's such a. I mean, if you're still talking, you know, let people still talk. You know, obviously we want to continue if we're still, you know, and when we end the talkcast, that's when we want it to be over. I don't know why it wants to come in and ask questions like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's so weird. And it's like they're trying to, get you to stop.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, they don't want you to talk as long, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll never get it. Okay. So the helicopter flies overhead, and a bag is dropped from it onto the camp. It lands on a tent. They go over to the bag and pull and go through it, and they pull out the satellite phone that Frank hid earlier. They look at the satellite phone and are apparently able to, track the helicopter with the phone. Jack concludes, I think they want us to follow them. I'm not sure that they do, Jack, but
yeah, he's not exactly accurate, but he's got the right idea. I think.
Oh dear, did we drop again? Yep, we did. All right, that's a lot of drops. Let me go back to the news here. Let's see. I'm sorry it takes so long to choose a story. The stories aren't very good today, I have to say. Let's see. Blah blah blah.
Sorry. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, that was too soon.
My phone just said no more.
Yeah.
I was talking about Frank and the copter.
Frank, yeah. The phone.
Yeah, I think the phone is basically, the GP. We've seen it before with Frank's phone and Kimmy's phone, and you can look at the thing and see where the phones are, basically.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to track Kimmy pretty much wherever Kimmy goes, or whoever's phone it is. I think it's Kimmy's phone probably.
Yeah.
But I don't. But I think what's interesting about this is, it's Jack. From what Jack says, they want us to follow him. It makes it seem like, a good thing. They don't necessarily know that there's a helicopter full of bad people with guns that they're going to be following.
True.
Because if this sort of rescue, seeming like it might be part of the rescue effort, they're like, hey, follow us here, but it's like, yeah, that's bad if you do.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll be okay.
I'm sure at the very least that Jack and Son and Saeed and Hurley and Kate and Aaron will all get through fine.
Yeah.
Jen might die. Claire might die. Claire might already be dead.
We didn't talk. Oh, I was like, we didn't talk about that. We're not there yet. Okay.
We're about to. It's the next scene. Is there? I don't know. This is short. There isn't much here. Do you want to?
The only other thing I wanted to say is, Jack pulls out some other stuff in that bag, and I don't know if any of that stuff is relevant. It probably isn't, but he pulled out some other stuff that we'll see if it matters, but it probably doesn't at all.
Yeah.
But and I also thought it was weird how they just kind of like stood around while the helicopter dropped a payload on them. I'd be hitting the decks, man.
Yeah, when they did that, I thought it was gonna blow up. I was like, run! What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was his bag, but at the same time, I'm like, they don't know it's his bag. Why are they just
I forgot somehow, and I was like, when the helicopter came, I was like, they're all dead. They can't possibly live.
Yeah, and I'm glad no one was in that tent that the bag landed on. I mean, they wouldn't have got that hurt, but, like, still, it collapsed the tent.
It did, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I wonder if that was someone's tent who's, like, not there, like Saeed or Desmond or something. And that's why no one was in it or something.
Yeah, could be.
But they all kind of came out of their tents anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just weird when that, something flies overhead like that, man.
Yeah.
I'm hitting the decks.
It seems like it's become a tradition that towards the end of the season they all kind of come out and like
look at something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's just I don't know, one of those things. I guess it's just a time that big things happen, and so it usually involves everybody.
Yeah.
But All right. So anything
Yeah,
else?
ready for the next scene, please,
Okay.
God.
This is the last scene. So
Everyone, round of applause, please.
yes, we're here.
If you've made it to this far, what? How long has it been?
Very long time. 7:36.
Oh my God! So we beat the last one.
We beat the last one. This is now the
Meet
second
Kevin Johnson.
longest podcast ever for us.
Oh.
So
It should be a victory, but it feels like defeat.
So we go back to the cabin. Ben decides not to go to the cabin because his time is over, and it's Locke's time now. Hurley doesn't want to go in either, for reasons that he doesn't state, but, presumably
He's too chicken.
he's, afraid. Ben wishes Locke good luck. Thanks, Ben. Locke walks up to the cabin. He lights a lamp from the front of the cabin and walks in the cabin holding the lamp. And now I will proceed to read the entire scene.
Oh my God! You're gonna read the whole thing?
Yeah, it isn't that long, and that's what I want to do. Here we go. Locke says, "Are you Jacob?" Oh, sorry. Let me go back a little bit here. He walks into the room. He's holding the lamp. There's a man sitting at the table. He sort of walks up. Then he says, "Are you Jacob?" The man sitting at the table says, "No, but I can speak on his behalf." Locke says, "Well, who are you?" The man at the table says, "I'm Christian." Locke says, "You know why I'm here?" Christian says, "Yeah, sure. Do you?" Locke says, "I'm here because I was chosen to be." Christian says, "That's absolutely right." At this point, there's a creak. According to the transcript, a loud creak. Locke goes over to another part of the room, and he sees Claire over there. Locke says, "Claire?" Claire says, "Hi, John." Locke says, "What are you doing here?" Claire says, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm with him." Locke says, "Where's the baby?" Christian says, "The baby's where he's supposed to be, and that's not here. It's probably best that you don't tell anyone that you saw her." Locke says, "Why? Why is she?" And then he's cut off by Christian, who says, "We don't have time for this. The people from the boat are already on their way back, and once they get here, all of these questions won't matter one bit. So why don't you ask the one question that does matter?" Locke says, "How do I save the island?"
And then the cow says moo, and then the sheep says baa, and then the horse says neigh. That was very weird hearing that. All right, so there's that scene.
There's that scene. And it kind of flows in the next one, so I'll just go ahead and describe the next scene.
All right.
Ben and Hurley are sitting outside the cabin waiting for Locke. Hurley unwraps a candy bar. After a bit, he breaks it in half, offers the other half to Ben. Ben takes it. They both sit there and eat.
Lost.
Yeah, I actually thought that was going to be Lost. It was
Oh, man.
I thought it was going to be one of those weird things like the Charlie Claire scene at the end of season 2, where it's like, really? That's the end? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Locke emerges from the cabin. Locke approaches Ben and Hurley. Ben says, "Did he tell you what you were supposed to do?" Locke says he did. Ben says, "Well," Locke says, "he wants us to move the island."
Lost. Yeah, well.
Finally. That was the last bit.
Did you think Jacob's, or should I say Christian's answer was a little lackluster?
About what?
Moving the island?
Oh.
I don't know. I just thought it was like, I mean, obviously the idea of moving an island is a feat in of itself, but I don't know. I just felt like it's like, hey, there's these guys who are attacking my house. What should I do? Move your house. Like, it's such an easy answer, in that respect. I was expecting something bigger, or something like some real solution to the problem instead of just, sort of negating the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's pretty big, and I guess it shocked me, the idea that they could move the island.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would I would expect Jacob to do better than that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I would expect, like, here's their weakness, and here's what you need to do, and here's, you know, some sort of big thing that'll really, you know, solve this problem. Because moving the island only, you know, this is going to make them want to find it again.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. It just felt really like that's it. Mm-hmm. Even though it's a big idea, it just felt like, what? That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, I don't know where.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Yawn. Sorry, guys. It's been 7.5 hours. I can't pretend I'm not tired.
Yeah. It's where I am is currently 3:30 a.m. and as I've said off podcast, once we hit that 4 o'clock hour, don't expect anything approaching interesting or coherent from me.
Yeah, I think in another 20 minutes we're both going to be sleeping and snoring on the podcast.
Yeah, that'll be a milestone for us.
Yeah. All right. My question is, where is Jacob, and how come he's not talking to John here?
Oh, that is a great question.
All right, next question.
If I compliment you on your question, do I not have to answer it?
That's tantamount to answering, I think.
God, I don't know. I don't understand. It really seemed like, you know, I think Jacob was there when Locke and Ben went there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think Ben seemed to talk to him, and then he seemed to talk to Locke when he said, help me. You know, so I don't know. I don't understand why Jacob isn't there. I guess, you know, I have the sense that because they've talked about, like, they've had people ask, you know, they had that one shot of Jacob, that really quick shot of him. And they had a lot of people ask, you know, there was speculation about who he was. You know, there were people who thought he was Locke, you know, and others, not just Locke, but he was a very common theory. Well, not he was the theory, but the theory was that it was him. God, I'm losing my train of thought. What am I talking about?
You're talking about nice warm bed and fluffy pillows and 8 hours of sleep.
I knew that. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
I think that's what you're talking about. No, you're talking about Jacob, and that there was a theory. You know, people have thought that he was certain others, and
I forgot I was even talking about Jacob. Okay, yeah. So Jacob was there, and a lot of people asked, you know, who was that? Who? You
mean in terms of the actor?
Yeah. Yeah. Who played Jacob? And they refused to answer, and I've got the sense from the way they've dodged that question, because I really think if it didn't really matter that much.
Oh my God. Keep going, but I got something stupid to say.
What I was going to say is, if it didn't really matter that much, you know, I feel like they could just say this actor played him, but I feel like they're going for something with Jacob.
Holy crap, Justin. You're about to blow my world. Wait, let me rephrase that.
Oh, dear. I don't know what that means, but...
I don't know either. But we'll talk about that later. I meant you're going to blow my mind.
Yeah, or rock your world.
Rock my world, yeah. I combined them, okay. That's how my brain works. Walt and Locke are the same, and... Are you finished with your statement? Because I need
More
to say
or less.
something.
I got the idea out there.
Because you know what this makes me think of, which excites me to no end, which I think is the coolest idea I've probably ever had. Which
I don't.
Which other people have probably thought. I'm sure they have. What if Jacob is Locke? Like Locke becomes Jacob. You know, and that would totally tie into that Buddhist thing.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, what if the reason they don't want to tell us who the actor was because the actor was Terry O'Quinn? You know?
Yeah.
And that's why Jacob wasn't in the room. Well, Locke was in the room with Jacob in there that first time. But what if, I mean, people have said that, you know, that was Locke, but I never really thought about what that would mean. if that was really Locke.
Yeah, and
You know?
back then we didn't know this stuff about Locke being the chosen.
Yeah,
man,
that's the other thing too. Yeah, yeah.
So my perspective on Locke is very different after this episode. I wasn't convinced that he mattered all that much until this episode. I thought that he thought he mattered, but yeah, it didn't. It just there wasn't really, I didn't think, that solid evidence that the island cared that much more about him than other people who have had visions, who have been healed, etc. So yeah, I mean, basically what I was trying to say is that I feel like the fact that they were evasive about who it is, that makes me think that who it is would shock us.
Yeah, and the
a key thing.
Yeah, or they're going to use this actor for some other role later, and they don't want us to know, oh, here's this guy who's Jacob, kind of thing like that.
Yeah.
That's interesting, but
I feel like the reveal of who Jacob is, I feel like they're going to do something with that, and maybe that's the reason we don't see Jacob here. Yeah.
Now, here's the question though: I wonder if
to
Jacob
answer
is
your question. Woo!
Oh.
Wow, I did it.
Yeah.
I stumbled into an answer.
Wait, what was my question?
Your question, or your earlier question, was why isn't Jacob there?
Oh, why isn't Jacob there? Oh, yeah, you did answer that. My new question is, well, not my new question, but I was wondering, maybe Jacob is there, and we just don't see him, and Locke does, because as long, he was invisible last time we saw him.
Yeah.
Practically.
Most of the time.
And most of the time. And as long as he didn't say anything to Locke, presumably he would just stay that way, Locke wouldn't know he was there. So I'm wondering if Jacob was really there.
Yeah, that's a good point, and he very well could be. When Hurley saw the cabin, he saw Christian sitting in there at the chair, which, I always thought that was Jacob's chair, but apparently Christian enjoys sitting there.
Christian can say whatever he wants to.
And I think... Is that right? I didn't know.
I guess. I think that's what he would tell you.
Yeah, okay, he probably would. And then the eye sort of appears in the window to Hurley.
We still don't know who that was.
And
was that supposed to be Jacob?
I think that was Jacob.
I think that was Mikhail.
I remember that. You did think that, and apparently do.
Oh,
not going to give up on the dream of Mikhail?
I don't want to yet. I don't want to see Jacob's eye like that. To me, that's weird. I don't know, it's just weird to me. It's just weird that he would pop in the window like that. It just... For who Jacob should be, I don't know. It's just weird that he's, if he was sitting in the chair and Christian popped in the window, I'd buy that, but... Jacob popping in the window is just weird to me.
It is weird. The reason I thought that at the time was because of the shot of Jacob's eye in The Man Behind the Curtain. Because they do that. I mean, they don't have him pop in a window, but they cut to a quick shot of his eye.
Which looks like Locke's eye.
Looks like
Locke's eye.
There was that whole thing about who the eye was. Yeah, maybe the eye is somebody else, but that's my but the idea that Jacob is Locke is compelling, I'd say. It's weird. I mean, does it mean that? I mean, what does it mean to become Jacob? If you become Jacob, does that mean, the stuff that Jacob did in the past was, like, how does that work? Who was Jacob before Locke becomes Jacob? Answering a who question with a yes is always interesting. I would wonder about that. Like, if he's supposed to become Jacob, like, does that make him become Jacob for all time? Like,
well, maybe Jacob is like the Dalai Lama. It's just sort of a position, Yeah,
okay, and just different people occupy the position. Okay.
Yeah. You know what I was actually
thinking?
I
feel like that should mean that the Jacob that Locke sees wouldn't look like Locke. It would look like whoever the current Jacob is.
Well, but they all look the same.
But they all look the same, and possibly like Locke.
I don't know, but I was thinking there does seem to be this sort of hierarchy thing. Maybe yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Christian says he can speak for Jacob, but I was thinking it seemed to be Jacob and Ben were working together. Now it seems like Locke and Christian are going to be working together, and that's an interesting sort of pair up.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's basically, if the leader of the others can change and does change or should change, I wonder if that's true for like Jacob's position too. Is Christian really going to come in and sort of like, if Locke is going to be the new leader, is Christian going to be the guy that Locke talks to basically? Or will Locke really deal with Jacob one-on-one at some point, like Ben did?
Mhm.
I would imagine, one reason, I asked, why isn't Jacob there, or why doesn't Locke at least talk to him when he's there? Maybe it would be too shocking for Locke at this point. If Locke is Jacob, or they look alike, or if if he saw him and it looks like him, that would be, fairly shocking.
Mhm.
And maybe that's one of the reasons why he doesn't see him.
Yeah.
Yet, But then, of course, you might ask, well, if Ben can see Jacob, doesn't Ben know that Jacob looks like Locke if they're the same or whatever? To which I would answer, what? And then run in the other direction.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really make Jacob being Locke make sense. All I can say is 7.5 hours into the podcast, it sounds really interesting.
I don't think Jacob should already be Locke. I could see Locke.
Well, not be Locke. I mean, yeah. The other way around. Like, I mean, I think you might even have to put time travel in this or some sort of, something to make that work. But just in effect where Locke becomes Jacob or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that happening, and maybe like, being the chosen one of the island is like a I don't know. It's like a tenure track position, if I may.
Yeah.
Where you have to kind of prove yourself to graduate to the level of Jacob.
Mhm.
And maybe Ben sort of didn't get tenure, if you will.
Yeah.
And just
Well, Ben had tenure. He just lost it, I think. I mean, he was in control for a while, right?
Well, I guess I'm thinking
guess.
of tenure as becoming Jacob.
Oh, I see. So not just being in charge, but actually like real. So okay, real high up there. Okay.
Yeah. The idea of being the leader and being the chosen one, being like a path on the way to becoming Jacob.
But that's the thing. I would say that Ben couldn't have been Jacob. Like he would not been able to have done that basically.
Okay.
Because I think if Locke is Jacob, if they're sort of the same or the same spirit or the same whatever sense that they're the same, Ben isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he could have reached that level even if he tried.
Okay.
So I would say no to that. I would say in terms of, being sort of, in charge and stuff, he got to that point. But to cross to the next level, I mean, I'm interested to see if Jacob is really going to be a crazy mystery, like someone we already know or have seen or something.
Mhm.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. I feel like his identity will be significant in some way. And I guess, the only way for that to really be true is if he's someone we already knew.
Mhm.
So yeah, I guess I kind of think that'll happen.
And I mean, it's enough that they want Locke because he's special or chosen or whatever. But if it's more like Locke is Jacob and they're really sort of more intricately connected, then that would make Albert's interest in him greatly apparent.
Yeah.
Like the whole Dalai Lama thing.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, what else in this scene? Claire? Should we talk about Claire?
Let's see. Yeah, sure.
She was chilling.
She was chilling. Yeah. So what's going on with Claire? Is she why is she there? Like why? Jacob, why? Like, is Ghost Christian just like, I want to hang out with Claire for a while?
I want to hang out with my daughter I never got to hang out with when I was alive.
Yeah, but the baby can't be here?
Yeah, babies are annoying when they cry.
Well, I agree, but
I think,
and is Claire alive?
Let's start with one question at a time.
Okay.
Is Claire alive? I would say, let me flip a coin real quick. No. I want to say she is alive, and part of me thinks, if she's hanging out in the cabin, she shouldn't be alive.
Yeah.
But part of me is like, well, when did she die? We haven't seen her die, and I don't think her coming with Christian means she died somehow in that sort of agreement to go with him or something. I'm gonna think she's alive until we see her die. Now, if we hadn't really seen her after her house got blown up, I would say, oh, maybe she kind of died in that thing. But we saw her afterwards, and she didn't seem dead at all.
No.
So, yeah, you know what I mean?
About the way she was speaking or walking around.
Speaking and talking and breathing and eating and being alive didn't really give me the sense she was dead. So that's the thing. I don't. The only way I think she could be dead in my eyes is if she died in that explosion, and for some reason she just kind of seemed alive since, and Christian came to get her because she is dead, and he made her realize that or something, and that's why she left the baby, because she realized she was dead, and yes, I can touch the baby and I can pick him up, but I'm dead and he needs to be with whomever or whatever that is. And that actually makes sense to me in terms of her motivation to leave the baby.
Yeah.
I think that's a good reason to leave when you realize you're dead. But it's time to give some stuff up.
Yeah.
But of course that hurdle is to say that she has been dead since the explosion.
Yeah, which is a stretch.
Problematic, I think.
You do have the Miles line, and the Miles interest in her.
Hey, very good point. You do have the Miles interest in her. And it seemed like she was feeding the baby, like breastfeeding at one point. And if she's dead, can she really breastfeed the baby?
Oh, dear.
No, they didn't show her doing that. But
wasn't she using a bottle? I don't think she was breastfeeding.
I don't think she was using a bottle. I didn't see her have any baby, gear with her at all.
Really?
Not at all. I remember her carrying the baby in the blanket the whole time.
Mm-hmm. And
I thought that's why Sawyer was specifically telling him not to look at her, because I thought she was trying to feed the baby.
Mm.
She had him in that position, and she was kind of fumbling in that area.
Yeah.
But I don't really know. But
it would be weird for a dead person to breastfeed a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Dead breast milk.
He's not drinking. Oh, wait. I'm dead.
And everyone, to everyone there, well, I don't know what Miles thought, but, to all the other people around.
She seemed regular and normal.
Yeah.
Like the other apparitions, I gotta say, when people, the only reason people react strangely to the apparitions is because they know they're dead.
Yeah.
But other than that, they look like regular people.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and we've seen Christian, interact with the environment, have tangible, is that the word? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tangible interactions with the island and its stuff.
What I don't think we've seen is an apparition get so involved in the what the living people are doing.
Yeah.
You know, that's a new thing for apparitions.
And if she's dead, then what was then that theory that Charlie kind of came to her and tried to save her doesn't really make a lot of sense.
That would be weak if she just died anyway.
You know, unless he came to sort of usher her to the whatever beyond and sort of got interrupted or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I kind of feel like she's dead. She's behaving sort of oddly. The idea that she's just chilling in this cabin.
Something changed, obviously. She was told or experienced something that it sort of changed her outlook. I mean, she's really content where she is.
Yeah.
But is still aware of what's going on. I mean, she didn't say, like, what baby? You know, like,
yeah.
she was aware of what was going on. So part of me thinks she's dead, but we haven't seen her die. So like I said, unless her death was the explosion, I think she's alive.
Yeah. Okay. And then I would wonder, you know, what's going on with her? Why is she hanging out in the cabin? Why couldn't she just go back to the beach?
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to do with whatever reason Christian, came to her in the first place. And it could just be, you're not supposed to be there and you're supposed to stay here and and he just wants, he doesn't want. But see, that's the thing. If I don't see Claire getting on a helicopter, Desmond said he saw that.
Helicopter. I don't think Desmond can see it either. He's over on the freighter.
Yeah, I mean, did he just say that just to let Charlie like die or whatever? Like, I wonder if he just made that up. Because I don't know how it's going to happen.
He saw Charlie, get an arrow in the throat and die, and then that didn't happen. So it could be that he saw it and then it didn't happen.
I mean, he got close to the arrow in the throat, though.
Well, yeah, that's true.
It was definitely close.
Yeah.
And if she just hangs it in the cabin, I mean, how close is she going to be to getting on a helicopter?
Yeah.
And what changed? What did he do or what happened to sort of change that? Because, he was actively trying to stop Charlie from dying, and no one's actively trying to stop Claire from getting on there. But
yeah, and the weird thing is, like, shutting down the looking glass helped, helped give Jack the ability to communicate with the freighter. Initially. So I don't know where I'm going with that, but it wasn't all that great that he did that.
Yeah, I thought about that before. That Charlie, risked his life and did all that, but it's really what helped the freighter get to the island.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, some good may come of it, but it hasn't been just an all-out great thing. Yeah.
Much to his chagrin, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, the Desmond thing, God, I don't know. Maybe he was lying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, Claire, if she's dead, she could just show up and pretend to get on or something. I don't know. Maybe. I don't even know
how Desmond's going to see it at this point. Like, he's just not even going to be around, seemingly. To see a helicopter.
Well, didn't you bring up something before about him seeing something where he wasn't there?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, there was something that he saw that he wasn't there for, but I don't.
Yeah, like Claire drowning or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It could be that, say they're getting on the helicopter and Kate's there and she's got the baby in her arms or something. And what if like an apparition Claire shows up and maybe no one can see her and she just kind of, sort of gets on a little bit just to kiss the baby goodbye or something. I don't know,
Yeah, okay, well, I guess we'll see.
It's a stretch.
It is.
I'm trying.
It is. But yeah, you want them to make good on their previous promises.
Yeah, or just later say that they were lying. I don't mind if he was lying. Just later say, "Oh, I lied to Charlie because I needed him to do this," and blah blah blah. And
yeah.
I didn't see a helicopter.
Yeah.
But yeah, Claire. I want to think she's dead. I just haven't seen her die, so I'm not convinced. I am interested to see what's going on though, and I wonder if it. Here's my question: does it have to do with more than the fact that they're father and daughter, that they're hanging out? Is it Christian just wants to hang out with his daughter he never knew?
Yeah.
Or is it there's more to the grand scheme of things that she's there,
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's weird he identifies himself as Christian.
Yeah, I thought so too. Especially, compared to Yemi.
Mhm.
His famous parting words.
Mhm. Which was,
"You speak to me as if I'm your brother."
Mhm.
Suggesting that he does not view himself as Yemi.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an odd line. It's a good line, but it says something about how that Yemi apparition views himself, and Christian doesn't seem to view himself that way. He seems to view himself as Christian.
Yeah. And it seems like, we had that thing about smoky apparitions versus other apparitions and stuff, and
the idea that's just weird. Like, Smokey can appear as people, and also we can have apparitions appear in other ways.
Mhm.
And I don't know. That's just.
Yeah, it's weird.
And I thought they kind of connected Yemi with Christian by having his body disappear.
Mhm.
I thought that was, they were tying us together, and the explanation for the two was the same. But that part of it seems different. The fact that the apparition Yemi doesn't seem to think he's Yemi.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Smokey eats the dead bodies, he can show up as them. I don't know. It also baffles me. It will continue to baffle me that Christian showed himself to Jack all that time in season 1 and never cared again. And I just wonder if that meant anything. Like, was he trying to get Jack to repent or something? Like, what would have, if Jack would have kept seeing him or something? What did he want? I mean. To retcon it, they have, we know the sort of show really starts with Christian telling Vincent, wake my son up.
Mhm.
He's got work to do. But I mean, he never told Jack that. He was showing up to Jack a couple times, and he never really said anything or did anything or.
No.
And then he
I
just
would
stopped.
expect him to want to talk to Jack some too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he knew Jack better than he knew Claire, but he was definitely on pretty bad terms with Jack.
Yeah.
When he died, and I'd expect him to want to at least kind of reconcile that. So I would expect him to appear to Jack more than he has. I mean, he didn't really appear to Claire until this season either. So I don't know what he's up to. He's very. I mean, he really hasn't until this season, and I guess until the Mobisode. I mean, I never really thought that the Christian apparition was, such a big.
Anything more than a zombie?
Yeah, I mean, I really thought he was just, put him with everybody else. Jack saw other people saw people. He saw his dad, whatever. Now it feels like Christian has some kind of privileged,
Doesn't it seem like Henry Gale all over again? Somehow, all of a sudden, Christian is now, given these special privileges for whatever new reason. Before he didn't have those that kind of thing, and now they want him to, so he does.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
I should have said Henry Gouge. I should have said like Michael Emerson thing, where you know they like his character so much they want to keep him around and give him more to do.
Yeah, so they give him a big role on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what happened. Maybe they just decided they wanted to make his character a bigger thing. Because now it seems like he's Jacob's like spokesperson.
Yeah, and it's like, when did that happen?
Yeah.
You know, even as of when we saw Jacob the first time, you know, like, yeah, it seems like after that season is when they decided, hey, let's make Christian like.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
between White Rabbit, when we saw Christian for the first time, well, I guess we saw him for the first time a little before that, but whatever. When we dealt with his apparition, and that Mobisode or the premiere of this season, I mean, he was not to be seen at all. And now we're to believe that he, you know,
he's Jacob's right-hand man.
Yeah. It seems like we should have seen him sometime. You know, it seems like it would play better if he's going to play a big role, for him to have appeared sometime in there and do something. You know. So, yeah, I don't know. You might be right, though. They might have just decided that, you know, maybe they needed a role like this and decided to get him.
Yeah. I also wonder, you know, well, not wonder, but, you know, how come, you know, it's the same thing I always ask, but, you know, Locke is in there with, like, Christian and Claire, and he doesn't ask any good questions. You know, what is Smokey? What's the Whispers? What are you? Why are you here? Who is Forrest? You know, like, there's, you know, Locke, just ask one extra question, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, go find out what you need to do to save the island, and then ask one extra question, please. You know.
Yeah, I agree. We deserve that. And I think it always bugs me that, like, the only thing that matters, the only question that matters, is always like, you know, not one of the big mysteries.
Yeah, and it's always like, well, if they do this, then no question's gonna matter. It's like, well.
Exactly.
But what if they don't?
Yeah.
Like, can you promise me I can come back here once this is all said and done and ask questions? You know, it's like.
That's the problem. Yeah, it's always like, it's almost like Saeed's thing. Like, we'll just talk about this later. Like, you know, no time. Let's just deal with the current situation. And they're just always in that. It starts to feel like they're never. I mean, there's always something going on in the show. Like, they're never going to be in a position where they can just sit and chat about the mysteries.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and like the way the show is going naturally, it seems like they would never reveal that stuff because they're always dealing with what's going on right now.
Yeah.
You know, and like maybe
they need
some
a
of
scene
it
like.
in, but
they need one of those scenes like, and I think was it Juliet's episode or Sun and Jin's episode this season when Kate like explains what happens, you know, to I think to Sun and Jin or something. She explains what happened with the Tempest and all that.
Oh yeah. That must have been the episode after the other woman.
Yeah.
I guess that was Ji on.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we don't get scenes like that a lot, but, like, it would be great if we got one of those that had to do with Jacob, you know, or Christian now. And yeah, it's
the
really
weird thing about that Kate scene is, like, you know, now that I look at it, I mean, I didn't know that was the right way to interpret that episode. And even after she said it, I wasn't sure. It was only when Dan didn't know what the power was, you know, last episode that like I realized, okay, well, I guess that wasn't a power station. And, you know.
Yeah, it was a poison gas factory.
Yeah, it was a poison gas factory. Like, okay, all right. And it's weird that I really feel like that that should have been clear in the episode.
I think Carlton would be flabbergasted that people didn't think it was clear.
You're probably right. God.
Yeah, that's what's weird to me is when they get like the really easy stuff, they you know overdo, And then the little things like that kind of matter, they just gloss over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, all they have to do is say, blah, 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 poison gas factory. What, are you serious? Yeah, this factory was, blah, 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 for poison gas. Like, just clarify that she's serious.
Mhm.
That's all it takes. It's one extra line.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I'm too tired to really care.
Yeah, me too. I'll surely be angry about it in the morning.
Mhm. Anything else in this scene? What else?
Let me see.
I'm sure there's something.
Blah blah blah. Yeah, you're right. All those questions won't matter one bit. Locke tried to ask about Claire, and the baby.
Yeah, it's weird that Christian tells Locke, it's better if you don't tell anyone she's here. But when Sawyer gets back with the baby, they're going to ask where Claire is, and
yeah.
It might not be a better answer to say she's in this mystical cabin, but that's at least some answer than to say we don't know where she is, because that would just incite people to go look for her. I mean, if Charlie was around, he'd certainly head out to go look for her.
Yeah.
And I'm actually curious to see how because they're not going to send people out looking for her, I don't think. And I wonder what they're going to do to say, because they should have someone want to go look for her, like Jack maybe, but obviously they have other things to be doing. So I wonder what excuse they'll use to sort of not have anyone go look for her.
Yeah.
And what they'll probably do is say, well, the last place we saw Claire was on the way to like where the helicopter is, so we'll just kind of look for her and that kind of thing. Two birds with one stone.
Yeah, they can do that.
That's what I would do.
I mean, they really have no basis for where to look anyway.
Well, they would just have to, they'd have to start where they last saw her and then use their tracking skills to try to like look around. But that's the thing. They really have. You're right. They really shouldn't be able to find her. Because she's in a cabin somewhere else. And so it's even, it's pointless for them to try to look, but I think they should at least want to look.
Yeah, they should.
So,
they should.
We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be weird. We're gonna have Sawyer showing up, another one of those arrivals back to camp, and Claire's gone. I have the baby.
What do you mean she's gone?
Yeah.
I bet you $50 somebody says that.
Yeah.
She just disappeared. Sawyer gives some quippy remark about Miles, saying that Miles is the one who said she ran off into the jungle, and then Jack will get in his face and be like, tell me where she is.
I feel like I'm watching the finale already.
And then Juliet's like, now, Jack, let's be calm about this, okay? You don't want to bust your stitches.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Son is like, if she's out there alone, we've got to find her.
Oh.
And Jin is like, you're not going anywhere without me, son. I got to think about you and the baby. Why is this show like...
Just about everybody there.
I know. And Bernard's like, hey, Rose, you think we should do something? And Rose is like, now, Bernard, you're just a dentist.
There we go.
Yeah, it's so, these characters, man, we've all been watching this show for too long, and
yeah,
it's just really easy to guess what they're going to do.
It is. Those scenes just write themselves.
They really do.
Well, I can't wait. Everybody who hears this can see how that scene plays out and compare.
Yeah, Charlotte's going to be anxious to go track down, the sat phone.
Yeah.
And Dan's going to be, oh, what should we do? Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. So, let's see here. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at my notes. One last look-see before we... Oh, we already hit hour 8. Oh, my God. Of course we did. Hour 8. What are we doing?
I don't know. We're almost done.
Oh, man.
So, let's see. I can't imagine. Yeah.
Oh, that was my little question, is what if Christian took over for Jacob for real? Like, you know, he kind of says, you know, I can speak for him, but I wonder if, you know, I mean, I think we'll see Jacob again, but part of me wonders if Christian really took over.
Oh. That he's just usurped the Jacob position.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the entity that...
Formerly known as Jacob.
Yeah. You know, what would happen to him in that case? Is he just...
He's free to go to heaven.
Oh, okay. Yay.
Duh.
Sorry, silly me.
Buddhist heaven, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
I'll go there. So,
sounds good.
Yeah, it'll work. Okay. Yeah. I do wonder about Christian. Like, why Christian? There's other dead people.
There's tons of other dead people.
Yeah.
Why not Nikki and Apollo?
Yeah, it could. It really could be Nikki and Apollo.
Can you imagine walking to the cabin and seeing Nikki and Apollo hanging out?
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
That would be fucking crazy.
That'd be crazy. They're, like, arguing because they killed each other.
Yeah.
You hit the diamonds where?
They'd probably be mad they got buried alive too.
Oh, they'd be pissed.
It's a bad way to go.
Yeah, they would have some bad memories of their death. I forgot about that. I forgot they were buried alive.
Yeah, it's easy.
I thought that was too harsh.
It was really harsh.
I mean, even if the fans hated them, I think you still have to. I think you know, as creators, they should respect their characters. I mean, they can do whatever they want, obviously, but I feel like it's only that harsh because fans didn't like them. And to me, that's not a. I don't know. Every character has their value, whether they're good or not. You know, bad or a positive character, a negative character, and that was just so hard and unnecessarily so. You know, they didn't have to die that way.
Yeah.
You know, they could have, the spider bite could have just killed them and not just, whatever, know. Or after a certain time of being paralyzed without antivenom, you die or something. But
yeah,
that was really harsh.
It was really harsh. Yeah, it didn't really fit in the show and the tone that they go for.
Yeah, it just seemed like
as a self-contained Tales from the Crypt type episode, it works. I think
exactly. If it was Tales from the Crypt, it'd be like, yeah, this is what they deserve.
Yeah.
But Lost, that's too much.
Yeah, it doesn't work on Lost. It really just stands out like really prominently in the middle of that season because it just doesn't match it. And I mean, even the story of the episode just like changes the tone of the show a lot.
Yeah, especially when a lot, so many people who die, I mean, Echo got to sort of at least attempt to repent. He got the choice, and
Echo got
Charlie.
A real death.
Yeah, Charlie, had a heroic death, and there's other deaths that have been a little bit better, a lot better than that. And so it's weird to just be like, okay, well, here's being buried alive. Their
death really in the end it had nothing to do with the plot. They didn't really get to contribute anything. It was just their little world that.
Yeah, and especially since they knew about the Pearl Station, and he went back and got the diamonds and stuff and all that, and they had a little bit of information. And what was that thing with remember the walkie-talkie?
Yeah.
Did that ever come to anything?
The walkie-talkie, initially they thought they were working for the others, but it turned out that that Paulo got the walkie-talkie with when he was in the pearl station hiding the diamond.
And and Ben and Juliet left it.
Yeah, Ben and Juliet left.
But that never came to anything, though.
No, it never came to anything. I really
it wasn't
thought
because I think I remember thinking maybe they'll overhear something.
Yeah,
with
I
the
was
others
sure
walkie-
they would use the I don't even think they brought up the walkie-talkie again.
No, I don't think they did.
Because when it came to the finale, they just used Ben's walkie-talkie.
Mhm.
You know, he was there. Like they made a whole thing with it. Like Jack took it away from Ben, and then Ben asked for it back, and then he talks to his people, and there's never.
No, that's that short period of time where Jack was cool.
Yeah.
When he beat up Ben and all that.
Mhm. Yeah, the good old days. Yeah, Jack was different back then. His journey this season has been a very uneventful one, I think.
Yeah, well, he had his time in the spotlight.
Compared to last season.
Last season was, oh man.
Yeah, he got to go through a lot. So yeah.
Even if there is more to talk about, I think we're done.
I think I agree. There's something we're supposed to bring up at the end.
We were going to mention that we were mentioned on another podcast. And you found the name of the podcast, and now I forget what it's called.
Oh yeah, I think it's the Lost Mythos.
The Lost Mythos, that's right. I think they're a new podcast. They didn't have that many. Their blog was pretty new looking, but
yeah, it was the one where they interviewed the transmission.
Ryan and Jen
Ryan
from the transmission.
And Jen from the transmission. The newly started up again transmission.
Yeah, the renewed.
Yeah. After an extended
Transmission
hiatus.
2.
Yeah. Yeah, he brought us up, and I don't know. I wanted to acknowledge that, I guess.
Yeah. I believe if you check the, if anyone's interested, if you check the current post on the Lost Lowdown, the one for this podcast, you will see a little link to that podcast and where we're mentioned, and of course take the time to listen to the whole thing if you want.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't really say anything except our podcasts are really long and we don't bat an eye at when we reach a really long period of time. And I got to tell you, this is 8 hours and 28 minutes, and we will mention it.
It's time to bat eyes at this point.
It's time to. Our eyes are batting because we're tired. At least, if that's the only reason, we're batting our eyes.
Yeah. This is for one 1 hour episode. This is a lot.
This is. I really would not have predicted this.
Me either. I thought it was going to be longish, but.
I thought, I think we had a couple fairly long tangents, but even I don't think we had a lot of tangents, but we had one or two really long ones.
Yeah.
But even with those, this was longer than I thought it would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. For one stretch, this is. I think this is the longest single stretch we did, because even the 13 hours, like, don't tell anybody. We recorded it in segments. So
yeah.
I don't think we did an 8 hour stretch in there. I think it was like 5 hours and then like another 5 hours and something like that.
Well, that's only 10 hours.
Well, and then 3. I mean, whatever. Add it up yourself. Figure out. I can't remember, but it was definitely segments, and none of them were this long.
Yeah.
So this is a record for a continuous podcast, and it's pushing the limit. I don't think we could do much more than this at once.
Yeah, no, it's.
We've done
especially with the time difference.
Day. Like you could go to work and turn it on and work 8 hours.
Oh my God. Let's not put it into the perspective of like what you could do in this 8 hours. You could go to sleep and wake up, and you could. Let's see. You could spend an hour a day for 8 days. I don't know what. Yeah, that's crazy. You can start when you get your morning coffee. at work, and then by the time 5 o'clock comes, you're done with your Lost Lowdown.
It'll be over.
Wow.
You can go home a whole day. God, that's crazy.
That is crazy. That makes us crazy.
It does.
And that makes anyone who listens crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You're
how it
all
works.
guilty.
Crazy trickles down, people. You know, no one wants to believe that, but crazy trickles down.
It does, yeah. Yeah. It can't just be us.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Oh, man.
So everyone knows the forum.
Yeah. Oh, I meant to say that at the beginning.
Yeah.
Too late now.
That should have been at the beginning. No. Wait, time travel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we should have mentioned the forum and the site, tld.net and thelostlowdown.com.
Did we even say the URL, like, at the beginning? I really intended to.
When we talked about the post, the poll and all that?
I kind of
Probably
not.
Didn't
say it.
You know what? This is 2008. If you're listening to our podcast and you don't know how to find our website, then maybe you don't need to find it. I mean, maybe I just get snippy when I'm tired, but you know, I think you know, if you really want to find it and you're already listening, I think you can find it.
Yeah, if they know the name of the podcast, which we said
at the very least,
they can Google it and easily find us.
Yeah. And if you didn't think of that before, now we just told you, so you can go do it. If you were wondering how you would ever find the website. Well, maybe if I keep listening, they'll tell me the name of their site.
But yes, please. I do still invite you to post on the forum that you can get to from there, or the comments if you like that better. Slightly less overhead for the comments, whatever your preference is. Because I like reading that stuff. It's fun. And
very, very fun.
And I think other people do too. Don't just do it for me. But I'm just speaking for myself here. Anyway, yeah, we're in the 4 o'clock hour, guys, so don't expect much out of me.
That was the thing I was going to say. It's hard to record a lot with the 3-hour time difference because I'm on the West Coast and you're on the East Coast. Or you're in the Eastern time zone, at least.
Yeah.
And that puts a little difference in it, too.
It does. We don't usually go this long, so we don't usually go this late, and so I don't usually get this out of it.
Yeah.
But, let's see.
All right, I think it's over.
Yeah, I think it.
Let's kill this chicken.
Needs to be. Yeah, indeed.
This 8-hour chicken. You know, dude, if we went 30 more minutes, we could just get to 9 hours.
Well, yeah. What are we gonna do for 30 minutes?
No, I'm kidding. I don't want to do anything for 30 minutes but sleep.
I mean, where are they gonna move the island to?
I know. Well, let's think about it. Let's come up each with 50 places they can move the island to. Go.
Okay. I don't know.
Fiji, go.
Okay, good. How are they gonna move an island to Fiji?
Tahiti, go.
Okay. See, that's not gonna work. What do you mean? They're gonna switch places with that island, or
Amsterdam, go.
Okay, this is just now it's getting crazy.
Now we're just playing a geography game.
Yeah. You're just saying go. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Go.
Okay. I don't know what to do with that.
How about this? Thanks for listening, guys. We really appreciate it. This was a long one. If you managed to listen to the whole thing, you're a part of history now. Not history a lot of people would respect a lot, but we respect it, and thank you very much for it. And as I ramble, I will thank you and namaste.
Ditto. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks and namaste.
Ditto to your previous statement. Okay.
Thanks and namaste.
Namaste. Good luck. Ugh.